What's up, everybody, and welcome to HP for Heroes. I am joined here by Devi and Romeo to bring
Who are you?
Hi, I'm Jem, and I'm joined here by Devi and Romeo. Look, Romeo's a more important part of my career than I am. Let's be real here.
Apparently.
He's the one who has made me all of my money. Anyway, we are here at HP for Heroes, a charity tournament for the gamers. I totally just looked this up. Outreach is the word. Gamers Outreach Foundation, a group that's dedicated to bringing activities to kids in hospice care to help them get through some of the tougher times in their lives, which is a very worthy cause, and we're happy to support them. Thank you all for tuning in. We are about to get started here. We're already in the weapon select screen. So I'm told, Devi, that one of these teams has 3 people named Sam on it.
Yeah, there's 2 of them in the game right now. That is happy hour at McDonald's. I went to check the roster and there's 3 Sams, and I'm like, I don't even think one of these is the Sam that we know. If it is, I can't tell. So
It's a team of many Sams for sure.
Meanwhile, the other one, I definitely recognize a few other of the names. Like the other day, saw Neptune streaming CCA. And then I see the other ones around all the time. But the teams are ready to go. We're starting this game one off of or on Splat Zones, Barnacle and Dime. Right off the bat. This
is happy hour at McDonald's versus Big Fat Sea Cows. This is the beginning of the alpha bracket. So this is still best of 3. Every one of these games matters an awful lot because it can determine whether they're going to be in the winner's side of the bracket or not going forward. Looking at the comps, nothing super unexpected here, I would say. We've got Snipe Riders on both sides is the cooler option, and they're going to be putting down an awful lot of paint from that strong snipe position. Goes to blue team here first, which I believe is Big Fat Sea Cows. And yeah, correct. But we've got a counteroffensive coming through with the 52 leading the way. Good shots by Trey. Gets a special off to try and clear the snipe area. And this is a really aggressive Snipe Rider position. They're really trying to clear out and get a lockout going. But a hammer comes through the other way. Let's see what this guy gets done.
You can see, oh wow, the hammer just missed that one player. I think the wall kind of helped it away and just got around the side of the hammer. So being able to dodge that hammer helped a bit, but still going down in the end. Zone going back and forth here. Big Fat Sea Cows taking it back, trying to push him back. Zuka appears. It looks like it did get one pick. Zone is still in control of the Sea Cows. The last shot of the Zuka has come out, but Zone is still neutralizing. Happy hour at McDonald's still holding their ground after that special push, and Zone just isn't going to stay in anybody's favor yet. They really have to get a 2 to 3 down scenario and get advantage here.
Yeah, the crab tank just gets up into top mid here. This is something that we've seen them pull off a couple of times here. Happy hour at McDonald's, where they've been able to just kind of put someone on top mid. I'm surprised that that position is being available to them as often as it is, because it's a relatively exposed place to stand, but they're getting someone up there and it's getting a lot of value. But huge credits to the junior player for getting these bubbles up on the zone in these really pivotal situations. It's often been the catalyst that has let them hold the zone here. Great flank from Dat Kid, takes out the Snipe Rider, and if they can find one more, they do. That's huge. That caps the zone, and that probably gets them into lockout positions. Let's see how strong their lockout is.
Really good follow-up by Happy Hour at McDonald's there with that flank, able to get the 2 picks down, and that advantage that they need. Crab is going to take a perch here on this spawn snipe, is going to get a pick, going to try to push back that pencil as far away as possible. They did manage to get 2 down. Trey is up in spawn here, just trying to keep others back. They are coolered. Pencil goes down, but is coolered. Trey's still going to be a nuisance on the bottom here, and this is the lockout that one of the teams wanted. Happy Hour at McDonald's being able to find it. Pencil in a strong spot here, just able to paint over the turf that the other team is putting out right now. But the Wiper going down in spawn, Squeezer going down. Sea Cows are really having a hard time getting out of spawn here, and I believe this is going to be the game right here.
Mm-hmm. That The Junior, I really liked that pick while they had control of the zone, because when you can get that big bubbler onto the zone, it blocks enemy shots, so you have time to cap it. It also gives you a foothold, because there's not a lot of cover there in mid, so that lets your teammates move up into the bubble and still have something to keep themselves safe while they're able to put out offensive pressure. And that was really, really valuable every time they got it done there. But you could see at the very end, when you can only put the bubble in your own spawn, it's not going to get you very much. It doesn't get you very far. And all they really had to do was sit back and wait for them to push out of the bubble. So it's really rough when you're not in control of the map trying to use that particular special to get back in. Still, you can see kind of the utility of it there. Junior, not the most common choice in, top-level competitive team comps, but you definitely see it from time to time for reasons like that. And looking at this, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Junior again, because Bubble's so strong on especially this particular tower control map. But we'll just have to see. I'm not extremely familiar with Neptune's weapon pool.
I'm not too sure either, but yeah, I have seen a few Junior players pop out of hiding in comp when we come into them. And when they do appear, they don't let down. Like, even though they did have a loss that game, I could see the bomb output that they were doing. They were putting the bubble, trying to help secure zone as much as possible. And it was just that one play that happy hour at McDonald's had where that kid flanked. There was follow-up by the team, and there was no hesitation whatsoever. They moved forward, got that lockout, and picked out whoever was moving out first from the sea cows, and were able to just lock down the zone the entire time. So for tower control, could be the same thing, because for most of the last game, the teams were pretty neutral, back and forth on the zone. They both counter-pushed each other. They were both back and forth. It was just until that one flank got pulled off there, and they were just able to go, and that was the game.
It's got to feel good for Dat Kid there, just to feel that they had such an impact on the game there. That is a very snowbally map. That's one where you expect that, like, once one team gets a lockout, it's going to be difficult to push back in. This could be a lot more back and forth, both because of the nature of tower control and just because a lot of the points on this tower path are pretty heavily contested. So let's see if there are differences in the comps here. We've got a shot and a machine now. And that
There's
kid
a
on
Clash Blaster gem.
What?
I love this.
They were playing Squeezer. What? What is their weapon pool?
I love little things like this appearing. I always say that blasters like to appear the most on tower control. They can always control underneath ledges. No matter which one they are, they can always apply the little chip that teammates need. And with how together happy hour at McDonald's were working in the last game, and even to push forward, I can see this clash being put to use. However, Lux coming in here with the hammer, able to get a couple picks. However, the other team is still 2 down. On the other side, do have to respond. Neptune is trying to jump in here, is able to get a pick, trying to paint up, not going too far. That curling bomb in a really good spot there, if caught off guard, could have gotten Neptune. Clash here just applying some chip on the side, not going in too far, just being kind of a nuisance on the side, waiting for team plays to go in and help move, being that mosquito that some teams like to just put in play to help their team advance.
It makes a lot of sense to be positioning around that particular side of the map there. We saw them get a pick on, I believe, the Snipe Rider there. The Clash Blaster is really good at hitting up over the top of that glass area. So Mini there on the Snipe Rider, not necessarily safe where they're standing. They're going to have to back up a little bit preemptively to avoid the Clash Blaster up there, and that's probably a part of why they're pulling it out here. I'm surprised to see specifically the Clash and not some other options, but that is definitely a utility of that particular blaster. Crab on tower, this is going pretty far, and the enemy team is all pulled up in the top right over there. So the tower is going to keep going for now. Can they get this checkpoint?
It was a very good time for the crab to be popped. I saw Sam waiting for it on the tower after checkpoint, popped it after when they saw members of Sea Cows coming back towards the tower, popped the crab, able to advance the tower even more. Sea Cows here, finally able to get a team wipe. We can see Neptune here moving up right away. Cooler has been applied. We can see Tato here with them. That kid just going to apply some pressure on the side. It looks like the Wiper is trying to pick them out. Just using the sponge for cover. Look like going to jump back. Able to keep themselves alive. Very good play around the Wiper there.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the Clash Blaster choice, and one of the other utilities of it that we saw on that previous push was getting up into the top right and attacking the enemy spawn. But one of the disadvantages we saw of it there as well was that it does not do DPS very fast, and if you just run at it, sometimes you just splat it before it splats you, so it's got to be very careful not to put itself on open sight lines.
Yeah, it just needs to keep its ground, do what it can, and make sure it can't go down, and hopefully a teammate can follow up with it. And of course, being on comms here, you can do that. That is a triple. Bravo! What a solid stop there. Great triple. Wow.
Speaking of follow-up from your team,
yep.
That's kind of what we're looking for there. Fantastic play out of Trey, just kind of wipes the enemy team by themselves. And now they've got a whole other push. This crab might not be in a great position to get a ton of value, but it is still forcing the enemy team to move. The Clash is just going to keep shooting from around that corner. It is not going to take any chances. And we're up to 17 now, clearing this last checkpoint. We've got people up over the top. This is in the enemy spawn right here.
Yep. Trey is being the devil here and just being a nuisance in the side, but of course was getting picked off there. It looks like the Clash going down with Tower there at 13, but they're still able to stall it in this front corner here, and Seacow's just having a really hard time punishing Happy Hour at McDonald's. They're just staying as far forward as they want to be and just can't seem to move in. There's like a wall push forward to keep them all back. There's always one in a corner that will lurk back through, and the rest will be right around the corner.
Part of that is probably tactical advantage. If you ever get a pick on that pencil, that's going to give you a really significant advantage in terms of the pacing of the game, in terms of how fast you can recover from a push gone wrong. It gets a little bit too focused on the player on the right-hand side, just gets picked by the Zuka. So that's going to let Sam sneak in around the backside here, and they're coming real quick. They're tacticalered up. There goes the pencil right away. They already did have cooler out, so that's not going to reset them too badly, but this is a great play to take advantage of for the rest of the team. They get on the tower, and they don't really have to do much. They're not even going to play the tower too much. They just need to make sure that the enemy team does not make it there, and a crab is exactly what they want for that. Really high-impact crab tanks so far, and that's been part of what secures them this game.
Another thing I've noticed throughout is Happy Hour McDonald's had a lot of extra range displacement to hold Sea Cows back. Sea Cows did have a Zuka of their own. They had the pencil poke. They also had like hammer and booyah, so they had a slower kind of displacement method. But with Happy Hour McDonald's, they had the staggered range. They had the crab. They had the Zuka. Even the chumps applied some extra pressure from a distance to allow them to just keep moving in, keep them back. It made it really hard for Sea Cows to just move in. And again, it helped them keep cover, to have that one person just staying around the side for the rest of the team to follow up as soon as they could find that pick that they wanted.
Yep. So that was the 2-0 in favor of Happy Hour at McDonald's. And they will be advancing to play against the winner of Distinct and Teodel. I don't know how that's pronounced. My apologies. But they'll be playing against that the winner of that match. It looks like Teodel is in the lead. But in the meantime, we're watching the bracket for other options to bring to you guys. In the meantime, how's your Splatfest been going, Devi?
It's been off and on. I've had a few solid games, but again, Turf War being Turf War, where the game matters in literally like the last 20 seconds of the game. So it's like I'll feel like I'm doing great, and then it's like, whoa, okay, wait a second, what happened? And then it's taken back in like the last 10 seconds. So, or vice versa. So it's been a time. I will say that the new addition to the fizz bangs as well has really given a lot of extra poke to good old classic tap shot Hydra play in a critical situation. Good.
Yeah, I figured that they're a nice addition for weapons that don't have an option for long-range poke. Like, I'm sure the Sploosh players are celebrating to have something like that. Just anything that they can hit with from any kind of range, I'm sure is nice for them. Have you had a chance to play any Tricolor?
No, I saw Flounder and I didn't want to touch it. I hear people, it's good, but I'm not too particularly a fan of Flounder though, but I may have to look at it or, get other opinions, but yeah, it's one of my bottom 3 maps. So I was like, Tricolor on Flounder? I'm good. And then I continued to play the open maps that seemed pretty solid for a ranged weapon, so...
It felt fairly defense favored to me because the normal spawns are for the teams of 2, and then the teams of 4 start already with a path to top mid, like where the zones are. Mm-hmm. So they've expanded from the zone in the direction of both enemy sides, and there's just like a walkway now that is your spawn. You go and you basically land right on one of the zones as the defending team. So you're always on the high ground fighting the enemy teams who have to push up from the low ground. And obviously the signal is over the grates in top mid. So the whole thing is like, can you infiltrate top mid somehow to sneak to the ultra signal, which is not an easy thing to do. I've definitely had more success on defense than I have attacking.
I'm gonna butt in here for a minute. We've just been notified that we got hit by a $500.
Ooh. Thank you.
Wow. That's... Woo!
That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. Remember, we are supporting Gamers Outreach, which is an organization dedicated to bringing activities to kids who are having medical problems or in the hospital. And that's a really powerful thing, I think, for helping them feel like they're in, that things are a little bit more normal. It's a wonderful psychological impact that has. So thank you so much for the support for that. And I'm sure that the people that goes to are even more grateful. That's amazing. So let's take a look here. I've had a little bit of a chance to look at some of the other teams. I recognize that Poem Panic, aka Xeniths team, they put that in parentheses as part of their team name. So that's Xeniths team. And then I also recognize Duck Motif on the other end of the bracket. Probably, I would think the other top seed, although I haven't had a chance to look through all of the pickup names. But I'm guessing those are the 2 top seeds that we've got here. Were there any others that you recognized?
The one in losers round 2 that I can never pronunciate, but I know is like the shrimp dish. Okay. Because whenever I get put on comms, they're one of the ones that I have to comm half the time, and I'm like, I can't pronounce this even if I tried. And I have tried it behind the scenes and I still get tongue-tied. But that's another one that I've seen.
That's
because I know it just like, okay, this is how you pronounce it. This is how you pronounce it. I'm like, it's just, ugh.
It's a lot of syllables. It's a bunch of German compound words.
I have made an attempt a few times just to try to get used to it. One of these days I'll get it, but it'll be a while.
Looks to me, and this is me coming off of my 2 years of high school German, but triple frittierte Gambewaffeln.
I think I've always just called them the waffle team, and I know that's not what it is, but that's just what I went with. So
yeah, there is that couple of syllables in there that are pretty close to waffles. So, well, close enough. I'm sure that's fine. That's totally what it is. Lots of syllables there that can be a little bit overwhelming, but we've got a couple of matches that have moved on to the winner's quarters. So we have Prickly Pear Lemonade beating a triple frittierte Gambewaffeln. And so they will advance to play against Poem Panic, aka Xeniths team. We've also got what is this name? Crit, tickle, skirmish, dive. All in asterisks, so whatever. Versus Blechspruter. They won 2-0, and so they have advanced to winners' quarters, where they'll play the winner of Rotzlöffel and unfortunately Spanish is my weak point here, so I'm not sure exactly how this one's pronounced. Ciudad Marron, something like that. So lots of European teams, as I can see from it's a very EU-friendly time slot, so it makes a lot of sense.
I'm gonna struggle. I'll try, but I'm seeing the team names and I'm like, I love seeing all the different names. I just struggle at pronouncing words in general. so good on you. You're carrying the team names for me. Thank you.
I don't know. I'll wait for someone who knows Spanish to weigh in, because I might have butchered that last one, but I can at least help with the German, and thankfully there's a lot of German here.
There you go.
So it looks like the other team name that I'm having trouble pronouncing, Teodel, something like that. They're up against Happy Hour at McDonald's. We just saw. Oh, Gus knows Spanish. Okay, Gus, you can be our helper in the chat, and you can give us the pronunciation guide on that one particular team. There's only one of them, I think, that's in Spanish, but we're gonna keep an eye on Gus there and see if we can figure it out that way. But then we've got a game 3 situation happened on the bottom side of the bracket between Blaze and Overtime. Blaze took it 2-1, and they will advance to play against Duck Motif. I think Duck Motif is probably top seed, not sure, but that's my guess. And so it would make sense for that one match in particular to be close, because that's probably that probably means that that's the 8 and the 9 seed against each other. So that's the one that's seeded to be the closest. So if so, great job on the seeding crew here, because that was pretty much exactly how that was supposed to play out. I imagine we probably have. The thing is, I did a silly, and I haven't popped out the view on Discord, so I haven't been keeping track of the chat here. But let's see which matches we've got coming up next.
We're waiting on the last round. There's one more match in winners round 1 waiting to finish. That's 1-0. I can't pronounce either of these team names. That's why I'm like, I'm going to struggle. At
least one of them will not advance. We're eliminating one of them there. Ciudad Marron. Someone's going to have to roll their R's. Can you do that, Debbie?
Yep, I can.
All right, that one's your job. And then I've got the other one. I've got the other one because that's German. That's Rotzlöffel.
Yeah, it's just.
So Rotzlöffel is looking like they're out to a 1-0 advantage, and so if they were to win this next match, they're going to be playing against Crit, Tickle, Skirmish, Dive, who have advanced over Blechspruter to winners quarterfinals. So that's the one that we're waiting on for now. Godspeed pronouncing these team names. Oh goodness. Some of them I'm good with, and then some of them I'm like, I need someone from another language tradition to help me with this.
Better than me.
Hey, you know some French. We've got at least some of that covered.
I did for a while. It's I had to take French for 9 years of my life, but can I remember any of it? I can remember the fancy, weird ones that just stand out. All you
need to do is know how to pronounce the vowels. It's fine.
I know a lot of fruits, and I'm just like, I know.
Well, that's something anyway. That's something.
Grapefruit's probably one of my favorite French words. Oh!
All right, we've received word that Rotzlöffel is the winning team, so they will be up against Crit Crit Tickle Skirmish Dive in just a second here. I'm going to take a quick look at the rosters there and see if I recognize any of those names there. I feel like I've seen Ezio before. Oh, Yoshel is on Rotzlöffel. Okay, so this is Rotzlöffel, Storm Hero, Noctis. Okay, so this is a really strong team that's coming out here from Rotzlöffel. And so that's going to be... I feel like I've seen Ezio before. I feel like that this team is going to be of a fairly high caliber, but definitely have their work cut out for them in this match here. I'm trying to think about what the comps are going to look like, and I don't feel like I know enough of the players to be able to say for sure. I know Yoshel has a Snipe Rider. Storm Hero, I believe this is the... Shoot, is this the T-Tech Storm? Or is that a different storm? There are like 4 storms.
Oh, I should know this too.
And Devi's the one with the eidetic memory, so if she doesn't remember it, I don't think anyone...
I've been more IRL focused than I have comp scene focused like this past month, so I'm a little outdated on where everything is and just... Whoa, so I'm trying to get all of my information back together as I look at stuff like this, so I'm a little out of it, but I'm slowly
we'll find out soon enough.
Preparing. As soon as I see it, I'm gonna be like, oh no, it's gonna be like it was right there, because it's just like I have a, the gut instinct, but I don't trust it,
All right, Gus is telling me that that's the Storm Hero from Last Resort and is playing Pencil, so...
Okay, that was my gut take. I'm like, isn't this the one that has the range? But I'm like, I don't know. I don't trust my memory right now.
All right. So, yeah, this is a pretty stacked squad that they've got here. And it'd be exciting to see them go further, but it would also be exciting to see crit tickle skirmish guy. That's just a lot of syllables. So, like, do we want to shorten that? Do we want to just call him crit? That'd be a cute little nickname for him, wouldn't it?
Ah, yes, crit has taken control. Look at them, crit away.
I'm liking this idea the more that I hear you say it.
I know. We'll roll with it.
Is Yoshel playing today was a question. They do have, I think, 5 or 6 members on their roster at the moment. 5. So, or no, actually, sorry, Yoshel, Rotzlöffel has 6. It's Crit that has 5. So it's totally possible that Yoshel isn't playing, and that they were maybe just on the roster for day 1, or they were there as a sub. We'll just have to see who it is that actually makes it into the lobby. We can see the lobby, so we'll actually be able to give you more of an update on that once we start seeing the players fill in. But at the moment, we can't be sure.
I did see that the first map we're going to take a look at is Clam Blitz on Robo Ramen. I like this map, and the things that can be brought to it. It's still in... For me, it's still in like strategy kind of building with the comps that I am more familiar with working with, but I typically know how people want to set up in general. This one is a very, wide open middle area, but there's a lot of back routes and underneath that can be missed if not fully aware. I know I use a lot of sound cues, but a lot of people are different. Some people don't use sound cues. They're more just eye aware, or some are just well-round balanced. But lots of different ways to approach fights on this map to get the push that they want.
Yeah, it's really a very versatile map. It allows for a lot of different team comps to have success, and gives you a lot of positions that are going to be strong regardless of the weapon, which is really welcome. And it also gives you a lot of options for maneuvering around the map. You have a lot of different ways to approach, and it's one of the few maps where it feels like you don't necessarily have to go through mid to get to where you want to be. You have a couple of other options, and they may not be the strongest, but it's not like the Reef where you could totally just completely circumnavigate mid and be fine doing it. But at the very least, you have the option to do so, which you cannot say about very many Splatoon 3 maps. So definitely one of my favorites, and one that I'm happy to be seeing a lot of in competitive play. Looking at the lobby, by the way, we had the question in chat if Yoshell was playing today, and they are in fact in the lobby right now. So looks like they're going to be playing this match, unless they're bamboozling us, unless they're going to drop out so that somebody else can join in. Sometimes you have the one guy join the lobby so that everybody who's on their friends list can get in, and then they drop out, that kind of thing. But yeah, no, they're probably playing. They're probably playing. I know I've done that a few times. It's just like, okay, I have them added, I'm doing all the setup, but I'm not in for this. So it's like, here, now you're expecting this range player to be. Psych, I'm not there. They build their entire team comp in preparation for playing against the Grillers, expecting, okay, how do we counter Hydra? Everything we're doing is going to counter the Hydra. And then there's no Hydra. Nope. Sometimes you'll even just, pull out a completely different weapon too. Like they're all planning on the Hydra, and then you just play Tri-Slosher or something. Yep, I've done that a couple times, and it's taken people by surprise. So you never know what people are practicing behind the scenes, what they can pull out. So even though you may know the players, there might be something that you might not have seen that they've been worked on behind the scenes that they're just going to bring out. Like the last game, I'm not too sure what the rosters were of the players, but maybe that was one of the first few times the Clash Blaster was brought out, and gives everybody just a surprise. And they're like, oh, it's just a Clash, we don't have to worry about it. Wait a second, it can do this, this, and this. We need to be careful about this. That struck me as a very planned counterpick idea, that they knew the positions they wanted to play with that weapon, and we're sticking to specifically those positions. We're pushing, okay, I'm clearing left glass, then I'm rotating over to clear top right. Once I'm in top right, I'm using the Clash to hit up and prevent them from attacking third checkpoint. They definitely had a clear game plan for what they were trying to do with that AoE damage. And, it made sense for them to take the positions they took. I wonder what impact. I still think back about that, wondering what impact they were hoping to have with the Super Chumps or the Curling Bomb specifically. I feel like they could have done very similar things on the vanilla kit of the Clash and had Zukas to use, but it worked. So who am I to question it? Yeah, I think they kind of balanced out their specials there from the last team comp, because like I said, they had the couple pushing specials from the Zuka and the Crab, and then the Chumps were there to basically add just extra poke, and they can paint a little bit over, and can do some damage if not actually splatted. And if they're going to be more distracted on the Chumps, then the front lines can just dive right in. Meanwhile, the Pencil can just come from behind, use the Chumps to help get extra damage, poke them out, even probably get a splat with the extra Chump damage. So it all puts itself together in a nice, pretty sandwich. With all of the ingredients together in a nice, pretty sandwich. With all the ingredients. There we go. I'm gonna hold on to that one. We've got all of the players in here, so looking at the rosters, just because there were multiple there were some subs, some extra players on each comp here. We're gonna have, out of Rotzlöffel, we're gonna have Noctis, Yoshell, Phoenix, and Knives. I think Knives, probably Knives, right? Knife. Okay, yeah. And that's tricky because the word naive is spelled that way. But then we've got Selenium, we've got Ezio, Loxlock, and SFNTR. That probably spells something, and I'm just blanking on what that spells. But those are going to be the people from those teams that we're going to be seeing, and they're in weapon select at the moment, getting ready to load into Clam Blitz Robo Ramen. One of the things I've found interesting about specifically Robo-Rum and clams, is how powerful the defensive position is directly out of spawn. Like that top right area is really, really powerful for some kind of charger. They can just see everything underneath the basket, and it's kind of hard to contest it because you don't really have a way to get up there. You kind of just have to like throw bombs at it or specials or something and hope that they land.
Yeah, that's
so that area,
like range displacement specials are going to come in handy.
Yeah, exactly. And I've always liked that just because like it's right there in your spawn. Like it's not like this is giving you control over the whole map or anything. This is giving you control over something that the map should be designed to give you an advantage over. So that's been one of my one of the more noteworthy parts of it, I think, is that like how do you break through that defensive position? Let's see what weapons they decide to bring to do that. I think that was an order bucket and a range blast. What? Wait, are they running this or are they resetting?
I heard someone in chat say something about it being wiper time. It didn't occur to me that this is what they meant. So we have one wiper deco with 3 vanilla wipers, and a group of wipers can cause a lot of damage. They've got 2 down already. We see Locks here going for the pick in the corner. It does have help. They have a decent amount of clams up forward here, but 2 of them get picked out on the same side, so able to defend that. And oh no, Rotzlöffel able to keep the wipers back there, has 3 down now, and is able to pick up the clams that they had dropped and try to maybe score here. They are a bit short on clam economy, so the wipers here using a lot of torpedoes. Now when those torpedoes land in a group, that's a lot of damage and paint that can just follow up there. So we've got tri-strikes appearing, just trying to clear ahead. We see all the clams being picked up by Team Crit, and now it makes sense to me why they named themselves as they did.
Yeah, you know, all of those things are in fact something that a wiper does. Have you heard of the caveman test, Debbie? Do you know what I mean when I'm referring to that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
The caveman test was a theoretical comp proposed by FLC in Splatoon 2, where he was like, all right, look, if your team just gets beaten by 4 T-Techs running at you, your comp has problems. And I feel like this is an equivalent to that for Splatoon 3. Is your comp gonna get beaten by 4 Splatoon wipers just running at you? Right now, the answer to that appears to be no. Rotzlöffel has managed to get in and score at least a little bit. They have not been scored on themselves. Haven't gotten a lot of points in, though. There's a surprising amount of impact that this is having, but you can see once they start kiting back, playing a little bit more of a zoning defense, using their range advantage, they're managing to find picks and get some things going here. And the cooler is also probably going to help out a lot with the pacing, where even though the one team has the faster moving weapons, they're not getting into play as quickly because they're not spawning as quickly as the team with the cooler is. So there are definitely some weaknesses here that can be exploited, and they did to manage to get up to a 64-point lead, but that's not tremendously huge, and any momentum that gets developed here from Crit is definitely going to snowball quickly. So I wouldn't count them out at all at this stage in the game. This looks pretty doable for the time being. They've got to jump in. They get the second jump in, so this is going to be lead.
That'll be lead. Yeah, they have the setup. They have the pressure.
They might get a third.
They get a third. They're going for it. They're going for it. They can do it. Something that these wipers can do is that they have the hammer lead in to jump special, and if they can get the hammer in far enough to get underneath that ledge, how you were talking about how that right position and even just around the basket, that can be a really primary position for a ranged weapon, but their weakness is just straight down. They can hide themselves underneath, get the hammer underneath, get the jumps in, and just have everybody else follow up, use the range of that wiper to help follow up that ledge, keep people alive underneath. And yeah, they aren't out of this at all. Like, they got the lead back, and now it is Rotzlöffel. I'm trying. Just, again, using, like what you said, kind of more of the zoning comp. Just slow and steady wins the race, right? So just being patient about it in order to get this lead back.
Rotzlöffel are poised to make a push here. They get a pick. They have cooler. They're firing off some strikes. They're trying to get in there. And it's looking like they've got one clam in the basket. They need at least power clam +2 to take lead off this. They do get one. If they get 2 here, that's lead.
There's Phoenix. Phoenix has the
and
clams.
That's gonna
and
be
they got
lead
the wipe.
and more.
Noctis here going around, grabbing a couple extra clams, seeing they can go in, score those. Are able to score a couple. The wipers here just jumping down together. You can see them just slashing, going around. 2 members of Rotzlöffel go down as Crit just putting the beacons around on the side. I forgot that the Wiper Deco has beacons briefly, but that helps with the jump-ins for the other wipers. But the range can find them and go poke them out, just destroying that kind of strategy of going around, hiding underneath, coming around on the other sides there. Overtime has begun. One hammer is active, is going to go around the side, try to find the way in, but the tri-strikes, really nice timing for that, having to change the direction of the hammer. We have the fight in mid. Overtime's just about over. The jump's going in. Are they going to score it beforehand? No, it's the jump is going to get denied, and the wipeout happens. Rotzlöffel able to defeat the 4 wipers in the first game.
Yeah, that jump, even if it goes in, they're not going to have the follow-up off of that. They had I think it was a 33-point penalty. So there was
It was
just
still a good attempt.
Yeah, it's the best you can do in that situation, but with 2 players down, a clam jump play, you need those 2 players to survive, and typically that is not something that you expect to happen, especially with a team as prepared for it as Rotzlöffel were. They had the bomb perfectly timed, though, so not even the jump goes in. And so great counterplay there. That's something that you really just got to be good at this point if you're going to try and play high-level clam blitz, is getting that bomb explosion timed to stop the super jump plays, because heaven knows people are trying a lot of them. Granted, the reason that people are trying to do it with Kraken is that the Kraken can just eat the bomb, go nom 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 nom, no more bomb.
Indeed, it can.
And so that probably, limits your opportunities. But if they're not trying to make Kraken jumps, if they're trying to make, say, hammer jumps, that's definitely something that you can go for if they don't see it, or if they're just, I think they were just trying to sneak in, because the hammer could probably have deleted the bomb too. So in any case, a desperation play, and not one that was destined to pay off. Great calm and patience from Rotzlöffel there. I don't know if they knew what they were in for when they started that match, but at this point, they probably have an idea, and I would imagine that part of the reason that they're not readying up quite as quickly is that they're like, oh, wait, they're doing that. How do we adapt for that?
And with it being also on zones, Mahi does have more space to work around, but it still can feel a little like claustrophobic in some areas of this map. And if they continue with the 4 wipers, which I do think they're going to do, they might add in another wiper deco in this case, though. Slight chance that they might add in another wiper deco, but I do think it's going to be still a lot of vanilla wipers, just to have those extra torpedoes and the hammers to go forward. They can really trap the members of Rotzlöffel, but I think they, like you said, they are going to prepare for this.
SFNTR in chat says, we will win with quad wiper.
Okay, yes. I was right, though. They did bring another wiper deco. We do see Yoshel switching to heavy edit here, still applying the cooler. Noctis bringing out the 52 deco, so they do have a screen handy. Never mind, the 52 is down. Slosher's still staying, and Splash as well on the side with the crab, so they are going to keep a good amount of range. They want to try to block vision from these wipers and put the edit and the crab through it to try to get some advantage here. So trying to lose the vision to push forward here.
Crit starting out with a great stagger there, but then losing 2 players to the crab, and they're probably going to lose zone to that. Even so, they get a pick on the way back, so great kiting there from, I think that was Lox that got it. And trying to poke around the left side is a little bit too ambitious at this phase in the game. They are going to get staggered for that. Missiles coming in. Get 2 with the missiles. Oh boy. Okay, so that's probably going to be Crit taking the zone back right away. It has been a while since I've seen a double with missiles like that. You might be putting me back into Splatoon 2 times since the last time I've seen that, since they've given it the hitbox reduction and all the various nerfs that led to it being less of a factor in this game. Phoenix just staring down the hammer and not budging. Might need to budge a little with this one. Yoshell does go down to it, and they're able to reclaim the zone, but still have not taken the lead back. Lox might have dropped in there prematurely. This might be a little bit too soon to be trying to push, and the crab is going to take one more out. So lead probably going over in favor of Rotzlöffel here.
Yeah, Rotzlöffel getting the lead here, but those missiles, the reason why I said that they might switch to another Wiper Deco, and again with the double just proving what I'm about to say, is how I said the map is a little more claustrophobic. You're more together when you're taking team fights, so those missiles will have more of an impact, and that did display itself right there with that double. However, it is not proving to be as worthwhile as I think they were thinking, because Rotzlöffel is very close to taking this game here. Yep, with that 3 down and the stagger here, the last hurrah of trying to get a couple picks with the Wiper, unfortunately, wouldn't have made it back to paint the zone in time.
The Wipers did get one strong pick at the beginning of that, and it looked like they were going to be able to move in. But then Yoshell just kind of said no. Yoshell hiding out, using the mobility of that heavy edit to just walk out from around the corner with charge ready, and completely beamed 2 players as they're trying to drop in, because they've got to drop in. They're going to drop in from one of 2 places. You just put all the firepower there, and when you don't have the range to displace that heavy edit, there's not an awful lot to be done about it. You either spotted that out with torpedoes earlier on, or they're just going to jump you and you're going to go down to it. So strong adaptation there, I think, from Rotzlöffel. I was a little bit surprised to see the double curling bombs. Maybe that's in part to try and contest the movement speed that the Wipers can move at, or maybe it was just a coincidence that we ended up with both at it and the 52.
Within a flat map and the curling bombs there, they actually can apply a little bit of annoyance, because if you put it in the right area, you can trap people with just the ink path that it creates, and just gets them stuck sometimes, especially if you're throwing into an area, you time it, and then like say a teammate's going in and you can't reach it. The curling bomb going in can actually have some effect. I speak from experience. And also I believe the edit choice here was pretty strong. I know Pencil can still take down hammers from a distance, but I do believe the faster DPS choice from the heavy edit just shreds through those hammers like nothing. Just
And as long as you've got range over the Wiper itself, you don't really care about any extra range. So the fact that the heavy edit isn't as long ranged as the Pencil, if the other team has told us all in Twitch chat that they're going to stay quad Wiper, I mean, you don't need to worry. You don't need to worry about them pulling out anything longer range. You just know already. So let's see if the Wipers can pull it, can turn it around here on tower control Inkblot. This feels like a difficult map for this. They're gonna have to use the missiles to get them top left.
Oh, if you can't, if you want to have a little fun, the other team said, all right, we got 2 games here. We're joining in on the fun. So they have 2 Wiper Decos of their own, 2 vanilla Wipers alongside Crits, 3 vanilla and 1 Deco. But right now, it is currently even in the middle. We are just going to be seeing slashing away and an absolute Splatfest in middle. That's all I can really say about that.
Oh my god.
I'm loving this, and I'm glad that the teams are having fun with this too, because a lot of times when people are going into big events like this, there's so much seriousness, you forget that this is still a game and you still want to have fun doing it. They're having fun, everybody.
So, Rotzlöffel, I feel like they're trying to make a statement, like, we can beat you guys with your own comp.
Yeah.
Because that's what's happening right now. They've got first checkpoint. They've got 3 down. Granted, there's a hammer in mid that they're going to have to worry about here for a little bit. But
they're having fun, but also trash talking in the comp select screen at the same time.
Yeah. that definitely feels like a pretty accurate description of this. Because this is a bit of a lockout right now. They've got control of the enemy bats, which is kind of the win condition on this map. They've already gotten through that crucial second checkpoint. So at this point, the extra scoring is kind of free. They're just going to get the next like 25 points for barely any effort, just based on the positions that they've already got. And it's especially tricky because the Wiper doesn't really have that many tools for clearing tower. You've got the hammer, obviously, when that comes out, but otherwise the best you've probably got is the torpedo. Everything else is straight line of sight and can be dodged around the pillar in the middle. So you need multiple players to clear tower. Without any AoE weapons, it might be hard to stop the snowball at this point. And 2 going down on the part of Crit is not good news for them. They're already giving up points on the 3rd checkpoint.
Oh,
Hammer comes through in the base. This might be it. Have they done it? They have
done it. Rotzlöffel, here, like, we know you want to win with this, but we're gonna do it better. Oh my gosh.
Whew.
Oh, that's a bit of a burn there. I am so sorry.
Rotzlöffel heard, we will win with Quad Wiper, and we're like, actually, we're going to do that. So, all right. Rotzlöffel looking really strong, looking very comfy. They're going to advance to a winner's semifinal versus Poem Panic, aka Xeniths team. I say aka Xeniths team because that's what they put in parentheses as a part of their team name.
I will say, they're in chat here. They're in chat. I gotta point this out. They're just like, sometimes we can lose, but there's losers bracket. You're right. You made a statement with the Quad Viper. You still have a losers bracket run. Go do what you can, guys.
Yeah,
I clap for you.
You definitely have been an inspiration to Woomies everywhere, and there is still a losers bracket run. So best of luck to you guys. They dropped down to play distinct in losers round 2, and we'll see how they're able to fare in that run. Top 8 is definitely within their reach. I think they only need to win 1 here, and they've top 8'd with Quad Viper, which is impressive in its own right.
I mean, if you, like I said, if you practice with it, you know what you're doing, you're ready for it. You got people who have, you know, like they have this weapon, they like to play it, group up with other people with the same goal. They can get pretty far with it. You don't want to overestimate what they can do or underestimate. I'm losing my mind, but you know what I mean. One of those 2 words, but you always still want to be prepared at what they can throw at you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, like FLC talked about with the caveman test, like, obviously, you know, it may not be a totally optimal comp, but this is a relatively well-balanced game, and there are a lot of weapon comps that do just get beaten by 4 weapons that can run at you. There's a certain amount of paint output that they all have. There's a certain amount of poking power that they all have. They have impactful specials, and you do have to play to the win condition that is created by playing against that comp. It's not something that you can just go, oh, this is going to be easy. They will crumple like tissue paper. You still need to play the game against them, and you need to figure out how it works to play in that particular way. You need to kind of adapt your plans to not playing against the meta comp you were expecting, but to playing against some very, very fast zippy boys that are going around and going flip, flip, flip at you.
I'm gonna really bring back a throwback here, Jem. Back when you and I were teammates, it was a Ludi match. We got hit with Quad Junior on a main stage zones match. Do you remember that?
I do, unfortunately.
We were not expecting it. It happened, and then they told me it's just like, I'm so sorry, but we literally practiced this, and I'm like, I believe you, and this was insane.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult. They had the paint advantage, and they had a whole lot of bombs, and they were playing the short range fights pretty well. So it was actually pretty difficult to play against on that particular map mode.
Yep.
That was back when it had armor. I'm not sure how I would feel about Quad Junior in this game as compared to
I know,
there.
but it's still along the same lines of they practiced this. They had people who wanted to do this. They had a strategy set in mind, and they went along to be like, okay, we're gonna win with this. You know, it's the same thing happening here. And every time when I see someone in a set like this bringing out quad of that one weapon, I always think of that game.
If you're gonna meme, you gotta commit, you know? It can't just be, it would be funny if we just play for the same weapon, right? No, theory craft, plan, figure out how that's going to work, and actually do the best you can to make that happen. Why do I feel like we're going to get that comp suggested for Silly Comp Sunday sometime in the near future? I just have this feeling that's too much of a coincidence there.
I mean, I already helped run Hydra Crimes. What else? So...
Yeah. I think I'm just resigning myself to the fact that we're going to end up having to play Quad Wiper at some point soon.
It wouldn't surprise me. I can see that happening in the future. I think we did that almost for a Star Wars comp the one time not that long ago. Most of us were wipers or something like that. It was something Star Wars related, and we had to do wipers. I know we've had a few Star Wars comp suggestions, but I know there was one of them that had most of the wipers and Stamper, and we just did that. Oh, the one where we always, or the comp where we always had to go Shing. That one.
Yeah. That also happened. Wasn't there one where there was like one Jedi and then everybody else was like stormtroopers? They had to use like the Nova or something.
Yeah, that was the most recent one. And then we couldn't win with it to get the emote, so then we did it afterwards and swapped a couple things, and then we did it. And then
yeah. Somebody in chat asked, what does Jem's shirt say? It says, I choose to be a gamer because nothing epic ever happens in real life. And it's got a picture of some army guys on it for some reason.
That shirt is amazing.
So... there was a tournament a while back where... I think it was Apple's idea. They wanted to all wear gamer shirts like this. You know, people tell me to get a life. I simply choose to have many. You know, all of that. There's a genre of t-shirt. You all know what I'm talking about.
That was like the first LTC or something like that.
Yeah,
Gosh.
this was the shirt that I was supposed to have for that. The problem was it didn't actually come in time. So what we ended up doing was I took another t-shirt, which was not a gamer shirt, and we found just a piece of paper that we taped to the front of it.
Oh, yes.
And I wrote on it, my gamer shirt didn't come in the mail, but that's okay because I'm a gamer and gamers adapt.
I remember that.
So.
It was so good.
So honestly, that was probably better than me actually having the shirt. I think that that was more memorable for it.
Good times.
But All right. I'm going to take a quick look at Discord and see if we have an idea for next one here. Match M is what we're going to be watching. So Match M is Happy Hour at McDonald's versus Duck Motif. So we saw Happy Hour at McDonald's earlier today. That was the team of many Sams. We had Dat Kid, remember, who made the excellent flank on Barnacle. We have Sam, Trey, and Lexi. Then on Duck Motif, you guys are probably a little bit more familiar with Duck Motif. That is Red Shell, Bandit, Drifty, Kara, Banana, and Henry. So this is a team that has been playing with each other for some amount of time, and we'll probably be seeing, as far as I know, Red Shell is still playing Octobrush, and like I think they have like a Carbon or something like that, but typically they try to play Octobrush wherever they can. And they've been running that in competitive for a pretty long time. Their team is, used to working with that particular weapon. And so we will be seeing something a little bit off meta in all likelihood from them, which should be interesting, should, give Happy Hour at McDonald's an interesting challenge to adapt to, especially considering Happy Hour at McDonald's has been representing what we typically expect of the metagame at this point in time in terms of their weapon comps.
Until they pull out a surprise like the Clash Blaster.
That was that them? That was them, wasn't it?
That was that kid.
They went from Squeezer to Clash, and it's blowing my mind that someone plays both of those weapons.
Ta-da! You never know. This set's gonna start off with a spicy map mode. Good old classic Splat Zones Mako Mart with these two teams. Oh boy, this is gonna be good.
All right. This is a really strong Zipcaster map. Once you've got the enemy team pushed back onto their plat, there's a big wall behind the enemy plat that makes for a very easy zip target. Makes it so that you can just aim just kind of anywhere up there generally, and you are going to land behind the enemy team and have a lot of hang time in the air to figure out if you want to reposition before you land. So that's a pretty strong place for Red Shell to be able to target. It's also just going to be helpful to have the movement, have the sharking around such a big zone where it can be easy to lose track of players, especially with a visual obstruction in mid. So I could see this working out, although this isn't the orientation of Inkblot that gives Octobrush its really strong control over the right and left stacks. They often like to play on the top of those so that they can hit down on either side, or on all four sides, I should say. So those are my general thoughts with the Duck Motif comp. Happy Hour at McDonald's, I mean, if they play meta, then they play meta. If they don't, I don't know what they're going to run. So we did not predict the clash earlier. So
this is interesting. Somebody in chat said that these two teams played each other yesterday. That fact is true. Happy Hour McDonald's beat them 2-1.
Okay. That's a very close match.
Yes.
That's something that Duck Motif has probably had some time to think about. This could be really interesting here. We're into best of 5 at this point, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So best of 5 always favors the team that adapts best. You have more time to gather information. You have more time to figure out what the enemy team is going to do. Oh, you said Mako Mart, and I was thinking Inkblot. So I don't know.
Wrong classic map. Close.
All right, we're getting there. We're waking up. It's what, like 2 p.m. We're waking up. Anyway, Mako Mart coming out here. This is a map where, like, if we're gonna see the Carbon, I imagine this is probably where it's gonna come out. Mako Mart's a very strong Carbon map, and gives a lot of good flank routes, a lot of like difficult to see flank routes that you constantly have to be watching. So I could see it coming out here, but I wouldn't be surprised to just see, everyone's main weapons. This is a very popular competitive map mode, has been since Splatoon 2, and everyone will have a lot of experience, at this level playing this. So I'm very curious to see how they decide to approach it right now in this, current meta, and knowing what they know about each other, especially from the match yesterday. Here we go. This is winners semifinals. Happy Hour at McDonald's, Duck Motif.
The real question is, what is Dat Kid playing this time? That's what I want to know. Tri-Slosher, all right. Something more standard that we'll see especially on Mako zones, with Slosher and Tri-Slosher able to just control the stacks as they can trade back on the 52. Sam pulling out the Tri-Strike Splash. And right now we see already just initial fight in mid. We see Mist going out on the side of zone. Both coolers out for both teams. There go the Tri-Strikes. Dat Kid able to pick off Drift. And we see Sam just trying to push up on the stack there. Not able to quite find the pick, but we see the rest of the members trying to look around. They're trying to find something. Both Sloshers going at it, and they get each other.
So advantage still staying with Happy Hour for the time being. The strikes do come in, though, and threaten to flip the zone. One goes down. Henry gets a pick. So could potentially get the cap here. Yeah, Henry is going to be able to control that stack, and they are going to get the zone for sure. So let's see how long this hold lasts. The hold did not last long for Happy Hour. They only had a very brief Happy Hour on the zone. And now, can they take control back in an equal amount of time?
Red Shell here just kind of going down and around on the stack here, just waiting for those Tri-Strikes. Does have the rain out, is going around just looking, using the rain as just kind of an extra cover. Really good. They're able to go and get a pick, trade in return. We see that the still basically even game there, but zone in control for Duck Motif. Cooler going out on the side of Happy Hour, and we see Zuka in return, just trying to hold them back from that cooler push. Whale, we're going to see Trey trying to get around the corner here. It looks like members of Duck Motif did go back. We see, looks like the Splash going down closer to zone, and Duck Motif still in favor.
Feels like a little bit maybe of impatience on the side of Happy Hour in that they went in, I think, before they had full advantage. And so they ended up staggering a little bit, lost a little bit of time on the zone. Sam trying to get this cap here, and they devote just a few too many resources to going after Sam. Sam gets 2 and is still up. And meanwhile, the zone is easily going to be capped by Happy Hour, and now they're trying to get into the base of Duck Motif.
Happy Hour finally able to going through, and I do believe you had a good point there where it seemed a little rush trying to break out from the base there. Not Happy Hour not able to keep Duck Motif back as long as they could. They played it a little patient there, and we could see that Duck Motif able to break out, but Happy Hour able to kind of control them here for a little bit, but I spoke too soon as they get wiped out by Duck Motif, and Trey is the first one back, so Duck Motif in a pretty solid spot here, back where they want to be as we see specials appearing on the side of Happy Hour to try to get back in the zone. But it looks like one does end up going down, so this counter push, one does go down, but they're able to get the zone cap though.
Sam going in to try and dive Bandit and get Bandit out of position. They do manage to push back far enough before going down so that now McDonald's is going to be able to hold control of the zone for a little longer, and they are now threatening the lead here. Great play there from Sam on the aggression, because dislodging that Snipe Rider was pretty critical to them moving this far forward. I was keeping an eye on that. They had to use specials elsewhere than getting the Snipe Rider, so it had to come down to the main weapons. Great play right here from Trey. Right at the exact moment they were about to flood the zone, the wall goes out in front, everything gets blocked, and then Happy Hour is able to capitalize and take out those frontline players. Bandit can't do too much from here because they have nobody in front of them. They can't reach the zone, so they're not going to be able to use that range, and this is going to go to Happy Hour at McDonald's.
Happy Hour at McDonald's able to come around and collapse, holding back Duck Motif and getting that KO in the end. It was looking a little risky, but they were able to push Duck Motif back, finally get those picks that they needed and hold the zone.
Alrighty, so looks like the adaptation is gonna have to come from Duck Motif here, and we'll see what our next map mode ends up being. Remember, this is a best of 5, so this is not set point, but you don't like to go down early. Tower control is the mode, and the map is Hagglefish Market. So
Flashback to the first match we streamed. This is where the Clash Blaster showed up.
I'm very curious to see if they try to run it again.
Mm-hmm.
They do have the advantage in the set, so it isn't hurting them that much if they do drop this game. I would not be surprised to see them run it, especially if Duck Motif hasn't seen it yet.
I think this point in time, I think some of Duck Motif probably does know about it or could be aware. It could have been ran yesterday too that we don't know about, so it is possible. Considering how they seemed pretty confident on the first game, I can see them pulling it out again, but it just depends on if they want that kid to, like, say, bring the squeezer back out to maybe help deal with Bandit more. Or just continue to keep what they have, because they do have, again, they had that range displacement. They had the chumps to add extra poke. And then the Clash just kind of roamed around in different areas to get people's attention while everybody else just collapsed. So we'll see what they decide to do here, knowing with what Duck Motif has to offer.
If I have a mind to run Clash Blaster, which to be clear I don't, but if I do, I probably run the vanilla kit here, because not only do you have the AoE that was being used against the enemy Snipe Rider in the match we saw earlier, you also now have a Zuka. So even if you can't get into that position against the enemy frontline, you can still hit them from a distance with it. Let's see, what is that kid running? That kid is on a splatter shot. So
a splatter shot.
They've decided to go for the just a Zuka option for dealing with the Snipe Rider, but obviously having a higher paint, more maneuverable, faster time to splat, yada 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 weapon than the Clash Blaster does. Trey immediately getting value with that 52 gal on the left, and that is going to set up for a push. The crab comes out. That's been a really powerful crab on this map mode from what we saw earlier, but that one kind of gets stuffed. It was playing from low ground, didn't have an awful lot it could do. Still, Sam is going to be applying pressure on the right-hand side here, getting the opponents to respond and reveal their positions to the rest of the enemy team.
Yeah, the last time we saw this, we had, I believe it was Trey who had the Zuka last time, so this time they decided to keep Trey on 52 with that wall. That wall also proving to be very impactful and helpful with pushes to help block the shots that Bandit could possibly get, and then Dat Kid opting to take the Zuka instead this time. You see they did get a pretty solid push off, and like you said, that crab putting in a lot of work around the tower, being able to push back. But Duck Motif now where they want. We see Enry just underneath with the Zuka follow-up, able to get that pick from above by Drift. And we can see they're just going to move in here. Red Shell with that roller just lurking underneath the ledge. Drift just couldn't quite get away. Sam with the crab just trying to push members back, but those tri-strikes in a good spot, not able to pick them off. Bubble is out, blocking the shots to tower, so Sam decides to go dive in through it to try to get a pick. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. Trey is from behind, though, did get a pick, able to help stop the tower, and is looking to try to find Red Shell, knowing that they are here, but Red Shell able to get the jump on them. What the patience from Red Shell there.
One of the things we haven't talked about on the comps here is this roller pick coming out from Red Shell. Going to be able to shark and going to also be able to move very fast through this map. This is a very straight line map with some lanes that are good to move through. Very much in the same way that we were talking about with Mako Mart, actually. And so you gotta be careful about moving into some of these areas when you know that there was someone there recently, because for all you know, someone's right underneath a ledge waiting to one-shot you with that splat roller. And the Big Bubbler is also a smart pick for this particular map mode. We talked about this previously as well. Big Bubbler very strong for getting through certain checkpoints on the tower, because there are only so many ways you can attack the tower. Most of them are from range. That's going to get blocked by the Big Bubbler. So great ideas there. At the moment, though, we do have McDonald's trying to at least start a push here. Ooh, and they get 2 off of that. So this is a delayed wipe situation. They're going to advance their lead, probably contest this second checkpoint, if not take it for free, because of the crab being up here, because of all the pressure coming from the top right. They get another 2 picks on the top right. This is snowballing out of control. Duck Motif is going to need to get control back very quickly. They're already on the last checkpoint. They have a tacticaler. It's going to take a miracle at this point.
It really would. You could see the slosher trying to go across, but just the post of the tower being the lifesaver, just helping protect from the peak amount of damage there. One taking the splat instead while still keeping one member up alive. You could see just one taking the full hit off to the side, while the other person able to keep themselves alive and take the win over that.
Whew. So 2-0 right now in Happy Hour at McDonald's' favor. And that one looked pretty dominant. It didn't feel like Duck Motif was able to get enough control of the map for the splat roller to end up being that scary most of the time. We saw, that one situation where they were able to bait someone into coming around a blind corner at them, and, stuff like that would happen here and there. But in general, it felt like they were getting more out of the AoE of Enry. You generally tend to see like the bucket or the sloshing machine or something played on that map for that AoE, for its ability to hit up over ledges. Because there are a lot of ledges on that map that are just a little bit too high for the roller to hit. And so that might be a part of it here. I'm sure they wanted, in part, the Big Bubbler there, but it felt like they might just not have had enough turf to work with, or maybe they were just losing fights. But you got to kind of assess that quickly and figure out what we want to do next here, because Rainmaker Scorch is coming up right quick. Got only about 30 seconds for them to decide what they want to play there. And it looks like Duck Motif is deliberating for a little while. Not a lot of them readied up. They're still trying to figure out, what do we want to do here?
Mm-hmm. Happy Hour at McDonald's is very push and shove, even from the Zones game that we saw, how they kept just going out of spawn, just trying to go out, even if it did seem like prematurely. It's still towards the middle and the end still worked. They kept throwing themselves at Duck Motif to the point where it was just too much for them and they'd be stuck back in spawn. So it was just like every little bit, and they'd keep pushing them back. Even if they lost a member, they'd still jump back in pretty quick. It's happened both games. Now at this point, and I can see them doing the same point here, and now with it being Rainmaker, they can really thrive with it. So Duck Motif, will see what they will pull out here to possibly combat this. Red Shell on the Wiper now.
Quick versus Quack is what we're going to have here. Got a double Zuka comp coming out from Duck Motif, and then a Wiper from Red Shell. And then just 3 shooters and a pencil on the other side. About as simple as it gets. Trey sharking around in mid, finds Red Shell, and with that faster time to splat, is able to take them out. The Crab is immediately out in response to that. 3 down. Beautiful, beautiful play there. That's going to be the freest checkpoint. And now they're going to be all set up in the opposing team's base. Happy Hour is going on forever at McDonald's. They are getting so many drinks of this tacticooler, that is, and they're still in there, and they're still going for this pop to try and continue to advance their lead further. 43 isn't huge, but with the amount of control that they have, you expect that they're going to be able to get further.
There's always one lurking underneath the ledge, and there's always just something on the side that is picking off a member of Duck Motif, because I'm looking around, even though they're under the ledge, there's usually a sub or the pencil will follow up, but there's always one pick going down in the top corners on Duck Motif, and they can't seem to keep all 4 up in time, so they're having troubles like getting their special back here. Meanwhile, Happy Hour McDonald's just having no issue whatsoever, just playing in the play place right now.
Yeah, that should be the end of that push there. Duck Motif finally did manage to get a 2 down. Oh, that kid's running for it, though. Hold on. Okay, and they do manage to just pick up with Bandit and take it away like, no, you don't get to keep playing with this toy. This is ours.
Sam with the shark under the ledge.
So that might actually create some momentum.
Yep.
Oh, but they just keep getting run down. That kid going in just like runs straight ahead, like W key over the top mid and takes out the Rainmaker, but also just creates space for the rest of Happy Hour to get in. I think we're going to need to see like a little bit more, like stronger zone control coming out from Duck Motif. Like maybe they focus more of their firepower on a particular area or something, because they are just getting splatted before they can respond to the rushes that are coming in from Happy Hour at McDonald's.
Yeah, Happy Hour McDonald's is just trying to go forward and keeping the midliners back as far as possible, and then the front lines. But if one of the front line is up far, they'll pick on that and then kind of go around the corner and pinch around on 2 different sides. And now Duck Motif finally having a bit of advantage here. They are able to get 1 pick. Sam's going to take 1 down, but the Zuka goes down in return. Trey is up on the top on snipe here. It looks like the Rainmaker carrier does go down. Checkpoint has been taken, though. Duck Motif spawning in. There are 2 members just in behind. 3rd one jumping in. Trey is just going to maintain this corner. Drinks are out. Whale is almost up and ready to push back here, but Duck Motif doesn't want to give up. This Whale here going to be able to push them back a little bit. I see the hammer online for Red Shell. Just waiting to see where they're going to use it. The Rainmaker does get reset, so they'll have to go it again. There's the hammer pop from Red Shell, going to go around, trying to find Trey here, but Trey ends up finding the hammer instead. 2 go down on the side of Duck Motif. But the Rainmaker is still going to hold in this corner the best they can. Bandit is going to use this pillow to try to stay around from Trey, and you can see the Zuka trying to protect. They're coming around from the backside. Wall in a good spot here. One coming from around the back. We see the pencil in a solid spot here, and Bandit just maintaining space, waiting for the assistance. But finally, Dat Kid comes in and splats Bandit, but the rest of Duck Motif is here. Bandit isn't back yet, but they're just trying to create space and trying to get a couple picks. They did get Sam, but in return for 1. That's 2. I see Bandit just trying to come back, but of course, Bandit's only in mid as the rest of the team goes down, and we're under a minute left in this game.
Yeah, Happy Hour at McDonald's had a much faster, more decisive push through that first checkpoint. They were able to get it for free and then set up in the enemy court in time. Because there wasn't quite as much of an advantage created there for Duck Motif, they weren't really able to get as far, and they kept trying to just hammer in on that one push, on that one opportunity. This might be it, though. They just got 3 down. Let's see if they can set up in the enemy base fast enough. They already get Sam, so no Crab, but they just can't stop Dat Kid from getting through. Dat Kid has run at the Rainmaker every single time here and been able to just get on top of it without being shot or even noticed by anyone else until it's too late. That has to stop happening, because this is the last time they're going to grab the Rainmaker in this match.
2 down on the side of Happy Hour at McDonald's. Bandit has the Rainmaker. Zuka just went out. Overtime has begun. I see the pencil in play up top. Sam is just above, trying to drop on the Rainmaker. 2 down on the side of Duck Motif, but here comes Sam! Sam coming around the side and taking down the Rainmaker. You can see Red Shell trying to turn around last second, but of course isn't there. And with the power of Tacticooler is able to speed forward, and Sam able to splat Bandit in the back corner here.
I don't know whether they were expecting Bandit to try and run forward or not, but Bandit made a little move forward and then backed up a little bit. And that, is intended to kind of bait the enemy team into maybe jumping ahead and getting your frontliners to be able to find them and take them out, and then allowing you to move forward. But what ended up happening was that as Bandit, made that little move, made that little bait, they bit. one way or another, whether they thought that that was going to happen or not, and kind of, popped the Zuka, dove in there, and Bandit's front line moved up at the same time. So they were right in the warpath. They took a double Zuka shot, it looked like. And at that point, with the front line decimated in front of them, someone was going to be able to slip through that front line barrier, and Bandit was going to be left all on their own. So that was kind of the story of that match, was Duck Motif having someone with the Rainmaker and Happy Hour at McDonald's just kind of running at them and not being stopped from running at them. Great job to Happy Hour at McDonald's. They have won their way all the way up to the winners final, which is huge. And they're waiting on the winner of Poem Panic, in parentheses, Xeniths team, and Rotzlöffel. I made sure to take that one so you didn't have to pronounce it yourself, Devitt. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
So I'm gonna check one thing really quick. Alrighty, so I was just checking to see, we are going to end up calming the winners final here. And we have a couple of donations to thank y'all for. Thank you to Synapse for $10. Synapse says, thanks to everyone involved in this charity event. And Pat J also with $10. Thank you to everyone who has been donating here to Gamers Outreach. Really appreciate the support that you guys have given to this great cause. I'm sure the kids are happy, and their nurses are happy for the support that you've been providing. So we're gonna end up, let's see, is this match going on right now? We might, I have to imagine that the winners semi has started already, but I'm not sure because it doesn't show progress there yet.
Let's find out. Never mind, I won't be able to find out right away. It is currently 2-1. Yep, I add moment. So I'm looking at tiny screen. 2-1 for Poem Panic right now in the semifinals on Dapple's side. So they are at match point.
Man, they get to play on 2 streams? You're lucky.
Getting all of the coverage from this event, because of course you're going to see all of the common faces. You're going to see some new faces as well, and just getting everything out of a big charity event like this. So bravo for both productions.
Looking into the lower bracket, Crit is still in. They are currently down 1-0 in their losers round 3 match after they beat Distinct. They're up against Prickly Pear Lemonade at the moment, and if they were to win, they would advance to play against Duck Motif. Then on the other side, the 2 teams that are currently in are Triple Frittierta Gambawaffeln and Yautl Teotl. Again, I'm probably mispronouncing that. Someone in chat, save me, please. But still
pretty good attempts, though.
Those are your teams. We are into the top 8 at this point. So it's those 4 teams we just read. Obviously, Duck Motif and Happy Hour both still in. This is a double elimination bracket. Nobody was eliminated from the match we just saw. And then, like we've said, Rotzlöffel and Poem Panic. So those are your top 8 for HP for Heroes. The question is what order they are going to be in on the results screen. TL and Aztec pronunciation is just a breathy L. Okay, so it's like Yaul Tiol or something. That sounds even worse than what I was saying, but whew, I'll get it. I'll get it one of these days. Rest is pronounced as you would expect. Yaul Tiol.
Yep,
just
just
goes
looking
to
at
2-2.
this.
They have a
Yep.
game 5.
Game 5 on the Dapple side.
Something like that, I
Going
believe.
on there. Mhm.
All right. Thank you for at least attempting to help me, Shuan. You are doing the you are doing thankless work, except that I'm thanking you for it. Tial. Okay. So it is exactly like that.
Tial.
Yowl, Tial. I don't know what it means either. For all I know, it could mean silly poopy head commentators can't pronounce this name.
I don't think it means that, but okay.
I mean, it would be pretty impressive that the language is that efficient if they're able to get all of that information
that
across
in.
in such few characters.
It would be a lot.
I'm very deeply sorry to inform chat, but Crit has been eliminated. Prickly Pear Lemonade will advance to play against Duck Motif in the losers quarterfinal. So congrats to them. But there will probably not be any more Quad Wiper. I'm not going to rule it out for other teams to run, but in all likelihood, we're probably not going to be seeing any more of that. But hey, they did top 8. That is an accomplishment.
Bravo.
I think it roughly translates to War God. Cool. Alrighty. So, I'm just gonna... I'm gonna be a little bit of a traitor here, and I'm gonna really quickly peep over onto the other stream and just be like, hey, what's going on over there? Because I am interested to see what the result of this ends up being. This is, like we said, winners semis, and this is going to determine who we end up seeing in our winners final that'll be streamed here. So what they've really stepped up the ads recently on Twitch. Somebody was like, hey, we're going to make this site profitable, dang it.
Well, if we want to be traitorous and find out what's happening, Game 5 is Splat Zone's Umami, for those who aren't seeing this. And right now, Rotzlöffel is... Zone's been neutralized, but right now it's 33-100 for Rotzlöffel. So they had most control, but right now, Poem Panic just got control back. And there's still 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, we're not going to go and commentate.
I know. I'm just.
We already
have
another cast, but
that's where it's at. That's where it's at. So there we're at, and also I have a bit of the stream delay as well, so it could have changed. But that's where we're at right now, and what we're waiting for. So,
I imagine, if you're watching this tournament, you've probably got both of them open, right? You're probably like doing a multi-stream or, whatever other tool people are using for that these days. So I would think that we're kind of aware of what's going on the other side as well. But we'll just be chilling for a minute until that one finishes, because obviously we need that result in order for us to have a match to see. I'm excited to see how that ends, because this has been very close, and they both have penalties, and they're both pretty close to each other in score. It really is anyone's game at this point.
Truly is, and now, with it getting to be, filtering out towards the end of the bracket here, teams are going to bring out all of their good stuff. They've got the momentum, they've got the morale. They're ready to go, and they want to get as far as they can, and they want to feel good about it where they're at. Even getting this far in this stage of the event deserves a pat on the back.
Yeah. They're all, mechanically warmed up, and they're going to have, their best mindset at this kind of phase in the bracket. This is kind of like when everyone's going to be playing their best Splatoon. And one thing I've noticed is that online, you tend to see cleaner play, because in person at a LAN major, you're generally going to be playing on equipment that's not yours. You're going to be in a chair that's not yours, in an environment that's unusual. It's kind of noisy, even though you've got the headphones on and everything. And you're not, you know, sitting at quite exactly the angle you expect. The monitor is going to be slightly different. So there's just like a lot of little things that are a little bit different and are a little bit off and maybe distracting. Whereas at home, you're just exactly where you want to be. You know, you could be playing in your pajamas. Nobody needs to know whether you showered or not that day. You can just be as comfy as you want to be. And that, I think, does lend itself to you being less distracted and just playing the best Splatoon you can. So this is, you know, about the best that you're going to see generally from any of these teams. And it's starting to get pretty exciting for the implications for the end of the bracket, not to mention the implications for the charitable cause that we're playing for.
Yeah, and the game that we're waiting for is coming down to the wire. Poem Panic did take the lead, but the game's not over yet. There's 30 seconds left, and the points are really close.
It's looking pretty good for Poem Panic. Xenith fans out there are looking at this pretty happily. Oh, but 3 down at the end. Oh my god.
This is one heck of a game 5 set. I'm telling you. It's what we're waiting for. Like this is an event.
Yeah. All right. I give you permission for the next 20 seconds to go and watch the other stream. You're allowed. Come back to us after that, because then we'll be watching winners finals, but this is pretty good.
Oh, I'm just keeping an eye on this really quick. I know I'm betraying the kind here. Oh my wow. Goodness. Oh wow. Wow.
And that's why people like splat zones.
Yep. What a game. So Poem Panic able to come back and stop them, but it was a 2-point stop before Rotzlöffel just about took the lead back in overtime. That's how tight that game was. And for those who didn't see it, watch the VOD afterwards. That was a game. That was a game. I had it open on the sidelines while also double checking brackets. It's just like, oh, this is Splatoon. That is prime Splatoon right there.
Yeah, that was good stuff. All right, so Poem Panic are going to take a second to allow their adrenaline levels to drop a little bit and breathe some air and get a drink of water, you know, get the feeling back in their fingers. And then we will have our winners final between Happy Hour at McDonald's and Poem Panic on IPL. Looks like we're going to get that lobby set up real soon here. And that will be the end of our block between Devi and I, but we are not going to be done by any means at that point in time. You'll still have your losers semi, losers final, and then a best of 7 grand final, which, you know, that goes to a second set. That's 14 potential games of Splatoon.
I mean, you've done it before. It's a lot, but you know.
Didn't our low ink win end up being like most of the 14 games?
It was the 14 games.
Oh my god. I remembered that the second set was all the way to game 7. I didn't remember if the first one was.
The first one was too.
Oh goodness. Man, that was a ride.
That was the one time where it's just like I was stuck at work and then I got all the notifications. I'm like, okay, I need to take my break early and watch this. And then I got so like dove into it. And manager's just like, do you just want to go home and support your team? And I'm like, can I please? So I raced home that day and watched you guys finish it out. And I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's... I haven't had a tournament run like that since then. That was very long, very exciting. That was very memorable.
Good times, good times.
We're getting raided by the Wipers.
The Wipers!
Welcome to the team that we have been affectionately calling Crit Crit, because your name is long and we have to say your name a lot. Happy to have y'all on stream. Happy to spread the Quad Wiper propaganda to the masses. You guys, I'll have you guys know you probably made it so that we are going to have to play that comp on Silly Comp Sunday at some point. You've probably determined that we will have to play your comp. Crit Crit W, that's what you love to hear. You love to hear that they approve. All right, awesome. I'm glad to hear that they like it. We're waiting on Poem Panic to arrive from the Dapple stream to come over to our stream, where they will be playing Happy Hour at McDonald's in winners finals here. I don't think you guys ended up running into them. No, because you ran into, so it was Rotzlöffel, and then they ended up losing to Poem Panic. So I don't think you guys have ended up actually playing in either of these teams, but they are the ones that have made it to the winners final here. And it looks like we should be having that getting started pretty soon, but it'll be a minute because they have to set up the lobbies and all that. I'm just waiting on the teams here. All right, yeah, the communication's happening about that. It's a process, you know. We're trying to get 4 Splatoon players into the lobby at the same time as 4 other Splatoon players. We all know how that goes.
just a common thing of getting through there, and of course with the one group coming out of one crazy set, it's gonna be like, okay, refresh.
And these are both NA teams, right? Like all NA. So you know how NA teams are. You know the classic Sendu tweet about
called out.
You know, hey, JP scrims start in, you know, at the time that they say, and then EU scrims they take maybe 5 minutes. They're maybe 5 minutes late, and then there's NA. Yeah. So we know how it is. But looking at the rosters, because I didn't see everyone that was on Poem Panic, but it looked, I think they were playing Xenith, Pelu, Atomic, and Synapse. I think those were the players, because Goss and Chara are also on the roster for that team. I don't think we saw them, unless I'm mistaken.
I can't remember. I'm just also looking at the roster. I can't remember what was all seen. But then it's just, you know, looking who's going to be in the lobby all here to who will be playing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can also see in the lobby right now, Atomic is there, Xenith is there. There's some, let's see, that player is on Happy Hour, actually. That's their Snipe Rider player. Who is that? Okay, there are 2 Sams, but one of them, actually all of the Sams have a dash before their name.
Yeah.
So I don't know which Sam is the one who's just dash on. There's dash Sam and then there's dash question mark. Very helpful. Anyway, we've got 9 players, because, you know, one of them's the streamer, in the lobby at this point, so we should be getting started with that pretty soon. Gonna see what the map mode is here in just a second. But 2 very high-powered teams. I don't think they've run into each other so far in the bracket. So it'll just be a big kind of guessing game, like what do we think they're going to run? What strategies do we think they're going to play? We'll probably have to feel each other out a little bit in the early rounds here.
Well, considering from how we've seen, considering how much we've seen of Happy Hour at McDonald's already, we typically know what they're going to run and how they play, and we do have an idea of what some of the other weapons Poem Panic plays. But considering how Happy Hour has been playing, they're really good at rushing and holding down. They'll get people up in places where you definitely don't want people to be, and they manage to make it work for them.
I've just received an important lore update here. They're all the same Sam. Apparently, that kid added like all of his accounts because he had to keep making new ones for some reason. So there was actually some kind of like clerical error there, and there are actually only 4 members on Happy Hour at McDonald's, but 3 of them just happen to accidentally be the same guy.
Huh. Well then.
So it's just that kid, Sam, Trey, and Lexi.
The more you know. But we're starting off this set with Splat Zone's Hagglefish. Afterwards, it looks like, I believe it goes into counterpicks. This is a very strong one to start off with. And we've seen Happy Hour play tower control on Hagglefish twice. Considering how they played tower control Hagglefish, I can see them bringing out basically similar comp that they had during the second time we saw them play tower Hagglefish. So with the 52, Dat Kid on the shot, they had the pencil, and the crab was their comp. I can see that being very useful for zones on this map as well.
I can't say for sure that Atomic is going to be playing the Squeezer. I have seen Atomic play the Squeezer. I don't know if that's what they're going to play, but I would not want to be running a Clash Blaster into that Squeezer.
Probably not here, but you never know, right? You never know.
Let's see.
They are going to run with the traditional comp that they have been playing, and Atomic does have the Squeezer.
All right. So that Squeezer is brutal on this map. Even before the Squeezer became one of the meta choices in the game, I always said that it was particularly strong on this map mode. I have a feeling that whether they can handle that is going to be a big question of the match here. Zuka comes out extremely early there, which puts a lot of Poem Panic on the back foot here, going for cover, but they're disciplined. They're able to stay alive during the Zuka, and they're actually able to get a pick here. They do need to contest the zone, and that will buy a little bit of time for Happy Hour to get back into position, but very back and forth right now, very disciplined play so far, just like a pick here or there happening. Nobody's going down for free before the special pushes come out.
Yeah, no, the definitely no free picks here. It's you really got to work forward to get them. Oh, the double just happening in the side corner there. Something I also want to point out at the start is this Squeezer also has Thermal Ink on. So as soon as someone gets hit, they're going to be seen from the other side. So that will help the Squeezer lead the shots, call out where they are, and help these specials collapse. We see Pelu just underneath on the side here, going to bomb on the wall, seeing if maybe they can get a little tricky pick off that wall. Whale coming out as well. Trey looking to try to approach from this right side. I believe they do know that Pelu is there, and of course 2 do go down. That Crab's going down on the tent, 52 going down on the side. Poem Panic here, really holding a solid lock on Happy Hour at McDonald's. We see the cooler out, Crab again, Zuka, Tri-Strikes appearing with bombs. The Crab is just instantly gone. That wall in a nice spot, but one bomb definitely would have taken out Sam, but Sam able to stay alive, no bomb in sight. He's gonna come around from behind and pinch. This is a solid pinch. They've got members of Poem Panic in the corner here. There's a wall trying to protect them. Look at this Breevy too. And Happy Hour at McDonald's able to trap him in a corner and get the advantage here.
Yeah, that pinch was really well played. I was a bit worried about Sam's crab placements. They've been very, very aggressive to the point where, you might end up on low ground or you might end up getting flanked or something. But Sam able to stay alive and able to make it work, and that gives them the ability to just run through mid. And be the pincer on the other side of that play. So with several down here, Happy Hour is not going to be able to hold the zone, but they will get the lead, and Trey gets a pick there that's actually huge. If they can get in there to help Trey before Trey gets collapsed on, okay, they're able to just kind of get Trey out of there. They might be able to move in off this and stop the lead from going over, but not anymore. The Zookas are out. This is going to be a little bit challenging for them to get in with. Let's see if
Poem Panic, I have to point out that every time when Sam is preparing to crab on tent, they have something to counter it almost every single time. So Sam's crabs are getting shut down on top of that tent relatively frequently. I think I've seen 2 go down at least on that tent so far to Azuka and bombs. And Poem Panic just able to take forward. They have that zone control. Pencil was trying to neutralize it at the time, but of course Poem Panic gonna get that wipeout as they knock out the zone at the same time.
I'm glad you're calling attention to it too. I think one of the main factors in this matchup, at least if they keep the comps they have, is how much value Sam is getting out of the crabs. Because the crab keeps control of the map for longer than any of the other specials right now. And if it's allowed to stay up there and maintain control for a long time, then that's a huge asset in splat zones. The thing is, those crabs have not been super safe, and it might be something that they can adjust to with the positioning, but it might also just be that Poem Panic is doing a really good job of shutting the crab down, of having, something ready to go as soon as the crab pops up, of having someone in an awkward position to, attack the crab. And so far, it has not been able to get a lot of value. It's going to have to be a lot more disciplined about where it decides to set up if it's going to be able to get the value that makes it worth it to run that weapon. Otherwise, you might as well pick something like, maybe a shot or something that will give you a little bit better range, a little bit better TTK, and still allow you to run forward, but also have a quicker special that's not going to have to post up for as long.
Yeah, I do agree, and just like having the extra counters to that crab is making it difficult for Happy Hour to get what they want, because I can see like they're all about the diving around. They also are really good at creating pinch plays. Out of what we've seen today, Happy Hour has really been able to sneak around from behind. They just do a full-on loop and then pinch with the rest of their team. It's something that they've been doing really well. I think we've seen it every time we've casted Happy Hour at McDonald's so far. Just Poem Panic able to capitalize afterwards, even though they lose members and they lose the fight, they'll be able to come back out, be more patient, push them back, get the picks that they need, and just push back forward. But we're going on to the counter pick, which is Clam Blitz Crab Leg. So the crab, if they still bring it here, which I do sense they will have a lot more high ground great presence.
Mm-hmm. One thing that occurred to me about the splash choice is that they might also just want it for it being a lightweight weapon, for it being faster. Because Sam has been running very fast at the enemy team. And I think, they do end up putting Sam back on the splash. Would not be surprised if that's part of the reason they like it, just so that Sam can go zoom. But this is I want to point out, this is a heavy tri-strike Neo Splash. That's 2 mains of special power-up on one of the weapons that paints the most in the entire game. This is here to spam these tri-strikes like crazy, and just kind of play for map control. Now, Sam going in aggressively there and getting outranged here by the splatter shot. I worry that, the aggressive playstyle might not work quite as well into spamming that many specials, but interesting.
Poem Panic doing exactly what you want to do against potential Kraken cheese is going to go splat the clam before the Kraken can make it to the other side. However, as they go jump the clam, they lose the members to be able to defend, as Poem Panic is able to build a clam and score in return. So they're able to get a lot of points here because they ended up creating a 2-down kind of scenario to be able to score this, with the Kraken being the first to go be in, so you're losing 1 player there in a team fight, and then the jump in, so then you're putting your team in basically a 4v2 scenario there.
that was a masterclass in how to handle Kraken cheese, that first push. It's going to end up working for at least one of the clams this time, but again, notice the entire team is down. They have no follow-up off that play. The thing about Kraken cheese is that the player who goes in for the jumps and everyone who jumps to them should, in theory, get splatted. So it's only really worth it if you're going to score enough points off that push to be able to get lead. Otherwise, you're just sacrificing a lot of map control. Now, you can mitigate that a little bit by having a tacticooler, which is the way that they've been playing it, of course. But you're still not getting anything if you lose everybody off a tacticooler push, and now everyone has to respawn.
Right now, Clam Economy is in favor of Poem Panic. They do have tri-strikes online from that slosher. We've seen Xenith was up top there earlier, dodging shots from Azuka. That's one thing the Greats are nice for on this map, is that they're wide enough that you can kind of run across them, and if you don't arc the shot or aim directly with the Zuka, they'll just go right through the Great. And Xenith was able to dodge the one Zuka being thrown at them. We do see Zuka for Poem Panic going online now. They have a lot of clams at the ready. They're looking to try to get these picks. It looks like the squeezer does go down. Happy Hour is able to get that pick, just stopping what could be a potential push. The Kraken is ready to go for when they feel they need to use it. They don't have any clams, though. They need to get the picks. It looks like they are able to pick off the slosher there. As we could see, they're trying to set something up, but they have no clams for them.
Yeah. I really like the way that Poem Panic is trying to go about this. Obviously, they don't have the Kraken cheese play in mind, so they're trying to just set it up a lot more conventionally, but they're playing every angle. Yukari is doing a lot of baiting with the Power Clam as they go down there to the defensive Kraken. They are going in with the Power Clam just far enough to draw enemy resources to that position, but they're not ending up going down to it. And so they're kind of giving their teammates eyes on where the defense is set up at that moment, which I think is really smart. And then they're still able to, do some damage over the top of ledges using the bucket here. So smart play from that, and they get the Kraken player again, so no Kraken for at least a little bit, which is going to delay their scoring pushes, because that has been the only way that they've been trying to set up scores here. Unless they start to play conventionally, this is the first opportunity they're going to get for a Kraken, but it's going out right now, so let's see what they're able to do with it. They do have the special charged, it's in position, they've got the cooler. I would imagine that the Kraken is going to go out soon if they get the opportunity.
They still do have the tri-strikes at the ready for defensive, or if they can find and group together Happy Hour to push for Poem Panic. But yeah, that Kraken is still sitting there. Never mind, that Splat Bomb rolling into a really good area, just shutting down the Kraken there, but it was tacticoolered, so they are able to keep it, and it looks like members of Poem Panic are kind of going down one at a time here. We can see that Happy Hour is trying to take some control, but Xenith is doing a good job at taking away the paint that is going down so that they can't get too much farther. We're going into the last few seconds of this game here. There are two Power Clams in the hands of Happy Hour. They do have the Kraken online. The tri-strikes go out as well. We can see that Poem Panic is waiting in the base to stop the potential cheese that they are is going to happen. They just gotta find the jumps. Two clams go in. The second one is nope. Did it go? They did! They did! It landed and went in! So the Kraken cheese came out right at the very end when they needed it, and they were able to get the two clams in just barely.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. That was actually 3 clams.
It was 3. I just looked at the delay and I was like, wait, I missed one. I was like, wait.
I was gonna say, if they only have 2, that's not enough.
No, there was 3. I missed one initially and then looked at the delay and I was like, wait, there was a second one, and the third one is the one that just barely got in.
I was so happy that we were watching such, a good clinical show of how to play against Kraken cheese, and it was giving me so much hope. And then they got the Kraken in at one point, and they managed to make 3 power clams somehow. I'm sure one of them was going to be the pity clam, and then they just made 2 in mid. And once they were able to do that and keep the map painted long enough to be able to find all of those clams, they just won the game. They got a 60-point swing, and that was all they needed.
turns into like a Turf War game. When the last few seconds are the most critical. Poem Panic still did play around the Kraken really well. Like, they did have that set up, even with that bomb. Just Tacticooler, you know, being Tacticooler, saving the Kraken. But they did have it, technically. If the 96 wasn't Tacticoolered, the Kraken would have been lost. It was that tight, so they did play around it really well for what they had, especially that first push. Like we highlighted, that is how you want to stop a potential Kraken cheese. It just couldn't be stopped towards the end because good old classic Tacticooler helping to save the day. But the fact that they did also get their clam economy too, so it wasn't just the Kraken cheese, they were also able to get all those clams to be able to take that game from them. Just in the snap of your fingers. I'd snap, but I can't snap. So
there, I did it for you.
Thank you.
It is definitely not an easy thing to get control of 16 clams, which is what they needed to make all of those power clams. That's, you know, a lot of the time you will see pushes start with fewer clams than that. But once you can do that, you know, that's the hardest part. And then you just keep those 2 specials popped, you keep everybody alive, and you're gonna get 60 points for being able to do it. Oof. So that's the state of the game right now. Please, Nintendo, address that. But good job, you know, nothing against the players who are taking advantage of what is a very powerful strategy. That is how video games work. And so we will see that sort of play up until the point that a balance change is made. Anyway, it looks like we're in splat zones at the moment. This is counter pick, I believe, so there's going to be a little bit of discussion going on before they figure out where they want to go. But we're looking at splat zones, and we're not sure what the map is going to be right now. We're still hovering on Crab Leg. Do you have any ideas about what you think they might want to do? Because, you know, with it starting off on Clam Blitz, you know, you're going to see that very specific comp that's built around Kraken cheese. Do you really think that that Happy Hour has given away much of what they're trying to do from this?
I think it's already been, you know, adapted of what they want to try to do. I think Clam Blitz is probably was a really strong counter pick from Happy Hour, and I'm afraid that it was used too soon. Just kind of going off of the zones game from the on Hagglefish, Poem Panic was able to cancel a good number of the take back specials that Happy Hour had. So I do believe that they'll be able to collapse on most other ones. I can see Tower and Zones being more stronger for them. I think Rainmaker is more in Happy Hour's favor as well. But considering what they both have, I think we may go back to splat zones here, possibly, or not splat zones. I'm thinking TC. Sorry, I have it backwards at who won what. TC, I think, is going to be a stronger one for Poem Panic.
So I'm looking at the who is Yukari Synapse? I'm trying to think of who that would be, because that is not a player that's on the roster. So I'm assuming that's like a reference to a character or something, but that the player is somebody else. Maybe it's a sub? I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
I'm not sure.
So it's a bucket player. I would have thought that Synapse would be on, you know, they're known for the 52. They could play shooters, I'm sure. I don't know if they've been playing bucket or not recently. Yukari is Goss, I am told. Thank you.
Okay.
So, okay, that makes sense. Alrighty.
Here we go. Okay, it is back
Name's
to
Ramen.
Splat Zones. Yes. Splat Zones, Robo Ramen. Okay. I did expect one of the two. to begin with. I just couldn't remember what the counter pick rules were for modes off the top of my head. But yeah, I do believe that Splat Zones is one of Poem Panic's stronger modes against Happy Hour. And then picking Robo Ramen, they'll have a lot of space again, and I think they're going to be able to pre-see where these crabs want to sit, so they'll be able to set up their Zukas for it. Mm-hmm. That is, if the crab still comes out here, or if they decide to choose the other splash instead.
Strong Zuka map. There's a big wide open space in mid, which is where, that's the hot zone. That's the area around the zone where you're able to paint it from. So you need to have someone there just to be able to paint it. And if there's someone there, they can be shot by a Zuka. Mm-hmm. So we do have that splash. We actually keep the Kraken here.
Mm-hmm. They do keep the Kraken here.
So I'm curious to see what it is exactly they want to do with that. I imagine, pushing through the choke point into the enemy base. That's a pretty strong option to do that. But we'll just have to see. And then nothing we haven't seen before from Poem Panic. Still running that squeezer and that bucket, along with a very standard shot. So paint ends up going in favor of Happy Hour at first. Zuka comes out and does not find anybody. The Kraken finds one, but it's traded back quickly. Can that kid keep zone here? They do get one, but I don't... Oh, Trey's in a lot of trouble now. Trey needs to get out of there.
They did do a job with going in. Yeah, I can see what they want to do here, what Happy Hour's plan is with keeping the Kraken, just because it's such a tight space up where Xenith is here. When you get them pushed back with specials, the Kraken just can go in and basically catch the one off guard. But of course, Xenith being up on that wall is going to be unreached, and then just goes around and has space to go. And also the 96 having that mid-range, so it can control most of the middle area of zone and just apply a lot of range pressure, which will help keep members of Poem Panic back. But of course, they still have double Zuka strikes at hand. I hear the Kraken going out on the back side there. From Dat Kid, we see the Pencil trying to pick them off, which they do. Pelu here in a fight with Trey, but Trey winning that fight. It looks like it was also going to find a jumper as well. Able to get 2 picks there. Well done, Trey. And we can see Dat Kid's just painting around on the side, looking to try to get another pick. Does help force a jump, or the jump was already happening and tried to pick it off, one of the two. Zuka appearing to try to push members back from Happy Hour, and we see the Pencil also just painting over top. Zuka coming out as well from the other side. Try strikes. We see Trey's going to hide in this corner for as long as possible, trying to get some fall-off shots out. Of course, none of the land, but still being in this corner can be a nuisance later on down the line. And now Trey moving to the other side, finding where the members are. Atomic able to capitalize on it, though. Really close to Zuka. And 2 down on the side of Happy Hour. The zone should go back into control here, but Dat Kid able to get the pick on Atomic with that Kraken, is looking for the other and gets a second on Pelu.
Yeah, that Kraken has really been putting in work, and it's just like you said, that choke point right there is really brutal to deal with the Kraken in. You just kind of have to back up. I would like to see them using those splash walls maybe a little bit more defensively, just to be able to stop paint from coming in, and also, they've been trying to use it to stop Zukas. But I totally see the vision with the 96 deco on this map. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the range gives you a lot of good angles, so smart choice there, and something to definitely consider in future. But right now, they're fighting for the zone. If they're able to get it, they might expand their lead a bit. Kraken is going to go in here, and that is going to force Xenith, and just never mind, takes them out. Doesn't force them to do anything except go back to spawn. And that kid is slaying in here, almost gets another one. Do they even have the paint to contest at this point? There are 2 players up. Okay, yeah, Trey's not even going to go in for it. They've been playing Trey very aggressively, which is interesting because on one hand, the Trey has been doing that, but on the other hand, they're playing one of the better painting weapons on the comp, and I would expect that they'd want to spend a little bit more time painting the zone with it, but they've been able to hold the zone as much as they've needed to so far, so it's working out for them. There have been a couple of moments here where I've been like, if you know, we didn't have the shot down in the lower area, there might be an opportunity to paint for zone.
The Kraken chase up on the rail too. Of course, the Kraken being slowed down on uninkable surfaces, but still adding a lot of pressure here and able to push people out of position. But as we see it right now, it looks like Happy Hour is kind of, well, I would say kind of, and was stuck back on their base there, but they did manage to get a pick, which is going to allow them to move forward. The strikes are here on this slosher. They are going to get launched out. We can see the members of Happy Hour just turning around to the side. There's some stuff in the corner, but the Kraken going out from that kid, getting the bucket. That's 3 down. Of course, Zone is going to cap again. They're just trying to find Atomic, but they don't know where Atomic is right now. And Atomic just about has Zuka at the ready, waiting for it. Someone finally finds Atomic. Great eye awareness from Dat Kid there, able to find it, because that Zuka probably could have put in a lot of damage as soon as it got into play.
Sam is being chased down by multiple specials, but they're able to hold on just long enough that the game does go their way. So that is the counter pick of Poem Panic going over to Happy Hour at McDonald's.
I think Happy Hour really read it there. I think they saw it, how much pressure the Kraken could add, right? And what it could do in those tight spaces. And again, like we pointed out, is Happy Hour is really good at creating those kind of turnaround pinch plays, right? So the Kraken's going in, ends up looping around, pushing the players to the sides towards their teammates. And then the team fight ends up going more in their favor, especially when the Kraken gets one of those picks. And it worked out for them. I don't think Poem Panic was ready for that at all. We weren't.
I certainly haven't seen anyone play that map mode in that way before. So maybe it was a novel idea that they had. Maybe it's just something that's been happening in scrims that I haven't been watching. But they played that well. And that's something that I think other teams might be looking at and thinking, I bet we could do that.
Mm-hmm. I do. For those people who do run Kraken, I have seen it on, especially like the maps that have those choke points, like on like Humpback when you have those fights in the elbow corner. Robo Ramen, I have seen it a lot on Robo, actually, a good amount. More so for clams, of course, but they don't use the Kraken as much as for, you know, getting Kraken cheese, but they'll use it to just get the push off to begin with and then hold their ground as the Kraken expires and just gets picks afterwards as they score the clam and lead it in. But Kraken has become stronger on Robo Ramen from what I've seen. It's something you don't usually see for zones as much, but they made it work here. They followed up well. They got the displacement they needed, and there we go. And now Poem Panic is going to stick with splat zones, but they're going to Mahi Mahi.
This is a really small, scrappy map, but it's a map where you're going to get a pretty guaranteed opportunity to set up a push on your own plat. It's very dangerous unless you get like a second wipe to get people up into the enemy base. So typically you're going to get another shot on the zone pretty much every time. And it's a map where you have to play very disciplined so that you're not dropping early into mid, because that's always a very visible thing to do. And it's something you need support from your team to be able to do safely.
I wonder if the 96 is coming back here, because this is another one of those maps that have those tight corners.
It is coming back.
It is coming back. I was just like, wait a second. I think they're going to do it again. Even though this is Poem Panic's counter pick, this is another map that actually can trap you in spaces that you don't want to be. But if you charge with the Kraken in one of those, on one of the sides, there is a likely chance you're going swimming.
This actually has shades of new metas comp that they would run with, I don't know if they still run it, but with 96 Deco, and then they'd run it with Ink Crush and Tetras, where you use the Kraken to force opponents into those really mobile slaying weapons. It almost feels like that's kind of the idea that they're trying to run here. Just use it to disrupt and then have your fast-moving teammates clean up on the sides. At the moment, control over to Poem Panic. they've been able to kite back well enough and avoid the Kraken well enough that they've got a numbers advantage, and that's kept them the zone for now. We'll see how they go about trying to break in. The battering ram has arrived in the shape of a crab. Sam has been able to get them their zone control back, but can they keep it? That's been a lot of retreating that they've forced. That hasn't been a lot of splats that have gone down in favor of Happy Hour. And in fact, it doesn't look like they're winning this fight right now.
There's a lot of back and forth actually happening in the middle there, because Trey got one got Trey, another got one in the corner, and then the last one stayed alive. So it was a lot of back and forth picks, a lot of trades, but right now, it was in the favor of Happy Hour, but quickly reversed with tri-strikes, and Happy Hour being pushed back this time, but still a lot of time left in the game, but penalty is about to run out for Poem Panic, so they can start getting more points on the board.
That's 2 down on the side of Happy Hour, and the penalty is gone now. So points are ticking, and they're going to have possibly just one more chance to make it back onto the zone, depending on how quick they're able to get this started.
They were able to take down the last crab as well, so they were able to stop that. It looks like, Sam was trying to go in a little bit there and get set up, but I don't think they had crab yet. They might have been close, but they ended up taking down, so that slows the time of crab. Pencil goes down as well. There goes 2 more. Poem Panic are taking this one back, and they're like, yep, Splat Zone is our mode. We're not going down to Kraken this time.
Yep. That was really well played in that they played to their range advantage on the Slosher and on the I am completely blanking Squeezer. The Slosher, we saw there, Goss on that Slosher had a lot of moments where they would get a pick and then they'd tactical or super jump to stay safe and avoid getting traded back. You know, Slosher, not the most mobile weapon. A lot of situations, if it gets committed into those situations, it's going to go down. But Goss was mitigating that by simply removing themselves from play every time that would happen and making it really difficult for the fast break offense of Happy Hour to get in and finish the splat before they just kind of lost value on the exchange.
But now we have to think. Game 5. And it's Happy Hour's counter pick. Poem Panic will definitely have to prepare themselves for the rush down that Happy Hour can do. They've been able to stop the lockouts and basically take down Sam's crabs in the more predictive places, I guess, is the best way to put it, because I find there's places where you definitely want a crab, and they'll always have that locked down. But it looks like we're going to Mako Mart, and we're keeping splat zones.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So, the mode that Poem Panic has been counterpicking every match so far, getting counterpicked back at them. Now, Mako Mart zones is definitely a bit of a different beast in that it does have some angles for very aggressive plays. It might be something that's, maybe Happy Hour has just played a lot or practiced a lot, so maybe that's a part of it. But even so, we played mostly splat zones so far, and interesting to see them go to that instead of something, maybe like Rainmaker or something fast-paced.
I was for sure thinking that they were going to pick Rainmaker, considering how shovey they've been is a good way to put it. But they are going to stick with splat zones here, and it kind of does concern me, especially with how much Sam's crabs have been shut down. But they have proven otherwise, especially with how they've came back around, snuck around the sides, and what they did with Duck Motif, right? So now they're going to come back and on splat zones Mako. But I do believe that Poem Panic will have a really strong lockout if they get advantage on Happy Hour, and Happy Hour will have to acknowledge that.
All right, here we go. Game 5, which should be deciding game here. Winner gets a free ticket to Grand Finals.
Are you ready, chat?
The loser of this is going to have to fight one more team to get back up there, and then they're going to have to win 2 sets of Grand Finals. So you really love to get this win here, even though neither of them are out of the tournament if they end up going down. Same comps we saw earlier, I think. I don't remember if Sam was playing the crab one or not, but they do have that bucket again that we saw earlier.
Sam is bringing back the tri-strikes for the splash, so there will be a lot of paint. However, it looks like the slasher and it's just 2 for 2 and 3. It's just the pencil left on the side of Happy Hour. That is a delayed wipe. Jump in was happening there, and of course Atomic is going to be able to punish that. No problem. Zuka just about at the ready, and this is kind of what I was afraid of. It still is early game. There isn't like a definitive lockout here at this point. But Poem Panic is in a really strong spot here. They just had one Zuka go out, one followed up not long afterwards. Strikes just came out, and Goss is just up here in spawn, getting a pick and then hopping back out to safety here. That's 2 down. Now Happy Hour is in a little bit of trouble here. This, like I said, is what I was afraid of for here on this map, is I believe that Poem Panic was going to have a pretty solid lockout against Happy Hour. But Happy Hour did it against Duck Motif and was able to sneak out on the side. But I do believe that Poem Panic is going to try to find what they're trying to do and punish it, and they've done that twice now in the attempt to try to reclaim zone.
This Inkjet is really far out there with not a lot of support from the rest of the team. They only have 10 ticks. Can they even get on the zone? I don't think they can. Oh, wait.
It's close, but it's only 2 alive.
And they dive in for it, and they cannot get there, and it's...
Oh, no!
You know, you questioned it before, and I was like, okay, maybe they've got an idea, maybe they've got a plan here. I was
very worried for Happy Hour when I saw the counter pick.
I'm gonna say it. I don't see the reasoning behind that counter pick. That felt like that was playing into the enemy team's strengths rather than exploiting their weaknesses or playing to your own comp. So that's not the end of the world, because that's still data. Right? Happy Hour, yes. If they go down and they beat one of these teams, you know, they've already beaten Duck Motif. So if it's Duck Motif that they end up having to play against, they've got to feel good about that. They 3-0'd them. And then the other side would be Rotzlöffel if they end up being able to get past Duck Motif. And so we'll just have to see. But if they come back, now they'll be like, okay, maybe we don't counterpick to their best mode.
Yeah, it was basically laid out for them there in the first 2 games of where the strength and the weaknesses of both teams per modes, and even just us seeing Happy Hour most of the time, and I'm pretty sure the Dapple side has been able to see Poem Panic. I'm sure they'd be able to come to the same conclusions of what strengths would be for which team. And just the last counter pick was just, I did say that the Clamblitz one seemed like a really strong one early on. I think they wanted to try to just take it and sweep it right then and there. But even then with the Clamblitz one, Poem Panic played around the Kraken really well, but they still got the Kraken to work towards the end, and then they decided, hey, let's keep it, try it. Poem Panic worked around it, but then it just came down to the last counter pick there, and Poem Panic got that lockout that they wanted, and the way Happy Hour approached it the first time, you said the first time that they played on Zones Mako against Duck Motif, they had, it seemed like early or just impatient kind of pushes back in. It was being noted there again in this games, and Poem Panic was able to punish it pretty hard.
They did. I think what might have happened was they saw that they got one match on Splat Zones against Poem Panic's counterpick. And so maybe they were looking at that like, nah, we can take them on Splat Zones. It's fine. But I think, you know, when a team counterpicks the same mode 3 times in a row, even after losing on it once, that tells you something about what they're looking for, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think they had to give them exactly what they were looking for there. That said, again, if they do make it back into that grand finals set, they have not just 7 games to figure it out. They've got potentially 14 games to adapt and, you know, figure out what maps and modes they want to counterpick to, figure out what strategies they want to go with. So they're definitely not out of it yet. They are a strong contender to be making it back up into grand finals. and we'll just have to see how it goes between Rotzlöffel and Duck Motif to get them there. But we are not going to be going all the way through to grand finals. That was the end of our block. It's been a pleasure, as always, commentating with you, Devi, and we're just going to go and like join another Discord call and start up another stream soon. So it feels weird to say goodbye to you in particular, but goodbye to all of the viewers, at least. We're going to keep on watching this awesome tournament. Keep on donating, folks. It's for a good cause. And really appreciate you guys spending some of your day with us. So, I've been Jem. This is Devi.
Hey.
We are heading out and swapping out for the folks who are going to take you through to the end of the tournament.
Falco, you're a bitch and I love you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to HP for Heroes, the final few matches that we have left. My name is Falco Flyer. I am joined here with Saf. Saf, how are we doing today? Happy Sunday afternoon.
Happy Sunday afternoon. Oh my gosh, I am so glad to be here. This is a really great cause, and I'm just really happy to be here with you, especially. I don't know, man. I get to spend so much time on Sundays with you and Toma sometimes. But I always appreciate it, and I get to see you early today, so this is nice.
Yes, makes me happy too, and what's making me really happy is the donations that we've already gotten, $2,800 for this weekend, which is absolutely incredible. And again, we still have a few matches left. The loser semifinals, Rotzlöffel versus Duck Motif. I think we might be not even hopping into game one. There was a little bit of a delay during game one, so we will just kind of see where we are at that point. But yeah, the final. I think we're at the final 4 teams right now, Seth. So this is exciting. We've seen all these. We've seen most of the teams. We've seen all the teams that we are about to see already. So really, there's no need for introductions of the teams or players. And you know, everybody here watching is pretty familiar with them as well. But just overall, so far, such a great day.
Yeah, and you and I were talking about this a little bit before we went live, and there's a lot of pickups. There's a lot of familiar faces, but the pickups, you're like, well, what the heck? Who the heck is this? So Rotzlöffel, as Inky so graciously told us how to pronounce it, has a nice little group of misfits there that have been in top level play for quite some time. And then obviously Duck Motif, well, that's household name at this point. So we know a lot of these folks, especially Yoshel, and then also the pals over on Duck Motif. But getting started into Splat Zone's Robo Ramen here. Again, pencils for everyone. There's a bucket, there's a blaster, kind of your typical Splat Zone's comp that you see across the board here, Falco.
Yeah, you know, really no surprises based on what we have seen today so far. So, but yeah, Robo Ramen, I actually really do enjoy the Splat Zone stage. I know some people, it does remind me of Macomart, you know, kind of around the zone. It is a little bit flatter, but hey, you can just duck, dive, dip. What's the other D?
Dodge?
Dodge. Yeah, and dodge. I forgot to say that twice. You can just kind of do that around the zone, so it's fine. But right now, Duck Motif holding on pretty strong. You're going to have to avoid some of these strikes here. You can see Kira hopping down as Pizuko ready, but is going to be going down. So it looks like now Rotzlöffel is back in control of the zone, and they are probably going to be taking the lead here, but I mean, still really early on. A lot of opportunities to flank on this stage too, and it's interesting because it does kind of take a while to get back to the zone if you do venture a little bit too far away. But from Rotzlöffel, this does not seem to be a problem for them.
Oh, for sure not. I mean, we're already back in the zone of Duck Motif as we speak, back into the spawning area at the moment here. I mean, Kira has been trying to do these really amazing shots with their Trizuka, but not quite landing the hits that they're looking for. Definitely had to use at least one of the shots for an escape route. But you know what? Happens to the best of us. We got to do our best with what we can. But Duck Motif looking to follow up with 2 Trizukas of their own. But HP with this really awesome shark tactic here. Definitely a little bit of displacement, but not quite enough for Duck Motif to get back into the zone.
Yeah, no, they're really trying to find opportunities to do that, but Rotzlöffel's just doing so good at just finding the right places to hide. We can see Red Shield trying to find an opportunity to break up with the Zipcaster. I don't think they were able to do as much as they were hoping to with that special, but their team is still in control of the zone, so that's pretty good for them. 2 players are now going to be down on Duck Motif as Red Shield is just waiting by the zone, but it's going to be flanking here, trying to take out the Zook, but no, it's going to be jumping out. Thank goodness for Tacticore, or else they definitely would have been spotted there, but they are back right where they left off, and still in control. Duck Motif has his own, but it looks like they might be able to lose it right now, and they do. So Rotzlöffel, they will take it over, but they do have quite a bit of penalty at this point.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate Red Shell's quick thinking on their feet with that quick super jump out, and like you said, I mean, prayer hands to cooler, am I right? Because you can't really be as successful at doing these things if you don't have that on your side. But here's Yoshel with the pencil here in a good position. I always appreciate these glass walls here when you're trying to push up and combat folks coming out of their spawning area, because, I mean, you can see through the glass, sure, but, I mean, it just provides such a good little defensive area. You gotta appreciate an uninkable surface at a good time. As Red Shell's doing right here, they're gonna just be zipping on through to the spawning area of Rotzlöffel, and, I mean, Rotzlöffel taking their time to get out of the spawn once again, but I think with Duck Motif having such good aggression on their side, especially when you pair Drift and Kira around with these Trizukas, there comes one coming right now. I mean, what are they to do? How are you supposed to break out when you have two different Trizukas coming from multiple directions, and especially with the way that they've been staggering them? I mean, obviously something is working here because that penalty is now gone, and we might actually see a lead flip here.
Yeah, that was really great to see because we didn't have any opportunities that we saw Duck Motif on the offensive side for this game, and they were so close to taking the lead and then had 3 players down. So yeah, I think that's going to be that push because Rotzlöffel, they were very quick to respawn. I love where the Blaster player is going, just hiding under these ledges, kind of going to the right side where nobody really goes, but that's a perfect spot for a Blaster to just try and poke up on the ledge. And of course, we are seeing the Sprinkler in the signature Sprinkler spot, hovering over the zone, which I always love to see. You always have to be aware of if there's a Sprinkler there to take it out. Yoshel is going to be taking down Drift, and it looks like this game will be over. The wipeout coming in clutch at the very end with Rotzlöffel winning game 1, which, you know, they allowed Duck Motif to push forward and, you know, had opportunities where they had to play a little bit of defense, but once they counteracted the push from Duck Motif, they just seemed unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta appreciate the amount of space that Yoshel was giving themselves, like with the Sprinkler. I mean, because remember, like, that Sprinkler doesn't disappear until you take out the player that throws it. And so with Yoshel being able to maintain so much space and defensive counteractive ability for themselves, I mean, how else are you going to keep painting over it? And especially with the amount of paint output that pencil gives, I mean, you have to be really wise and careful about that. But I still think that Duck Motif, regardless of how much paint was on the ground, was able to be super mobile. And again, like, consistently trying to cross their Trizuka paths over and over again. Definitely was given the opportunity to do that over and over again. But still, sometimes it really does just come down to how much paint's on the floor.
Yeah, and of course, like, that's really going to come in handy, especially if you're trying to flank too. And there are some times where it's like, okay, I'm doing the same thing over and over, trying to break out a spawn, you know, kind of going the way you would expect to, but you do have to flank if you want to break out from there. And just having as much paint on the map as possible is definitely going to serve you well. So yeah, I think that's where Rotzlöffel really shined too. They had enough paint already to begin with. I thought Duck Motif, I thought they were going to take the lead towards the end, because you were even mentioning, you're like, this might happen, but no. Then the stars align for Rotzlöffel, and I believe they will be making some counter picks now before we move on to the next game. So of course, always things that you have to think about for counter picks going on headed and facing your next opponents. And again, we mentioned that a lot of these players and teams here, pickups that play together, but it's still it's a group of people who all kind of know each other, you know what I mean? So I think what really comes in handy is, you know, the players' skills on the other side. Not that you necessarily know what maps and modes are going to struggle with, but more of like, here's the weapons they play, here's where I think we can shine to make a counter pick. So I'm assuming that's going to be what Duck Motif is thinking right now.
Yeah, and I would honestly, for Duck Motif, considering what kind of specials that they like to run in their arsenal, I would think that maybe a good counterpick choice would be tower control. Just because I feel untraditionally, most people don't counterpick like Clam Blitz or Rainmaker, for example. I mean, depending on
let's be surprised
well,
here.
That's fine. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna expand any further. I'll just say that that's fine.
That's fine. That's fine. No, I mean, but we talked about Zukas on the Splat Zones Robo Ramen map. I mean, this is also a great Zuka stage too.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you know, if you're playing Brush, like this is also a great Zipcaster stage. There's a lot of vertical ledges for you to attach onto and kind of push up by the basket and really just cause chaos in the enemy basket too and making them struggle. So I do like this counter pick on the side of Duck Motif. So I think you know, it was a close game one too. So I think it's a good pick. I don't know if these teams have faced each other already in the bracket. I don't think they have. No, they came from opposite sides. So we don't have any previous results to go off of from today for these two teams in a head-to-head situation. So this is the first one, but yeah, let's hop into game two here and we'll see if we see any comp changes. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do. Okay, Pencil's back out, Slosher's back out. Okay, the leader. Okay, we're gonna see the leader and the squeezer this time.
Yeah, that's a really good choice too, coming out from Bandit on the side of Duck Motif. I mean, that's what I would expect from them if they were to change off of Pencil, that this would be a really good pick, just considering the circumstances. Definitely want to be trying to utilize that crack and cheese where it is applicable. And of course, you obviously have the coolers on both sides, but still having Wavebreaker with the custom range blaster over there for Rotzlöffel. But opening statements being made by both sides here. I mean, just a lot of paint getting thrown on the ground. It's pretty much a neutral game until someone can get a wipe and get a good economy going. And so far, Rotzlöffel is going to be taking a head start in that. But unfortunately, when you have two members going down, that's not really going to help you very much, and it actually be a detriment to your economy.
Yeah, and I always find the opening part of Clan Blitz, you definitely just have to get a feel for what the opponents are doing. Like, you can have your own game plan, you can have your own agenda, but there's really no, like, okay, we're going to take objective via this person. Now, obviously, there could be person you aim to get a power claim first, but that's not always going to be the case. But while that happened, Duck Motif, they were able to score, and they did get one follow-up claim, so they were the first to strike. But a lot of map control is on the side of Rotzlöffel, and it looks like the Slosh is trying to poke up pretty early. HP now with a power claim trying to shark onto one of the players, and they are going to get them on the side of Duck Motif. So now Rotzlöffel doing a very good job. Can they stay alive to score? Yes, they can. And having a two-player advantage is going to be huge, but they're going to have to take out Bandit, who is waiting up top with this E-leader, but they are all alone, and we see one more jump come in. Ooh, and it's going to be just behind the bumper. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to get that power claim in, but yes, getting down to 51 during that push, I would say, is a very strong opening push on the side of Rotzlöffel.
Yeah, Rotzlöffel had a very dominant opening push, and you gotta appreciate Naive coming back out into the map, just very subtly sharking, trying to reassess the situation as everybody's trying to respond back in after that monumentous push. Not much of a point difference, really, maybe a power clam or two, and especially if you can get those jump-ins with Bandit using that Kraken Royale, maybe we can get something going. But with three members, I think that was three members down, a soft wipe situation, and 5 clams on deck on the plat, waiting for just a little bit more follow-up to get that power clam formed. But I mean, you got to be careful here. This to me is always can be so dicey right before the pop when you get folks kind of pushed back into their spawning area, because you want to stay alive long enough for the clams to make it up to the platform, but also you have to keep your eyes forward and maintain offensive pressure before people can get spawned back in.
Yeah, no, exactly. And speaking of pressure, Rotzlöffel did such a good job scoring, especially the bucket player there had just a lot of the finesse from handling the clams, knowing when to back out, knowing where the next clams are, you know, this way to throw me more clams, and, you know, didn't really push their points any further. They did get rid of a few of their penalty points, but again, the pressure is not over from the side of Rotzlöffel at all. So this is a really good push, and of course you're doing all this just to make the other team struggle. And look at Nav is getting a very good double there, and that was the player we were talking about who was just causing chaos up on the side of Duck Motif's basket, and this push is definitely not over. A man is going to be pushing up as well. A few more are going to be going down. It is just going to be the squeezer on the side of Duck Motif who's alive. The basket's going to be closing, but another very strong push on the side of Rotzlöffel, and after all that, still have a ton of map control in mid.
Yeah, they're just going to keep repeating what they're doing. Now Duck Motif breaking their way out of the spawn. Finally, 2 members of Rotzlöffel going down, kind of breaking up the monotony of that routine that they had going throughout this game. Finally, Duck Motif getting out into mid here, getting some map control back, but the response time coming from Rotzlöffel is insane, because Duck Motif is not really able to get any sort of ground here and have anything to work with, and they're just trying to stagger their specials to do what they can. But this is where the tides are going to change, Falco. Finally, this was the secret weapon that they were waiting for. 2 power clams going in, just a few more to follow up, and you have Red Shell completing it in with the 3rd jump, flipping the lead. What a fantastic gameplay there from Duck Motif.
Textbook Kraken plays coming in the last 4 minutes of this match. 3 power claims going in, very impressive. I also love how much super jump, or that was probably honestly the cooler, that helped Red Shell be able to push in. But yeah, that was absolutely wild. Such a good push, because we hadn't really seen much of the Kraken before that. You know, Duck Motif didn't have any opportunity to really make a, Kraken cheese play, because they were always playing on the defensive side. But once you have that one player who's ready to strike and push forward, you can go up very quickly. And again, valid strategy, valid way to win the game. And right now we are going to go into overtime. Rotzlöffel, they need this power claim, and then I think a little, maybe a power claim in 1. I don't know if my mental math is not very strong right now. I don't know if one power claim will win it, but we'll have to see if they can get this clam in. 2v2 situation right now. They're protecting the jump. Yoshell is going to be getting it in, and no, they need 2 clams if they want to get it. It's just going to be Nav who is alive. No clams on their side. They are really going to have to push forward, trying to get some picks, but no, they are spotted. But what else are you going to do in that situation? I don't
You have to appreciate it. No, you have to appreciate the effort, because you could see 3 different people from Duck Motif get in line there, just immediately started open fire, and they were just like, you know what? We'll just do our best.
Yeah, no, you just got to go, well, I'm just going to go. I have no clams. The timer is almost done, but if I get lucky, I can get a double or a triple and pick up their claims a score. So I think it's just the whole situation. That's why the timing of everything in Clam Blitz is so important. And I don't think it was intentional for Duck Motif to say hey, we're gonna wait to Kraken in the last 4 minutes so we know that we can get a power claim all at once. I was more impressed that they had 3 power claims that they could get into, and keeping that Kraken alive. And if you're on the side of Rotzlöffel, you see the Kraken, you know what's coming up next. Okay, we have to go back. They are going to get the jump. The best thing we can do is maybe knock back the Kraken a little bit, or, hopefully the person who's throwing in the power claim gets unlucky and, we startle them or just do something. But, you can always see, you can't see, but the fear in the enemy's eyes when that Kraken comes out, you know what's coming up.
Yeah, you can hear it coming, you can feel it, and I think the patience that they were able to exude through that and finally be like, okay, this is where we need to act. But you know what? I also wonder, again, if that came down to clan spawns, because a lot of Rotzlöffel was just holding their platform and holding them in. They just kept respawning in, jumping in, and keeping up aggression, holding Duck Motif back. But I'm just wondering if because of that, all of those clams just kept spawning, because they kept control of their power clams throughout the entirety of getting boxed in. They still had them, even if they were going down, even if they couldn't break out quite yet. All of that economy was still there. It was just kind of being hoarded there like a bank. And then finally, once they had it, they were like, well, we could gain lead with this, and especially with Red Shell being able to identify jumping back, grabbing the clam, and then jumping in. I mean, it's amazing how people can just read the room, and Duck Motif did just that.
Yeah, and I get that you want to wait to use your Kraken for when you have more than 1 power claim. But what was interesting is Duck Motif, they had barely scored at all. I don't even think they scored before that. So you kind of have to just take whatever you're given. But it was really nice that they had 3 power claims that they could use. But yeah, I think with Red Shell just wisely reading the room, knowing exactly where to go, getting that last power clam, and being cooler too. Thank goodness they were cooler too. I don't think they would have pulled that off in time if they weren't. So we do know the counter pick that came in. It is Tower Control Hagglefish. So the pace of the game might be slowed down just a little bit since these players can't control the speed of the objective, unlike Clam Blitz. But I think it's going to take a little bit more patience from both of these teams, and less Kraken cheese, if you will. Who knows? You can keep the Kraken on tower too. It's a little more difficult, but you can do it. You can have the Kraken ride the tower. It's fine.
Yeah, right. I mean, the world's your oyster. You can kind of just, it is what you make it. But I would think that Bandit would probably lay off of that Kraken and switch back to Pencil. I still think that the specials that Duck Motif have been working with work for this. But I appreciate that Kira's going to change it up here and go on the 52 Gal instead. So we're not doing double Zuka anymore. We are going to opt in for that Killer Whale, which I think is a good choice here, especially considering where that second checkpoint is located. I feel like it's very important to take control of that corner as quickly as you can when the tower is on your side. And so I think Killer Whale is a good choice for that, because if you want to just kind of clear that area once you are engaging the checkpoint, I think it could be really useful and, I mean, good for poke.
Yeah, and speaking of weapon changes, Red Shell is going to be opting for the Octobrush with beacons and rain. So a little more paint pressure, a little more jumping opportunities as well, a little less Zipcaster. And right now, Rotzlöffel has control of the tower. They are going to be hopping off to avoid some of these specials, especially this rain that is going to be coming in. But they do have a player advantage right now. Now it's a 2v2. Oh, and that's a huge pick there by man who's going to be getting a nice double with that blaster. And Yoshel's going to be on the tower here. Cooler, waiting for the Cooler to kind of respawn a little bit, trying to push this tower a little more to that first checkpoint. But it can be really hard, especially here if you don't have your specials lined up. If you have an enemy player who's right under that right tent, it can be very difficult to push forward. But thankfully for Rotzlöffel, Duck Motif did have 3 players who were down, so they're going to be getting to that checkpoint pretty quickly, and the second checkpoint quickly as well, as Duck Motif is trying to scramble just a little bit, and Rotzlöffel just taking turns having players take control of the tower, which is always good, that other players are able to spread out and get some key picks. So this, attempt is still not over, and they still have player advantages, down to 15, but now 2 players are going to be down on Rotzlöffel. Now it's going to be huge if they can get past this checkpoint. They don't need the KO right here, but if they can at least get past that checkpoint, that's going to save them a lot of time in the future, and it doesn't look like they're able to do it quite yet, as Red Shell's trying to go for a flank to make sure that this push is over, but getting to 11 this early on is going to be huge.
Yeah, getting 11 is definitely a very big push, especially with 3 minutes left remaining. Duck Motif now finally getting back out of the spawning area. A monumentous push up to the spawn by Rotzlöffel, and they're about to do it again here as Yoshel is backing away from the tower. A little bit of pressure coming off of that canopy area. 3 members now going down, HP being the last one left standing, and it looks like they want to back off here, maybe looking in for a shark. Seeing in, I mean, at this point, Falco, this is very much trade-worthy territory here. Obviously, Rotzlöffel is very keen on when they can jump back in, and they're very quick to jump back in, and good at assessing danger in the moment, and so they are fully ready and prepared to take trades here. This is a really great lead they have, especially because there are no points on the board by Duck Motif. However, you don't want to get too comfortable or lazy with your offense, though, because, I mean, you can see what can happen because Duck Motif really changed the tides in the last game.
Yeah, they certainly did towards that very end as well, and that was huge for Duck Motif getting some picks. Once again, the tower getting to near that 3rd checkpoint and stopping, so that kind of seems to be where Duck Motif is struggling a little bit, but here is where they can take control of mid for the first time in this game. They do have control of the tower. They're not going to get any points for a little bit, but at least they are pushing more pressure and getting some more paint into mid. Now they are going to be sacrificing a few of their players. They're going to be going down, but this is a different change of pace from what we had seen so far earlier in this game. And I think Duck Motif, they're really trying to get a feel. They haven't been shy on their flanks either. I don't want to say it's, something that they're struggling with, because they just haven't had any opportunities to really break out of this, kind of this camping that Rotzlöffel has been doing, but now Rotzlöffel back in control of mid, taking control of this tower once again. Red Shell's trying to stay alive, and their Ink is going to be pushing up, and they are almost able to get 1. I thought for sure that was going to be 1, but now going for this right side beacon placement for a potential flank as well. And now Duck Motif back in control of the tower, but Rotzlöffel, they definitely have the upper edge here, as Duck Motif still has 2 checkpoints to get through and definitely doesn't have the player advantage right now.
Yeah, only 1 point with 30 seconds left remaining for Duck Motif to get on to the scoreboard. And again, Rotzlöffel is just turning it around and pushing the tower forward all the way to where the first checkpoint is located. But Duck Motif quick to slap back as 3 members go down. Finally, with Drift trying to take up the midsection here and get some more ink on the ground. I mean, it seems like once Duck Motif gets their footing, immediately Rotzlöffel is there to respond. And I mean, now with Duck Motif, they have to be moving the objective, pushing into overtime here. Finally, we see the tower moving in their favor with 3 members going down. So this is the moment where they need the man advantage, and they need to be pushing forward and monitoring who is going to be coming off of that spawn area. Bandit trying to hold it down for as long as they could, but those tri-strikes, they spaced them out so well. And at that point, it's like, how are you supposed to wait that out any more than you can?
Yeah, I think the delayed strikes, like you mentioned, really sealed the deal. Because what's so easy, and I would say, you know, something that people might do without thinking about it, is just like spamming all the strikes all at once onto the tower. But knowing that they're just going to overlap each other, so you might as well like spread them out just a little bit. And it seemed like their Duck Motif, they were on a roll. They did have a lot going for them, but there are some specials that are just so hard to counteract on a mode like tower control, such as the strikes, a booyah bomb. So you just have to have a few of your other players set up in position to make sure that you can push forward. But yeah, for Duck Motif, unfortunately, that wasn't the case. But yeah, Rotzlöffel, pretty dominant pretty much throughout that entire game. You know, during the last minute, you have room to breathe. You can say, okay, we don't want to push ourselves. We have a safe lead. They don't have many points right now, but we also don't want to give them too much space. You know, we don't want them to get too comfortable. We don't want to play too carefully. So we do have to keep up some of the pressure, some of the aggression. But yeah, just for Duck Motif, it wasn't enough, and they were close. They got the furthest that they had gotten all game during that overtime push, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough.
So my thing is that Duck Motif and Rotzlöffel can get set up really well with when they start their offense and initiate their team fight. However, Rotzlöffel, I think, just does it faster. Because Duck Motif, they really do have their special coordination down, and it's very clear that they have it down. But I think that Rotzlöffel just is able to really set up themselves for success in the team fight a lot faster than Duck Motif is. And I think that gives them such a huge advantage, because it seems like Duck Motif, has to keep cleaning up the mess before they're like, all right, now we can finally get back into mid. We can kind of spread out. We can put ourselves into position to try to start getting the process going. But if you have somebody that can just really counteract where you want to be before you, almost not even it doesn't even seem like they're thinking a step ahead, really. I think it's really just they have a better idea of what they want their setup to be when they initiate.
Right, in every game we've seen so far, even the one that Duck Motif won, we saw that Rotzlöffel, they were able to cap early, and not even in a way that's oh, I'm picking up the Rainmaker once, pushing it to 92. It's more of I'm taking objective and I'm keeping it. And that seemed to be what they have been doing throughout all of these games so far as we move on to Game 4. Also want to welcome in a few of the Raiders who have been joining throughout these past few games. We are in the semifinals of the losers bracket for the HP for Heroes tournament. $2,800 already raised. Saf, I still think we have enough time that we can push this to 3K. We've got enough time to get it there, and the Gamer Outreach organization is such a wonderful organization. We're going to hop into Game 4 here. Splat Zones, Umani Ruins. This is going to be Duck Motif's counter pick. If Rotzlöffel wins, they will be moving on to the losers finals, where they will be facing Happy Hour at McDonald's.
But see, that's the other thing, is that so far today, each counter pick has been made for a reason, and except for the last counter pick, I think, made by Duck Motif, they were not able to win it. Or no, they were able to win it. So every time a counter pick has been made, the team that counter picked has won. So, okay, Duck Motif is picking Splat Zones on Umami. So, I mean, just based on what's been happening so far, I would hope Duck Motif has got something special up their sleeves. to bring us into here. But I mean, if you have Yosho just barging in with their pencil, pushing it into a 3-down scenario, of course Rotzlöffel is going to be the first ones to cap within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, and you're right about the gameplay and about the execution. They know exactly where they want to position themselves, and Umani can be such a lockout-heavy map too if you have the right people. Especially if you have your backlines positioned in the spots that you want them, it can be very difficult to break in. And Rotzlöffel seems to have pretty good control. They're gonna have to avoid some of these Zukas. 3v3 situation right now. 2 are going to be going down on the side of Duck Motif, and now, yeah, so this is still looking really good for Rotzlöffel. They don't have all of the zone, but it's enough that they're comfortable pushing forward and not, completely making sure the entire zone is covered. And I think when you have the pace of play like Rotzlöffel has, that is okay to make sure that not all the zone is pushed up. But look at this. Here's going to be there's going to be Red Shell trying to push up and capping one of the zones. Going to be using that bubble as a little bit of a buffer, but it looks like Rotzlöffel is in a good position to take this cap. Once again, they do, and that's going to be a nice double there for Manijiro, who's going to be getting a triple. There's one more at the jump coming in too, but it doesn't matter. A good way to end the game and move on to the next round. Rotzlöffel is going to be winning this very dominant game 4, moving on to the losers semifinal, losers finals. Words, Saf.
Wipe the blood from your mouth, Manjiro. Oh my gosh, are you serious? That was the play of the game. Those ending 30 seconds was the play of the game because it just snowballed. They got 1, they got 2, they got 3, and then, Duck Motif was just trying to jump back in to keep themselves in the game and keep themselves a part of it. But Manjiro was like, we're not invited. You are not invited to this.
You haven't been invited to play.
No, you have not been invited to play.
And I think what's very difficult facing a weapon like the blaster from Manjiro is that, in those last 20 seconds, you're doing everything you can to get back in the zone. So you're going to, by nature, have a more feedy approach. And that also includes jumping into unsafe situations. It's hard to fight a blaster when you jump into those situations because they are just locked on to where you're jumping and all right, once that little bar goes down, I'm firing this and you will get splatted. So I don't know, was that like 4 or 5 picks in the last 10 seconds? That was very impressive. 5 picks for them to get there. So yeah, that was props to Manjiro for that final game 4. MVP in my books for that one.
Oh, for sure. You also have to appreciate Yosho for their cooler placement because after the one lockout that Duck Motif was able to do, they were able to clap back pretty easily through the cooler right in the middle of everybody. Which is thumbs up. You're really taking care of your pals doing it like that. And so as soon as that happened, you could see that Rotzlöffel infiltrated the spawning area of Duck Motif just so seamlessly. But to be fair, Duck Motif did not back down. They did not back down. They tried their best. They still put up a really good fight, wanted to be there. So you really got to appreciate the effort. But like you said, Rotzlöffel is moving on, and we're going to be seeing them face off with Happy Hour at McDonald's. Now, Falco, Happy Hour at McDonald's had a really, really good first day yesterday. Yeah,
tell me a little more about that.
They've pretty much have gone... their 2 biggest hiccups were earlier today in the Winners Corner final, and when Winners Finals, they had a pretty awesome bout going between there. But I believe yesterday, their matches were pretty, I don't recall if they went undefeated, but I know that all of their matches went really well yesterday. And I remember seeing them on stream as well, and... even being on stream yesterday, there was you could tell that they weren't feeling pressure by being on stream. It just seemed very natural. It seemed very seamless. They were just playing the game as if they would have played the game anyway. So I'm wondering if they are bringing that same momentum into day 2 because it was looking good for them.
Yeah, let's certainly hope so. They've been doing really well so far this tournament. We also have a $10 donation from Pyre, so thank you very much, Pyre. We appreciate it, getting us closer to... I just made up the goal of 3K. I know we exceeded the goal that Dapples and IPL had set, but we appreciate the donation, Pyre, and thank you for the raid earlier today as well. But yeah, 2 more sets to get through, the losers finals and then the grand finals, where of course the winner is going to be facing Poem Picnic Xeniths team, or Xeniths teasm. But we have seen them on stream already today earlier. So we do have the goal set to 3K. So let's make sure that we try our best to push it. I think we can. I think we got it, because we have a lot of great matches still coming your way. Of course, here the best of 5 losers finals, and then the best of 7 grands, which would be really cool with the potential for a bracket reset, Saf.
Yeah, and we love a good bracket reset, Falco. I mean, always really exciting, and especially if the team coming in to try to reset the bracket can accomplish it. That is got to be a really huge feat. We've seen it happen many a time at LANs in different majors online. That is always the sweetest upset and the sweetest for us to watch here at home.
Yeah, and based on how the games have been going today, I'm taking another look at the bracket. We've seen, like, okay, Poem Panic, they barely, and I know we're not talking about them now because they're not coming up next, but their winners semi and winners finals both went to game 5. You know, there's no, like, this tournament in particular has a lot of matches that aren't 3-0 sweeps, which is something we love to see too. And we knew that, I think we knew this going into it. I don't think there was like a clear cut winner for this. You know, there's not a heavy hitter team that we're like, oh yeah, they're going to win the whole thing. It's not worth watching. Of course this is worth watching because we have some amazing players and amazing teams. But yeah, the two next amazing teams, Happy Hour at McDonald's and Rotzlöffel. Of course, we just saw Rotzlöffel play in our previous match, and we had seen Happy Hour at McDonald's earlier today. Another very fun team. Now, if McDonald's has a happy hour, I don't know, like, what would a McDonald's happy hour be? Like, what would you, would that be like half off kids meals or something? I don't know what it would entail.
I feel like it would be where the mystery of the milk, it's the one time the milkshake machine works. That's happy hour McDonald's.
I hope so. I don't remember the last time I got an ice cream or a milkshake at McDonald's, but
I can't either, to be honest with you. I feel like maybe have we evolved as people? I wish I could shake your hand.
You will at LTC. You will in 2 months. But
I'll save it for then.
Save it for yeah. Can't wait to go to LTC to shake Saf's hand.
Oh my gosh, I've been counting down the days.
Yeah. But our players are getting into the lobby for the loser semifinals. We're going to be starting on Splat Zone's Macomart. I would imagine that Rotzlöffel is going to be just trying to keep up the same pressure and the same pace that they had played earlier today. Now, a head-to-head comparison for these two teams. Yes, this is... I'm trying to see. This is a match that we did not see. Because both of these teams got eliminated by Poem Panic, who is in the winners finals. Rotzlöffel went down 3-2. Yeah, both of them lost 3-2 to Poem Panic. So I think this head-to-head matchup is going to be very good in particular, just because if we know that both of them can really contest with the winner of the winners bracket, they've got to be very comparable going head-to-head against each other.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. That's actually really cool. Wow, really spicy actually. They're both fighting for a chance to take on Poem Panic again. They want to try to fight them again. They want the revenge, and we want to see it. Once more. But okay, but hold on. To Happy Hour McDonald's, this is a really fun team. Falco, this is a fun group of folks. I believe because you have Sam and Dat Kid, both I believe who are on Velocity, and we appreciate Velocity, and then you also have some pals playing in there as well with them. I don't believe I recognize any of the other players, but I know I recognize that Velocity logo, so that's going to be really fun to see. Finally, we're seeing Noctis get some gameplay here, though, for Rotzlöffel, bringing out... We're still keeping the blaster gameplay, so Manjiro is not going to be missed here because Noctis is going to be well representing them in this initial Splat Zones game here, but I believe that our initial Splat or Zone capture, it looks like it's leaning towards Happy Hour at McDonald's, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, just based on the weapons, it looks like, you know, you have three. You basically, how do you look at paint? You look at how many shooters they have and a pencil to determine who's going to probably take that early lead. And right now, that is the case for Happy Hour at McDonald's. But holding on to the zone, not having a player advantage, and we can see Nav trying to find a way that they can push forward. And Rotzlöffel, they are able to take the zone right now. We can see HP taking this right stack as well, trying to find ways that they can push forward and identifying where members of Happy Hour McDonald's are going to be. And they're going to be taking the lead in this. So Rotzlöffel in control, and now Nav is going to be trying to push up as well. That is a dangerous spot to face a player who is not afraid to be aggressive. So they're going to be holding on to that even more, but two players are not going to be going down. Looks like Happy Hour McDonald's going to be taking control right now for the first time in about a minute. They had a nice early lead, but had since lost it, and they're really just trying to find their footing after taking the lead. But I would say Rotzlöffel is doing a good job shutting them out.
Yeah, but Rotzlöffel, again, I appreciate Yoshel's positioning here because they don't overextend themselves at all. They make sure that the cooler gets in at a really convenient location for where their friends are at, but they themselves don't overextend. They just want to pave the way for the more aggressive players to get into the zone here. So again, the zone flipping back into Rotzlöffel's favor, but look at Noctis and Nav working together here, trying to give Nav some space to work with, but definitely knowing when they need to back off, and unfortunately Noctis taking the fall there. But you gotta appreciate too HP following up with these bombs, because when you have somebody that is as aggressive a bucket player as Nav is, that can take over these ledges, having that assist from the bombs too, you kind of have to time them out. And I appreciate when that suction bomb has made such a splash in the meta lately.
Yeah, I think people are getting more comfortable using weapons that have it and just knowing the displacement power that it holds. So I would agree with that. And Rotzlöffel, they're really doing a good job just kind of cleaning up. Like, you have one player who gets some damage on a member of Happy Hour McDonald's, and then you have another player who kind of like cleans up and finishes off the pick. Because not a lot of paint from the side of Happy Hour McDonald's is even pushed up on the Rotzlöffel side. They've been doing such a good job with this lockout. We can see that kid here trying to get a little bit of a shark here, sneaking up to the left stack and staying alive, but definitely identified. They're going to be cooler. Oh, and there's that splash wall that's going to become in handy for them. But they are going to be going down right now. So yeah, that was a good play. And now Nocti is going to be waiting to try and see where members are. But okay, that was a really good play by the pencil. But yeah, it's so hard to be on these ledges against great blaster players like Nocto.
Yeah, Nocto getting a nice double pick when they were in that corner there, which I don't know if they were expecting there to be two players from Happy Hour at McDonald's there, but I mean, you just got to take your wins while you can. But here comes Trey with launching that killer whale, going in really fast to try to flip this zone back into the favor. Finally, they get rid of their penalty, so they want to hold fast as best as they can here to just eliminate as much as possible. However, what a quick zone flip. I mean, I blinked and I missed it, Falco. A quick zone flip from Rotzlöffel there, and another pick, a repeat pick of Noctis again over on the right-hand corner, resulting in 3 members down on Happy Hour McDonald's. I don't think this Happy Hour is going as successfully as they were hoping, Falco. I think the app might have some bugs.
No, man, great pun. I was so surprised by the range of the slosher there from Nav, who's able to, like, you know what? I know where they are. I'm just going to try and get this last slosh off and see if I could splat them, and they could. And that's what sealed the deal for Rotzlöffel winning the game. Just not allowing Happy Hour McDonald's to break in at all. I would say a 10 out of 10 play there from Rotzlöffel. Having your slosher and your blaster player just protecting all of the ledges. When you do that, it's so hard. It's so hard to find a position where you can even like build up specials, where you can break in or really do anything. So that was a very, very impressive win there for Rotzlöffel. And they clearly have kept the momentum going from winning that game 4 in the previous set, where you know, Happy Hour at McDonald's, they've had to wait around just a little bit, but that was a fantastic game 1.
Well, I think they also did a great job of protecting Yoshio, because you don't want your painter to be eliminated, especially if the painter is going to allow you to be so aggressive and give you that space to work with. So you have to appreciate that when your backline is being protected, because ultimately that is going to result in everybody staying on the map longer. No matter how you want to think about it, especially when your backline is your cooler bot. No offense to anybody that likes to run cooler, or that is your special at all. I'm just saying, like, you are very precious cargo. So I think that Rotzlöffel played that well and recognizes that fact.
Yeah, I think so too. And just the moments we got to look at the overhead cam and kind of seeing where the paint was, I think you can kind of get that idea, like, okay, like Rotzlöffel, they knew what they were doing with how they were positioning their players, where exactly they were painting to build specials, where they were trying to look out for players on happy hour to just like drop down from. So a lot of the identification from the players of Rotzlöffel was a very good job. We're going to be moving on to the counter pick here. It is going to be Splat Zones again, but Hagglefish Market. So Happy Hour wants to run back. They want to run it back. Not the same map, but they're like, you know what? We want to stick with zones. We're going to be leaving Costco, and we're going to be headed to a different market.
Yeah, it's funny to me that these McDonald's folks went to Mako Mart first, and then they thought that it would be wise to get on their apps in the middle of the store. And Rotzlöffel is like, hey man, shopping experience isn't over yet. You got to be paying attention to what's right in front of you here at the store. But you know what? We're gonna go and get fresh produce instead at the market, and they want to play Splat Zones again to do it. And that's okay. But I find it interesting that they do want to play Splat Zones again. So it makes you wonder, what are we going to adjust for next time, especially because you have, again, a very linear map. You have someone that's going to be playing pencil, and I think with what Happy Hour McDonald's has been running, they aren't afraid to flank, as you were saying. They are good at it, and they aren't afraid to try to poke the bear a little bit when they see fit. So how are they going to change moving forward here? They are going to bring Dat Kid out on the Kraken with the 96 Deco, which you got to appreciate, but you got to be really careful of how much paint is going to be on that zone, because you are eliminating a painting special.
Yeah, typically you don't always see Kraken on zones, but I do like it for this stage, because if you're trying to push up, there's only one path that you can take it, and it's the ramp. It's the two ramps right there in mid. So if you're like, okay, we have the lead, we're able to push up, I'm going to Kraken to try and push you guys forward, and really the only other way you can go is to move down towards the zone. Exactly, this is exactly what I was talking about for that kid. This is exactly what I was mentioning, like, okay, get yourself here, get yourself in a good position, and now look where they're posted up behind the players from Rotzlöffel. They are still just hanging out here, and then anybody who's coming in from spawn, they're able to shoot as well. So I didn't think of it as a utility to, like, okay, I'm going to use the Kraken to make sure I can get to this position, but that's what ticked the timer down from the 85 seconds down to the 44. So that was a really good play there from Noximo as well. But now Rotzlöffel is on offense, so but this is where the lockout from Rotzlöffel is going to begin.
That was an amazing experience of back-to-back plays from both sides. Thank you, Inky, for your wonderful spec camming for that. Dat Kid, once again, cruising through on the Kraken Royale. Maybe it was looking for a flank, but kind of ran out of time there. And losing the lead, finally, you can see Rotzlöffel, as you said, this is where their lockout situation begins. You have HP still pushing up very far on that platform, not really letting anybody escape at that, and getting some follow-up too, because that wasn't even their splat, that was an assist. So here comes some suction bombs. You can see we're trying to maybe clear some way under these ramps, but once you get really good control of that and you launch those tri-strikes too, I mean, it's an impenetrable wall at that point. So well played by Rotzlöffel, and I think that, as you said, as soon as they all were positioned up on those ramps, I mean, it was downhill from there for Happy Hour.
Yeah, happy hour. I mean, that was basically a one push KO for the side of Rotzlöffel once they took the objective for the first time. Well, I guess a two push, but essentially a one push, I think. But no, the plays that we saw in that game were really well. I loved what that kid did with the Kraken, put themselves in a position where, hey, I'm behind you, I have the range to hit you, and you're not going to turn around to look at me, but I can also fire away at people who are coming back from spawn. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to last there for very long. But yeah, it's the lockouts. It's the lockout from Rotzlöffel, who just knows what to do and how to position their players. And I think, we saw it on Macamart. Again, you have the ledges that are pretty early on in the map, but here a little less room to have ledges, so the camping might be a little bit tighter. But Rotzlöffel, again, just the positioning of their players was unparalleled against Happy Hour.
Yeah, and I again, those two really good plays going back to back into each other, I think displays really well the strength of both of these teams and what their players can do. Because like you said, that kid got up on the canopy and took the attention of 3 different people to get them off the canopy, which allowed Rotzlöffel time to get back in and stop the counter for themselves. But then immediately when the spec cam changes, you go into Nocti getting a fabulous blaster splat leading into a second one. So it's just, textbook gameplay from both sides, because that was really good distractionary tactic by Dat Kid. However, when you have somebody as aggressive as Noctis and can also thread the needle, shooting their shots between the ground and the canopy, resulting in a splat, how do you go against that? That's really scary. Both teams had really good plays to start off with, but Rotzlöffel, like we were saying, they're just very quick to assess the situation and know where they got to be. And so going into Clam Blitz here, and especially with these greats, definitely going to be preventing some Kraken gameplay. So I don't think we're going to be seeing Dat Kid again getting behind anyone.
We've seen the success of Crack and Cheese throughout the day, especially in the last set against Rotzlöffel. That was, in the previous set. So I don't know, anything's possible here, but I would imagine that they're discussing that, like, okay, how do we want to approach this? And again, is Crab Leg really a big lockout heavy map? Not as much as some of the other ones, but it can be. And of course, you bring the whole new element of like managing the greats. There aren't greats on the first 2 stages that we played, and here it's like that's pretty much all of what's in mid. So I think Sloshers and Blasters are still going to have a field day. So I think Rotzlöffel, they're going to be pretty strong here, I would imagine, or at least very comfortable with the weapons that they chose and might be sticking with. But we'll see if there's any comp changes, particularly on the side of Happy Hour.
Yeah, how do they want to adjust for this? So, okay, actually no changes from last time, Falco, so that's really interesting, and not really any changes coming out from Rotzlöffel either. However, Nocti is actually going to copy what that kid was doing and play the Kraken themselves. So definitely Kraken cheese to be had on both sides. It is a evenly spread meal, but it's just a matter of who is going to try to utilize it first.
Yeah, and they're changing from a blaster to the 96 gal, where again, blasters in general with all the greats, I feel like would fare very well, but like you said, you have to counter what that kid could be doing with the Kraken and the Power Clan. We see the Kraken come out already. This one not an offensive Kraken. They weren't in a good position to use it to potentially score, but enough that you need to displace some of the players on Happy Hour at McDonald's, because look at this, they're already getting one of the scores. The Pencil is holding 6 claims right now, but they aren't close to the basket quite yet, and they're gonna be backing out because they figured like there's no point in me trying to push forward to get these claims in if we're not gonna have any follow-up support. So just a one and done situation there for Happy Hour at McDonald's, but hey, if they have the lead right now, so they can't complain.
Yeah, you have to appreciate, I think, what they were trying to do, but it seems like once Trey lost their support, they were like, well, I'm just going to throw this in there. Yeah, right? Who's going to get there first? Well, who has more jump? because I don't think Cooler was even at play at that point. It's just a matter of who can jump first, and that is going to be Happy Hour that's going to do it. Dad Kid looking to try to get up on the grate, through the splat wall out just a little bit too late. Trey able to take the basket open just a little bit longer, but unable to get that second clam in there, sadly. So Sam is going to try to get this crab tank online, maybe try to get some displacement going here. They can probably see all 4 members of Rotzlöffel getting posted up here, but with HP following up on the Trizuka there, it's going to be pretty hard to try to cause any sort of displacement now. As you can see, finally growing another power clam, waiting to have a second one. They want to try to get this pop in as best as they can, Falco. This might be the initial push that they need.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like Rotzlöffel, their intention is not to score one at a time, especially when you have a Kraken. You obviously want to use it to help, you know, initiate the push and get in. Oh yeah, I feel like they could have been in a position where they could have scored some more, but the defense from Happy Hour is just too set up for them to even come back in anywhere. But even after that, Rotzlöffel's still in control. They're going to try this Kraken once again. 2 power claim jumps this time. This will be enough for them to take the lead, getting down to 50. So yes, I figured they were going to be waiting for an opportunity, like, okay, we have to wait to wave 2 power claims now. We don't want to just kind of do a one and done, because you already know if you are aiming to get more than 1 power claim at a time, so is the other team. They have the exact same special that they're going to be using to try and make that push that you do, so you just have to make sure that you set up better. And here, yes, we are going back and forth with this. Here come both of the jumps. One is going to make it, I think both went in, but there's not really going to be any follow-up, just enough to stay alive. Nope, be like, hey, look at me, look at me. But yeah, that was, you know what's interesting? Every time we do this, we're just gonna give more players power clams. That's exactly what's happening. So 23? They got them all in. Oh my goodness. Oh. See, we're giving each other power clams every time we do a crack and cheese, so it's like a positive feedback loop. You just get more and more every time, which is crazy. But you know, the thing is, Happy Hour, they could win it on a 1 push if they, you know, get 4 power clams at the ready. But I don't. I don't know how likely that's going to be, because it's just too hard to predict. I can't predict.
Oh my gosh! Here again, I know you know what they're gonna do. You know what they're trying to cook with, and at this point, it's just a mad dash of who's gonna get all the clams first. I mean, you have to appreciate a triple power clam pop when you see one for sure, but you also have to appreciate that they're just like, well, we're gonna do the same thing that you're gonna do, but it's just a matter of we can get in there in time, and they just need one more, and there it is.
Sam did it.
Yeah, and Sam just had a few more in their pocket and up their sleeve. But I mean, this is another match I think that needs to be studied for how to counteract crack and cheese when both teams are going to do the same exact thing.
This felt like a game of basketball where it's like, and it's very relevant because March Madness is going on, but you know, it's like, okay, you score, we have to go back to our basket because they're coming in with the Kraken. Like, it's more of like, okay, I realize that we scored, we're gonna go back on defense right away. There's no point in us keeping up the pressure because you guys are gonna be coming in stronger. But it was like, it was funny how it happened. I mean, you know, I know people have their thoughts about like Kraken and Clam Blitz and polarizing ideas, but I was like, this was entertaining.
Well, I think it just got to the point where it was just like, okay, we have Kraken, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Kraken, all right, let's jump. It was happening so quickly that as soon as one basket was closed, there was already a Kraken ready to go, waiting for the jump to come in. So it just was a matter of like, okay, well, if we have a power clam, now it's just a mad dash to get the follow-up, to get just a few more points in there. But I think really it came down to that triple power clam pop, because that just packed a punch. To set the tone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and hey, you know, that was the win that Happy Hour McDonald's needed to take this to a game 4, so the set is still alive. And Rotzlöffel is going to be choosing their counter pick. It is going to be Tower Control Inkling Art Academy. Part of me was really thinking, I was like, I want them to run it back with clams, but I was like, they're not going to risk it. I feel like that would have been a very risky play to, like, I don't know. I would argue it's not really as much of a showcase of your skill as some of the other modes. I don't want to take anything away from any of the players, but it's definitely more of a situation where it's okay, who can be the first to do something rather than who can do it the best. Whereas like other modes are definitely like that. So yeah, Tower Control Inkblood Art Academy. I know a map and mode nobody has ever seen in this game.
Brand new.
Come out brand new. In slot 4. Typically it's in slot 2, game 2, but yeah, we'll be headed here, and I'd be amazed if we see both of the Krakens, which we're not going to, by the way.
Yeah, don't get your hopes up.
Don't get, yeah, I mean, the thing is, that kid did play it for game 2 for Splat Zone's Hagglefish, so we don't really know, but I would imagine that with Tower Control, if you're going to go back to Blaster at this point, if you're
for sure.
Yeah, if you want to try and succeed. So I would imagine that's what we're gonna see. Yeah, that's gonna be Noctissimo is gonna be bringing that out, and the same shooters that we had seen from Happy Hour. And the Cordy, thank you for the $10 donation, by the way. We appreciate it, getting us closer to that 3K goal.
Yeah, just a little bit away from 3K. So if you have any donations that you want to make, please help us achieve our goal. We are so appreciative of you doing so. However, you're finally going to start getting into this this brand new map mode stage we've never heard of before on Inkblot. And Rotzlöffel is actually going to be the first ones to really pack a punch here and throw the first hit, crashing the second checkpoint to the ground pretty quickly. And with Special Online at that, and you got to appreciate how they're able to get set up so quickly and spread out and just maintain and maximize the space that they use. And Yoshel getting a nice pick on Trey, trying to flip around and see if they can get that kid quick enough, but not quite able to do so. And now a follow-up, really major follow-up coming out from the side of Happy Hour here, as they now make it down to the first checkpoint, and they're looking in to take number 2.
Yeah, and this would be great for them if they can do that to take the lead. And like we said, they are set up to do so. Trey in a very interesting spot here, but it has a quick escape route. Oh, the fake out. They're still alive up there. Just saying, you know what? I'm gonna pretend like I'm jumping off, but nope, I'm going to stay alive. But now, unfortunately for them, they are going to be going. Oh no, they are still alive, but I think had to retreat and are waiting under that tower. But yeah, pushing that to 55 is definitely a different pace that we had seen before. So a very good play on the side of Happy Hour, but they're keeping up the pressure. Zuko is going to be taking out Yoshel. That's going to be a big pick, taking out one of the cooler players on the side of Rotzlöffel. But it's really just a skirmish here, Saf. Tower's uncontested. Both of these players are just trying to identify where they are.
Yeah, well, I think that once you throw such a good first hit, I feel like you just inspire your other aggressors to be like, well, I'm going to hit you harder next time. So yeah, it's just kind of a scrappy fight. Nobody's really trying to push objective too hard, it seems like, for this last minute. But now as you can see, Rotzlöffel is going to try to be throwing back another punch. But how can you do so when you have 2 different Trisukas coming at you throughout the map? I mean, how can you try to move? How can you position yourself? It can be really scary out here. So you got to be trying to displace as best as you can. You want to try to maximize your space. And obviously, I think taking the bats is going to be doing just that. And taking out the aggressor like Noctis just did here is also going to be useful, because as we've seen, Dat Kid has been pretty notorious for doing really good shark positions. So that can get pretty dicey. But now with Yoshel being the last one left alive on Rotzlöffel, finally, maybe we can see if Happy Hour can try to flip the tides here and get some space back in mid.
Yeah, that was a lot of map control that Rotzlöffel was able to take up in those last 2 minutes, and it seems like they're not quite done yet, and I don't blame them at this point. You know, you're so far up ahead, you can be a little feedy, you can be a little gutsy to try and push this tower a little more just to make the other team scramble, and it's been really working out for them. That kid is going to be trying to stay alive, but knows going to be going down, and so you know, if you're Rotzlöffel, you got the tower all the way to that third and final checkpoint, and you do have a full checkpoint lead, which is going to be good. And I think towards the end of, you know, the timer, they could back up just a little bit, I would imagine, just to make sure that they don't jeopardize their position. And I think that's going to kind of be where the push is going to be done, and say like, okay, for the next minute 20, we do have a checkpoint lead. Let's just try and, you know, still obviously get the picks that we need to get, but we don't want to overextend ourselves.
Yeah, and I think Yoshell is really good at trying to assess that situation. They don't overextend at all. Look at Question Mark with that really great jump out. That was really dicey for them. I mean, you have to appreciate a really, really tactful escape. But here we go. Happy Hour is going to try and utilize this last minute as best as they can and line up the specials. You have Crab Tank out, you have Trizook out. You can see that the Pencil is doing as best as they can to build the cooler as fast as they can. But it's hard when you have Noctis up there in such a great position to try to prevent the tower from going forward. But now with the cooler being out, it'll help with that respawn time. It'll help with that jump in time. And still, the push is not over for Happy Hour. They are still here and present in the area. You can see that Question Mark is going to try and contest with the Trizuka. And with help from Shrey, they can do just that. Once they can break through this checkpoint, Falco, you are so right. They can really change the tides here. And now I believe the call out is happening because all 4 players of Rotzlöffel are in the spawning area. So this is going to be the time where it really counts for Happy Hour to make a move. But no, the wipeout is going to happen with 10 points remaining. This game is going to be had by Rotzlöffel.
Yeah, that ending, like, that was such a good effort from Happy Hour because, again, that last minute they were doing everything right. You know, they, even though they had a few of their players go down, they were putting the aggression that they didn't show before. That was such a good push, but like, there's no worse time to get wiped out than in the last 5 seconds like that. And, you know, you can survive and have one player alive and get a jump in and maybe keep the momentum going. But for tower control in particular, you can't recover from it.
Yeah,
you can't recover from it because you just don't have the time. For other modes, you can maybe cheese something a little bit. You can get a power clam by picking up clams out of your base. The zone is always a mid, but tower, it's like, okay, it was already way over there. Yeah, that's going to be very, very difficult. So Rotzlöffel going to be moving on to our grand finals today, winning that set 3-1. They will be facing Poem Panic, who, again, we saw this set already in the winner semifinals, where Poem Panic took a 3-2 win. But we know Rotzlöffel is hoping to run that back. And we do have a $20 donation from Ezio that has the crit tickle skirmish dive from their team. So thank you very much for that donation, Ezio. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ezio. And I believe before we move in to our next round, Falco, we want to take just a brief break. So we encourage you folks to use the bathroom, grab a drink, grab a snack, do whatever it is that you got to do, but don't go anywhere because we are still on here at IPL and over at Dapple's too. If you didn't know that already, we do have 2 streams going. The donation link is live on both streams, but we're still here with HP for Heroes after our break, so don't go too far. We'll be back with some more competitive Splatoon after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the HP for Heroes Grand Finals. My name is Falco Flyer, joined with Saf. And Saf, it has been such a fun day so far today. $2,850 raised, so close to that 3K. And rumor has it, if you were listening on stream yesterday, if we hit that 3K, 9 whole grains will be wearing cat ears. I don't know when or where that will be posted, or if that will be in person somewhere, but hey, I want to support that cause. I want us to try and get there. I think that'd be a lot of fun, and we still have quite a few matches to go before we end for the day with our grand finals. The two teams playing will be Poem Panic and Rotzlöffel. So it's going to be fun, and again, it will be at 4K if we can get that raised, which let's make it happen. Let's make it happen, Saf.
So, but listen, okay, you're accomplishing multiple things here, right? You're accomplishing getting us to a 3K goal, which is a fabulous goal, but also you're getting to see the 9 whole grains in cat ears, and if that is something that you've always wanted and were hoping for, and I mean, if that was just how you wanted to see 9 at some point in your life, then this is a really great goal. And we encourage you to be a part of it. But looking at both of these teams here, Poem Panic and Rotzlöffel, you have some really heavy hitters here, Falco. I mean, Chara, Atomic, Goss, Xenith, and Synapse. You have Pilu also with them. But then we've been seeing Rotzlöffel dominate time and time again. And we're opening up in a best of 7 format here in Grand Finals, opening with zones from Mahi Mahi. And I also want to take a second to shout out that $10 that just came in. Thank you so much for your donation. We're just that little bit closer to the goal that we were just talking about. But Falco, holy smokes. I mean, these are 2 really good teams. Like, Rotzlöffel has been so entertaining to watch. I'm glad that we still get to have them on stream and just dissect a little bit more what they're going to do. However, I am excited to welcome Poem Panic back onto the screen, and especially because we got to see a little bit of them yesterday, a little sprinkle or a dash of them today. So it's nice that Rotzlöffel gets to have the salty run back, and they get to do it in Grand Finals.
Yeah, and we get to witness a lot of their run back as well, winning those back-to-back sets, and for them, hopefully a third, which would bring us to a fourth set that we would see and a bracket reset. And Radcat, thank you for the $10 donation, once again getting us close to that 3K goal that we have. At 4K, 9 will be wearing those I almost said 9's going to be wearing the 9 ears. 9 will be wearing the cat ears.
9 ears.
The 9 ears, yes. that we'd love to see. So keep those donations going for this great cause, the Gamers Outreach. Such a wonderful cause that we can help support today. Because who doesn't love gaming, and who doesn't love helping kids enjoy themselves in a time that can always be very difficult for them. So it's a really great organization. We're really happy to be working with them.
Yeah, everybody deserves a little bit of escapism in their lives, I think, to try and get themselves through hardship. And so I'm glad that we get to partner with Gamers Outreach to help and be a part of that. And just, everybody deserves a little bit of break from reality. And so that is no different for folks that are really struggling, and especially folks that are struggling with their health. So we appreciate it. We're glad. I'm happy to be here with you, Falco. I appreciate you.
Oh yeah.
So much.
A great way to spend our Sunday. And for us, our Sunday, this is the first of 2 Splatoon commentary events that we're going to be doing. We'll be doing something else later tonight. But it's always great to get our day started, especially for a great cause here. And I love every time that we can see these co-streams between IPL and Dapples. That's how you know the event is big, when you see it on both of those channels. And this is definitely a big event, and we are very happy that you guys are watching. So let's see if Rotzlöffel can bring this to another level. Of course, they brought it to a Game 5 during their winter semis when they last faced Poem Panic, and we have no reason not to assume that this couldn't go to a Game 7. So, of course, we saw that they could compete earlier, and they've had a long day. I know Poem Panic's probably had to been sitting around waiting for a little bit longer. And what's different about this, since Splatfest is going on, you can't just hop into Open to stay fresh. You gotta play some Splatfest turf war if you want to just hop into some quick games. But I know Rotzlöffel, they've been looking really good throughout the day so far. We've talked about how well that they can do their lockouts, how well they can push forward and position some of their players to ensure that a break-in is that much harder. But we already talked about Poem Panic, and a lot of these players are just really, really strong SAF. So you can't really predict anything, especially knowing historically how close these sets have been with these two teams facing each other.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Blaster versus Blaster is going to kind of come to a head, especially because you have Chara, who is very, very well equipped to using Blaster. Sorry, my cat just jumped on my lap unexpectedly. So I have to appreciate that, but you also have to call out Atomic, who they're going to be using that squeezer, which is a huge ace in the hole, I think, for whatever team Atomic gets to play on, because that is such a strong weapon for them, and I think it's going to be well supported here by Yukari and Synapse. But it looks like they're kind of going to get a taste of their own medicine, as we are going to see Manjiro come back into the fray, but also very similar weapon choices as well. But I'm also want to see the bucket gameplay between Nav and who is playing bucket over there on Poem Panic.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that they can hold up, but we just had a lot of skirmish here at the very beginning of the matchup. But yeah, it's going to be really hard to compete. Like you mentioned, with a player like Atomic, you don't see the vanilla squeezer come out very often, but it is a lethal weapon when it's in the right hands, and it's in the right hands when Atomic is holding it. And Rotzlöffel has control of the zone. They had the lead. They actually don't have control right now, and now Poem Panic is going to be the one who's going to be taking it over for the first time in this game. So this will be a different bit of a change of pace for Poem Panic, and they're still keeping up the player advantage along with keeping control of the zone. So if they can do both of those things, that's obviously a recipe for success, and they're doing such a great job. But this map, once the floor drops, it becomes a whole new ball game with where you're positioning your players, where the weak spots are, where you want to push forward, and that's kind of what makes Mahi so unique. And it's a welcoming change in my opinion to have it like that. But the water's going to be dropping right now, so Rotzlöffel still in control. They're in control. They lost it again, so now a lot of back and forth. But it seems like Poem Panic is going to be in control for a little bit longer at this time.
Yeah, I gotta appreciate Poem's Panic way, how they carved their way into almost getting up into the platform of Rotzlöffel, because you had Atomic just take up the right side, completely dominate the space there, and then everybody else was able to spawn back in, giving Palo some time to throw out that cooler. I mean, the flow of battle is just on the side of Poem Panic right now. Rotzlöffel still has a really strong presence, however, I think they aren't quite adapted yet to tail and counter Atomic, really. I mean, Atomic is just so confident in pushing forward and taking their fights and utilizing that wall too to just try and cut off access, that I think Rotzlöffel still is struggling to try to figure out how they want to position themselves around that and navigate around it. Finally here, they're going to see their penalty get eaten away and finally getting into the meat and potatoes of the scoreboard with 2.5 minutes left remaining. But I think that the entrance point that Poem Panic is able to give themselves, there he goes, looking for the right word there. The entrance that Poem Panic is able to give themselves over and over again is just making it so hard for Rotzlöffel to hold on for even more than just a few seconds.
Yeah, I think they just know how to navigate this map and know where to position themselves too. And you know, you did have a new opportunity when the floor dropped. You have different routes that you can go, but once you get locked out, like look how far spread out Poem Panic is right now. They have all ledges and angles blocked. That it's very difficult for Rotzlöffel to break in. We see a pretty aggressive wave breaker being thrown to try and give a little bit more leverage. And actually, it's just going to be the slosher player. It is going to be Yukari who's alive on the side of Poem Panic, and they're doing a really good job just making sure that they can stay alive a little bit, and now they're going to be going down, but that is a huge opportunity for Rotzlöffel to try and cap the zone and now start a lockout of their own. So we'll see if they can turn this around, and I mean, this is the team to do it. This is a team that we've seen really dominant with how well that they have been locking out pretty much the entire time we've been on this broadcast, Saf, so I have no doubt that they are capable of doing it, but it's just a matter of how much time is left, how many players that you have alive. And it looks like, will they be able to take the lead here? No, not quite yet. No, so close. So close for the lead, but not quite yet. 48 penalty points for the side of Rotzlöffel.
Yeah, that break-in from Atomic, again, going in for the triple splat. I mean, that's the nail in the coffin that they were looking for. Good positioning by Atomic all around. But you gotta appreciate that Nav in this situation, because Nav has been having a really great day so far with their bucket, and I really like that they're kind of getting a taste of their own medicine right now from Yukari, because Yukari has also been trying to kind of run circles and laps with them. So it's been fun to see two really strong bucket players go head-to-head and try to take the proper fights where they want to go. Pelu has also had a really great cooler placements that has been super helpful in trying to support their team and getting poking damage. I mean, right there, 2 splats on the board and giving Yukari plenty of space to work with to try to break in here. But only just a little bit of penalty left going into overtime for Rotzlöffel to turn this around. Falco, I think that they can do it as long as they don't. Oh, there's just there's just a little bit there from the tri-strikes coming in. I mean, you got to hold your breath a little bit there. I mean, I certainly did. You all heard it. I was a little worried there, but at the end of the day, as long as you are quick to paint over the tri-strikes, things are going to be okay.
Yeah, and it came down to the wire, both attempts for Rotzlöffel to take the lead, and I mean they won it in that final moment of the game. And you know, if you're Poem Panic, you're doing everything you can to just make sure that they don't take the lead. You're throwing all your specials on the zone. You're doing everything that you can, and that's where it really gets contested so well, because it's always a battle. Do I fight the player or do I fight the zone? It's always hard to prioritize which one you want to do, because, you know, it's hard to do both at the same time unless somebody's standing in the zone. But that was a really good comeback there from Rotzlöffel to take the lead. And we talked about how strong they are in their lockouts, and they were able to lock out Poem Panic twice in that time. And I think what's impressive is even when they lost the zone, they were able to bring it back and get back in control. So they had control of that zone for quite some time. They had a lot of penalty points that they had to make up, and again, they really had no room for error because we were in overtime. There was no room for them to back up, kind of regroup if, you know, they lost control and Poem Panic took it over again. That would have been the game. So that was very impressive from Rotzlöffel to get a game 1 victory over Poem Panic. And, you know, coming in from the loser side of things, you're one step closer to that bracket reset. So we're going to be sticking with zones here, moving on to Hagglefish this time. And this will be Poem Panic's counterpick.
Yeah, this is a repeat of semifinals also. We started off on zones. The second game we went into was Splat Zones Hagglefish. I mean, unless Poem Panic was paying really close attention to what was happening in the counterpick scenario last time, they are picking this for a reason. To try to say, hey, you know what? I think we can see the blind spot in your defenses here based on the last game that you guys played here. However, I do think Rotzlöffel, especially when they were playing tower control here, incredibly dominant in all the right places at the right time. And so how can they adjust that for Splat Zones this time, especially knowing that they are coming here for the second time within their finals tour? So what kind of adjustments are going to be made? It looks like same comps across the board here. Really, though, you got to be watching out for where Atomic is going to be, because that is going to be where the difficulty and the challenge comes in.
Right, and this is also a stage where, you know, if you're a range blaster, like on Rotzlöffel, then you can just protect those ledges. And it's harder on the defensive side, but really good on the offensive side, too. And Scary Green, thank you for the $10. Scary Green Mountain, thank you for the $10 donation, getting us closer to that 3K goal. We are less than $200 away from 3K, so keep those donations coming. Rotzlöffel still in very good control of the zone right now. They got all the way down to the 50 mark and then some, and not really shy about where they're going to be positioning their players, but are going to be trying to avoid some of these Zukas, but doing a fantastic job. Now kind of regrouping into mid. Pelu is going to be setting themselves up here on the right cannon P with the pencil, taking one down, 2v2 situation right now, but that's only benefiting Rotzlöffel since they already have control of the zone. So this is looking really good for them. Will they close this out in a one-push KO? Strikes coming in from the side of Poem Panic, and no, it's not going to be enough. 74 penalty points for the side of Rotzlöffel staff.
Yeah, it seems like Rotzlöffel had a really, really good thing going there, but then you have to remember Poem Panic just took a deep breath and said, not yet. The game is not over yet. We do want to keep and continue playing. It is now our turn to show you what we can do. Atomic pulling out that Trizuka. You have Pelu pushed all the way up. Synapse trying to take on the left-hand side, just keeping eyes forward on the flank. Minjiro finally able to break through, though. The Tri-Strike's going to help follow up with that. Finally, the zone flipping back into the favor of Rotzlöffel here. And Yoshell is taking full advantage of moving forward because of that 3-player down scenario here. And already, Rotzlöffel has collapsed in on the spawning area of Poem Panic and causing a panic at that. HP going in. Very mindful that the trade could occur there. They did take one, not quite taking the other, but that's okay because Atomic now coming out of that fight unscathed. They want to try to contest the zone, and they are going to do that again.
Yeah, and that was such a good textbook play there from Rotzlöffel, and then from Poem Panic to kind of trying to break back in. I'm just always amazed at how well both teams are utilizing the map, making sure that they're not wasting any of the paint that they have, not really painting over the paint that's already existing. And Rotzlöffel, again, not shy with their lockouts. Here we see Manjiro is using the blaster to just kind of watch the ledges. There's going to be one underneath. Can they take them out? No, that's going to be Yukari, who's going to be surviving, watching for that flank, going to be striking over the ledge. Striking behind the zone as well, and that's going to be huge for Poem Panic to help take the zone. Yukari is going to be jumping out now to stay alive, but they still have a 2-player advantage. Some of these players are really pushed up and making it difficult for Rotzlöffel to push back in. We're going to see the Wavebreaker on the line, but not being used. Unfortunately for them, they are going to be splatted, and right now, Poem Panic doing a very good job. We just can't have them get splatted from the Zuka, but you know, Rotzlöffel just has not had 4 players on the line in such a long time, so I don't know if I don't really know if they're going to find an opportunity to break back in.
Yeah, but you can tell that they're doing everything they can to look for it, and the Tri-Strikes here might be just that. There we go, flipping the zone back into their favor. They are doing such a good job of placing the Tri-Strikes to immediately cap the zone, and you have to appreciate that some time and effort has really gone into figuring out that formula. because I remember before when we got tri-strikes originally, we were kind of just throwing them willy-nilly. We were like, okay, we can clear the space, we can dominate, we can just like redirect people to go to the other side with tri-strikes, but now with utilizing them on the zone like that, you can just immediately paint the whole thing, kind of like how Re-Slider gives the same effect. So a really strong dominating clap back to come in from Rotzlöffel here, but you gotta appreciate that Poem Panic was able to break through at least twice to take the zone back, so they were not shy about doing it. However, I think Rotzlöffel just is a lot quicker at taking the pieces of what they have and just respawning back in. But I also think it has to do with not being afraid to go in for trades when you have such a significant lead. And I think HP is the one that does that very well. They calculate and assess that very well.
Well, and especially when you have Cooler. If you know you're Coolered, you're going to go all in and just go for that trade. You're already powered up. If you get splatted, you have that quick respawn. So that's a really good point. Don't be afraid to make those gutsy decisions when you can afford to lose it. And, it's a pretty small map. It's not hard to get to the zone, and again, pretty easily lockoutable. But the special usage, I think, has always done such a great job for bringing those players back in between the strikes and the Zuka. Not as many lethal specials on the side of Rotzlöffel. I mean, they had the Wavebreaker for kind of a point sensor, throwing it under those ledges. If somebody drops down, they're going to be tagged, which again is huge. But that was a really good win there for Rotzlöffel and kept us on our toes. We went back and forth quite a bit. And we are going to be sticking with Splat zones, but moving on to Mako Mart this time around. And Poem Panic, they're not giving up on zones. They're not giving up, and I don't blame them based on how close these games have been, Saf.
Yeah, I mean, they know what they want to try to cook with, and they've been trying to cook with it, but Rotzlöffel, like we've been saying, I think they just do it faster. They're just able to respond and get set up so fast, and I think, especially since their first bout with Poem Panic, they were able to assess the notes, and then they've went into all these other fights, these really great bouts with other teams, and now coming back to Poem Panic and knowing what they were experiencing the first time. And maybe they did that with zones, and maybe that's why zones for some reason is going really well. But there is a reason that Poem Panic keeps holding on to zones, because they're like, we still have this secret weapon that we think we can find momentum here and reverse the tides and see if putting Rotzlöffel on the back foot. But every time Poem Panic's been throwing zones at them, Rotzlöffel has been just taking 2 steps forward. So I mean, there's probably been a lot of adjustments since their first duel.
Yeah, I would imagine. I would imagine there's a lot that they're probably thinking about. And looking at these comps, we're not going to see much changes really from either team. We're going to be having, it's pretty much going to be the same that's coming out from both of these teams, keeping with the range blaster. And again, there are definitely good spots, and every map that we've had so far has been, I would say, a weapon that Range Blaster can succeed in. And right now, Rotzlöffel is going to be taking the zone pretty quickly, getting down to 91. But not a very convincing lead, and they weren't really in an opportunity that they could push up. I think Nav was just trying to hide on that stack and saying, if I could have the time that I could break in, I'll try and do it, but I'm not going to push it. But all the specials are now coming out, and Rotzlöffel still holding on to the zone, so this is looking a little better for them, having a 2-player advantage, now at a 1-player advantage. Yoshel just trying to get some paint to get that cooler, building it up very quickly, and Yoshel's been doing this so well throughout these 3 matches of just, you know what, I'm going to find a place to paint. I can stand here and do it. I can just do a 360 and build my cooler in a matter of seconds. And that's really been part of the key to the victory for this Rotzlöffel team, because it's really been going well. And we can see Manjaro doing such a good job too, getting that nice double and then going down. But Rotzlöffel now in control, less than 25 remaining. We'll see if Poem Panic can break in with a few of these specials.
Yeah, they're doing their best to try Falco, and they are getting a lot of paint on the zone, but when you have Yoshel also in a good position to do paint, it's going to take some time for you to actually flip the zone in your favor, because you could see they did have it for a few seconds, but immediately Rotzlöffel was trying to clutch it back, and they're still trying to clutch it back now, taking it out of control, and a nice pick coming out from HP there, and a really good fight on the left-hand side from HP at that, because again, it's like you said, it's this really delicate balance of playing objective but also focusing on your fights, and I think a lot of the time times Rotzlöffel is able to balance both very, very well, because when you have people that know where they can position and the strengths of their weapons, they can easily figure out what's the best course of action for right now. And maybe we can finally see where Poem Panic wants to try to flip the tides and flip the script for themselves here, finally releasing themselves from the penalty jail and getting back into the meat of their own points here. And they got to do a repeat of what Rotzlöffel was doing, watching out for these ledges, and I think taking out Manjaro and HP on that left-hand side was huge, because you can't really enter with just Yoshel and with Nav on that bucket there, especially because controlling those ledges and not allowing Nav any more space to try to get down from the ledge is going to be really major. And so having these fights getting so far pushed back away from objective is going to be ultimately the biggest helpful strategy for Poem Panic right now, especially because they still haven't gotten penalty points put back on, and they've lost the zone now 3 times.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job making sure that Rotzlöffel doesn't get too comfortable. You know, oh, now it finally happens. The zone does switch over. 55 penalty points on the side of Poem Panic. But you're right, they were looking so strong. And they had so much paint out on the map as well. Again, a lot of these players just know where to position themselves to make sure that they're making the most of the map. And that's why they paint it just so quickly and build up these specials faster. And it's interesting because zones, you're painting way more in zones than you're painting for any other mode, because that's how you take one of the objectives. So the specials are going to be that much more important because you're going to get them more often. So that's why we just see all this chaos too. But Poem Panic in a good position to maybe take the lead here. Again, they don't really have any player advantages right now, but these specials from Rotzlöffel are just coming at the perfect timing whenever Poem Panic looks like they're getting a little comfortable. Rotzlöffel's like, nope, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to throw some of these strikes on the zone, make you sweat a little more, make you work a little bit harder. And that's been working for them pretty much, and that's why they do have this 2-0 lead right now. But again, it's anybody's game so far with 1 minute remaining. Both of these teams have really showed that they know how to control the zone. It's just going to be a matter of who's doing it at the end of the regulation and for how long.
Yeah, and again, I think that there's really good protection of Yoshel happening for Rotzlöffel because HP consistently has been close to them, or I could see that HP will take a fight and Yoshel will immediately respond to where they are fighting. And so again, if you can just really be supportive of where your teammates are at and where your aggressors are going to be, then it's going to be really successful for you. Like right here, perfect example, HP on that Trizuka allowed Manjaro safe passage to move forward and going in for the double pick, allowing Rotzlöffel to once again take the zone back. So if you have a good supporting cast at your side, I mean, it's really hard to try to combat that and fight. But I mean, you can see a lot of the same thing happening though for Poem Panic as well, because again, Synapse is trying to run circles around this zone and take fights in the middle of it wherever they can. But I mean, when you don't have quite enough follow-up to be helpful there, because especially you could see that Synapse was on that right stack there to try to take a fight, but Palu was pushed back by those tri-strikes, so they couldn't quite assist with that. So like you said, Rotzlöffel, I mean, extremely great special coordination through and through. And so I think that Makomart really showed that. But again, Falco, the 3rd zones game under Rotzlöffel's belt in this Grand Finals.
And now if you're Poem Panic, do you call it and say, okay, we did zones 3 times, we're not going to do it a 4th time? Or are you still holding on and say, you know what, we're going to try one more time? I don't even know if there's another zones map that they can choose, to be honest. I guess we haven't seen Robo Ramen yet, so in theory they could choose it, but I don't know. But, you know, at what point do you say, okay, we're down 0-3. I don't want to say like you're going to prepare for a loser's bracket, because you can easily, not easily, but like you can still win this set. You just have to win the next 4. But I guess the first train of thought is, are you going to be choosing zones? It did not work out for you the way you wanted it the first 3 times. But you know, I don't know the thought process of these teams. I don't know all the maps that they are comfortable with or the modes that they want to play. And, you know, it's just kind of having both of these teams be a pickup. It's not like they've practiced a lot of these maps and modes together already. They're all fantastic players, obviously, or else they wouldn't be here in this position. But, you know, it's interesting, and we're gonna be sticking with zones, Imani. Yeah.
You know, okay, hold on. Level with me here. What if They're trying to do the counter pick for every single zones map because they don't want Rotzlöffel to pick any maps that they have done well on.
Well, you don't have much to lose when you're down 0-3. Like, you have you have to win this game, but then you have no leverage beyond that, you know, because you're always going to be playing on Rotzlöffel's counter pick if you win this game. So I you know what? Like, I don't blame them for choosing it. It's obvious if we played, we would not beat them. Let's be real. So it's
sure.
Like we can't really judge them too much. But yeah, 4 in a row when you lose the first 3, you know, on paper, probably not the most decision that most people would make. But hey, we're here for it. We're here for it. Let's just one game at a time. One game at a time.
Yeah, but as we've been looking one game at a time so far, Rotzlöffel is really looking to reset this bracket with this 4th win. So
look at
again,
Atomic.
Yeah, Atomic is going to have fun with it and bring out the roller here because maybe Poem Panic is suspecting a bracket reset, so they're trying to maybe play around with something a little different here on this counter pick. And I mean, Rotzlöffel already quick to make the points on the map first. And again, look at them collapsing in on this opening point here to the ramps. I mean, 3 of them pushing forward, lots of blue paint coming forward, breaking through all of this yellow. And I bet the call out is being made that all 4 players of Poem Panic can be seen in this entrance point here, even with Tri-Strikes coming out to give a little bit more coverage. And Atomic is going to try to utilize that and push forward, but not much you can do if Rotzlöffel is just taking over the zone and getting down to 45 points.
Yeah, that was a really strong start. So that was really impressive for Rotzlöffel, and of course we know what they're capable of. We have seen them all day, or like as we've been commentating. So we're kind of not surprised at this point. But I want to see Poem Panic find a way to break back in. Now I think, you know, having Atomic switch to the roller, that's definitely going to be the biggest change that we have seen so far. And you know, you definitely have more aggression when you have the roller than the squeezer. You know, you have the one-hit pick that a roller can do, and you have a little bit of security with the bubble if you position it pretty well. So this could be where the tides turn for Poem Panic, but right now Rotzlöffel is still in control of the zone. A few specials on the line, including the Ink Strikes, but then we have some specials on the side of Poem Panic as well. Strikes coming out on the line for them, the cooler now from Rotzlöffel. But Rotzlöffel is still in control of the zone. Let's see if they can get more points than the 45 mark that they had. Penalty points are now gone, but 2 players are now going to be down on Rotzlöffel, and I think this is where Poem Panic is going to be pushing in. I'm looking at Atomic in the bubble here. That bubble placement indicates this is where, oh, they're trying to strike in a position to maybe, like, there were 3 players there. They could have got a triple if they got really lucky, but no. Unfortunately for them, they went down, and Rotzlöffel still in control of the zone.
Yeah, not today for the triple roller splat there. But look at Palu trying to do a good job of getting some more ink on the ground with those Tri-Zuka and Tri-Strikes coming out to follow up 2 different specials to break back in here with the follow-up from the cooler. Finally, you can see Poem Panic getting some more points on the board. Nice little surprise splat, if you will, from Synapse in the corner there. Again, the call out probably being made. All 4 members of Rotzlöffel are seen and can be seen coming out of the spawning area now, and with the penalty points being gone, this is where the aggression needs to be coming out from Poem Panic to hold on just a little bit longer here, and they are going to do just that because we're going to see a repeat, Falco, of what happened last time. They are okay with losing the zone temporarily, however, they will not be knocked down long enough to let the penalty points deter them, and they are going to flip the lead at doing just that.
Yep, and that is going to be huge for Poem Panic, that they have a lead, and a comfortable lead at this. It's not over yet, but look, the zone is still in control. Strikes are going to be coming in. Will it be enough for them to take over? But 2 players on Rotzlöffel are going to be going down, and 3 are going to be going down. So that is huge for Poem Panic to stay alive and potentially get this win, and they do. And so Poem Panic on the board for the first time after 4 games of Splat Zones. So GG Splat Zones. We can't play it anymore on this set.
Yeah,
so,
we're done. Finally, we're done. It's over.
Done with zones, but Poem Panic getting the win they wanted. During game 4, probably a little bit later than what they expected. And, you know, again, the biggest change here was Atomic switching from the squeezer to the roller, getting themselves a little bit more comfortable, showing a little bit more aggression. And so, hey, they're on the board. Not out of it yet. So went from winning 4 games in a row to just 3. So we might not get
Just
that
a warm-up.
bracket reset, which is where we thought we were going to be going. It might not happen just yet, but I think this counter pick by Rotzlöffel is going to be very, very important. But wow, I'm glad we're going to a game 5 here in the set, and it's going to be good. We don't have the bracket reset quite yet, you know. What's hard for Rotzlöffel is that if they just need to win one of these next 3 games to force that reset to bring us to a neutral state, where in theory we could see zones 4 more times again, but we're not quite there yet, Saf. We're not quite there. They're gonna have to win, and most importantly for them, they are in control of counter picks for the rest of this set.
That's very true. That's very, very true. If Rotzlöffel can, if Poem Panic, can whip out a couple more wins, then that means Rotzlöffel will be in control of all of the counter picking, which I'm not sure if maybe that's something that they would want. I mean, obviously they just want to like finish it and get the bracket reset. I mean, that first and foremost, that's what's most important. But I think for them to do that, they are going to pull out something that they're confident with. And look at, okay, what did I say? They are confident on this map and mode, and they showed it earlier on stream today because they have relentless pressure when they finally get that first checkpoint down. Because as soon as they did that on the last game the last time that we saw them play this, I mean, oh my God, everything just worked out for them. The stars aligned, consistently having people jump back into the map. Like, it was the coolering was so well timed. Like, nobody was down for very long. Everybody played probably almost the full 5 minutes, maybe only had 30 seconds of downtime for being splatted, probably less. So I think this is a great counter pick for Rotzlöffel to try to go in for a bracket reset.
That's right, and Atomic is sticking with the roller, what won for them on game 4. Going to be holding on to that. The same weapons. We really have not seen any comp changes from Rotzlöffel. And again, they're looking, we just need to win one of these next 3. Of course, the earlier we do this to force the bracket reset, the better. They've been playing for a long time today, Saf, and I know they could probably want a little bit of a rest, but yeah, they're going to have to get one more victory before this reset. But Rotzlöffel in control of the tower right now. We do see the Wavebreaker online as well, targeting a few of these members using those point sensors. And at the first checkpoint, Rotzlöffel, I think they're going to get past it uncontested, and the strike's coming out at the very end to contest it, but Yoshell is able to hop on the tower just for a second, hop off, then hop out, so quite a sequence of events for them to stay alive, but they got past a much-needed first checkpoint, getting down to 58.
Really hit him with the hop on, hop off, hop out strategy, which you got to really appreciate in that exact order to be successful. But finally following up again, you can see that Rotzlöffel is back out of the spawn area. Manjiro unfortunately finding themselves in a 2v1 situation there, so the tower is going to be taken now by Poem Panic, and they are coolered up at that, so this is a really, really good spot for them to be to get something going and to get the ball rolling. We're going to start that with tri-strikes as we are touching that first checkpoint. So having control of those ramps in front is going to be huge. Sure, the tri-strikes are going to delay a little bit, but when you have Synapse pulling out that Trizuka at the right time, you find yourselves in a 3-down scenario as Rotzlöffel and losing your lead. So Poem Panic is in a really great spot here to keep up the pressure and to move into checkpoint number 2, and especially they are now at a man disadvantage, but they aren't going to let that stop them, and a really great bubble placement by Atomic, just getting them a few more points down to the 35.
Yeah, Rotzlöffel did Poem Panic did such a good job at just knowing where the players from Rotzlöffel were and knowing when and where to strike in. It was really incredible because Rotzlöffel didn't have have all 4 of their players online to help push. I don't think at all during that entire push getting Poem Panic down to 35. So that was very impressive. But like you mentioned, Rotzlöffel now is going to be on the uphill battle for the remainder part of this match, and it's going to be pretty tricky. It's going to be pretty tricky because we've seen what Poem Panic is capable of and how well that they can utilize all of their weapons. And we have a neutral state right now. We see players trying to flank with their specials, like the Zuka is coming out, but a few members are going to be going down on both of the teams. And now we have a 2v1 situation, but Rotzlöffel going to be taking this tower, just trying to figure out if they can push this a little bit more, and it looks like they are because a lot of the fights are on the other side of the map. So if you can just kind of, coast through the tower without being seen, that might be a good way to just get a few points here and there, but a lot of the players are really spread out now, and I think here Poem Panic might be playing it a little more carefully and not being as aggressive as they were when they took the tower.
Yeah, and I would argue that Rotzlöffel is playing very carefully as well. I mean, we just witnessed Yoshel doing a really great damage assessment there. They could have kept pushing the tower forward, but they saw that even though one of the primary aggressors from Poem Panic was down, they still opted to back off with HP jumping in to help them out. So, I mean, again, there is an opportunity to push and get more points, and they probably could have done that. However, they didn't do that to maybe lead them to this moment, where now Yoshel is on that tower. They are extending their lead once again. They are only a few points away from doing that. But when you get yourself in the wipeout, though, sadly, you have Atomic collapsing in from you on the left and somebody coming down from the canopy on the right. I mean, what else are you to do at that point? So now the tower moving back in with possession by Poem Panic. I really think that Yoshel had something going there for good, but when you don't really see the pincer incoming, what else are you supposed to do? And especially when you see somebody like Atomic who can really utilize and maximize the range of their roller like that, you see them consistently getting picks that maybe you're like, how did they do that?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen a roller get a pick on top of the canopy like that, but if there's one person who can do it, it's probably going to be Atomic. That was very impressive, and now with about 15 seconds left, Rotzlöffel, it's just not in their cards right now. They don't even have a lot of map control on their side, and that's going to make it even harder once the tower starts pushing up, but we will be going into the final seconds here of overtime with them having control of the tower. But remember, you have Azuka, you have strikes on the other team. Once they build it up and throw it towards the tower, it's going to be really hard to stay alive. Atomic now trying to get one pick, and no, it's not going to be enough there for Rotzlöffel to hang on to. So Poem Panic, Seth, they're bringing us to another game, and I would say in a pretty dominant fashion, this one. The last two in particular, but they could keep this rolling. They could do it. They could prevent the bracket reset and get that reverse sweep that they're looking for. And
okay,
wow.
Hold on. Listen. I'm thinking that Poem Panic purposely picked zones because it is not their strong suit. However, they know that it was still winnable. So once they got the win to push Rotzlöffel on the back foot and into the counter pick, they're like, okay, now that you have to counter pick everything, we know that since Splat Zones is not an option for you, we are confident in the other three modes. Also, Falco, we have not seen Rainmaker once today.
We haven't. Yeah, we've seen more Clam Blitz, Crack and Cheese than Rainmaker, which is crazy. I figured we'd see a lot of zones. People counterpick zones all the time. People like it, But you're right. Haven't seen Rainmaker yet. And the thing is, very likely we won't even see it. I have no idea. Or it's possible we could see it coming up pretty soon, but we will let that be revealed whenever our maps and modes are shown. But again, we just can't. We just know we're not going to zones since both teams have already won on it. But I don't know. Apparently you can pick it. Never mind. I was mistaken. Our producer told me, and I guess that's what we're going with. I didn't look at me not knowing the counterpick rules, but we're going to Barnacle and Dime. Now, this can be a question for Lady. Is this what Sendo Q does to people? Is this what Sendo Q All Zones Tournament does to people? I just assumed you couldn't choose it because both teams already won on zones, but I'm not gonna analyze anything. That's not my territory to question anything. Okay, the counterpicking rules for day 2. The first map will always be predetermined. The other maps and modes are whatever the mode to whoever lost the last match. The list of maps and modes are located in the channel. And a map mode combination can only play once per set. Okay, so you can't play. I don't know. I'll just let you guys roll with it. But either way, we're going to zones.
Again, for the 5th time today, we are going to zones.
We're going to zones, Barnacle. There are a lot of zones maps that people can choose from. So, but hey, we've seen Rotzlöffel win 3 times in a row on zones. Poem Panic win once. Both of these teams can contest pretty well with it. So, anybody's game, Saf. But here we're sticking with the roller once again from the side of Poem Panic. But nothing else to take away from the other weapons because they are always staying the same.
Yeah, and I like that Atomic is still staying on the roller. It seems like that has been a really fun pick for them since they did change to it. And obviously it's been proving successful and helpful for what Poem Panic has been trying to do. So I'm glad that it's kind of hitting two birds with one stone from that regard. But already, again, Rotzlöffel, a dominant fashion, opening up with the first few points and maintaining their presence and still getting more and more points. So again, call out being made. 3 members are in the pit over there, and Manjiro is holding them down from the left. You have HP pushing in from the right. I mean, this is textbook collapsing in and preventing and pushing in for the lockout. And so, I mean, Rotzlöffel is looking for the bracket reset. It is going to be very plausible for them to get it here if they are holding up this pressure. However, finally, they found the break in, and Poem Panic is going to try to flip the zone back in their favor.
Yeah, they're having a hard time doing it, though. You know, from when it looked like they were about to, they would have 1 or 2 players go down, and Rotzlöffel is still holding onto the zone. I think that's going to be really hard for Poem Panic to break back in, because they don't have any specials online quite yet. They would have to rely on those strikes, and no, we are going to a bracket reset way quicker than I thought from after this game. But yeah, Rotzlöffel winning that one. You know, we've seen zones 5 out of the 6 matches. Which is pretty crazy, but Rotzlöffel did what they needed to do to get that bracket reset. So everything is neutral again. Everything reset. And if you were like me and didn't even know the counter pick rules beforehand, well, we're starting fresh again. We're starting fresh. Theoretically, the next players can choose, since we're doing a bracket reset, they can choose these same maps and modes that we had already seen: Hagglefish Market, Mako Mart, Umani Ruins, Barnacle. You can choose all of these again. So again, it is literally a reset. And that's where we are, but we're starting on zones again, Mahi. So I don't know, but this is where it's really going to get into the nitty-gritty stuff.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think my bad.
Oh, okay. Oh. Never mind. Barnacle and Dime. So
we're gonna do it again. We're gonna run it back.
We're running it back.
Yeah, we're gonna run it back. That's totally fine. Okay, so let's take some notes. Poem Panic easily was locked out by Rotzlöffel, but Rotzlöffel is just so good at that. The name of the game for them is locking out. They've been doing it all day today. Why wouldn't they keep doing it? But still, though, you mentioned it earlier. I have to imagine that Rotzlöffel is pretty tired. They've had to jump from match to match to match pretty quickly. Poem Panic, at the bare minimum, at least had a little bit of break before getting to start into this, and they are having just a very brief second to bracket reset and probably consider their comp, because listen, they were readying up so much quicker in that original bracket, and now that we've reset, there is discussion going on, because Falco and I can see into the lobby right now, and there's still 2 people that are not readied up yet, and so you can imagine that people are chit-chatting. Yeah, and they're on different teams, so you can imagine that there is conversation happening on both sides over there.
You know, Saf, the best part about this bracket reset is it is more time for you guys to get the donations in to get closer to our 3K goal. We are $130 away from that 3K goal, so make sure you guys click that link to donate and help us reach it. But let's hop into the game 1 here of our bracket reset of grand finals, and it's gonna be good. Sticking with zones. Per usual.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you knew this, but we are playing zones. Oh, Manjiro is actually going to be changing up their bucket pick. No changes, though, on the side of Poem Panic. So we like what we're working with still. We're going to keep it for zones again. But I like that Manjiro is going to actually make a different blaster choice here and opting to pick the bubble instead, which I'm wondering why they want to do that. Maybe it's just to combat the bubble that they are playing against. Maybe that was giving them some trouble. But if it was, it definitely was not any indication to us, because Rotzlöffel's been killing it today.
Yeah, I could see the logic being there are less ledges that a ranged blaster would be useful for, and maybe a bubble could help protect some of your teammates when you're trying to lock opponents out on the offensive side. That's kind of my guess as far as why they chose it, but either way, I think it's going to be a good pick for them. And Rotzlöffel doing a very good job holding onto the zone, getting down to 50, still having a few player advantages, but they're not really pushed up quite yet. They haven't had that opportunity to do it because these Poem Panic players, they're coming in at staggered times where the jump-ins are just a little too far forward for the zone, so it's not giving Rotzlöffel an opportunity that they can really start a proper lockout and push forward, but they're just kind of still holding onto the zone. But I would say they're really just not in a very comfortable position to do so, especially with all these strikes coming in, and that's going to be a control change, so 68 penalty points now for Rotzlöffel, but that was a really good opening push for them, Seth.
Yeah, and I think the clapback came from Atomic launching that bubble. They were able to maintain the zone really well, but again, here comes Manjiro with a triple splat, looking in to get a fourth. They have 3, they have not gone down yet. They are trying to take some distraction away from the players that are spawning in, and they're doing a really good job at it, because again, probably known that all 4 players of them are up there, so they need to wipe out Rotzlöffel to break back into the zone, and they are going to cap it really fast, like as fast as they were able to wipe them, but they got so close. But I mean, again, Rotzlöffel is so quick to assess the damage and come in and take the zone back. They had a man advantage there, Falco, and they still couldn't take the zone back. They still didn't have enough turnaround time to do it.
Yeah, this is where Rotzlöffel is really going to succeed, and I think they're going to hold on to this lockout. Can they do it? Yes, they can. They're going to get the win, so they're keeping the momentum of the bracket reset, getting the win here in game 1, and this is the first time they have a proper lead in the set against Poem Panic. Now, again, I don't know how it went about during their winners semifinal match, but now they are in a better position than they were before.
Yeah, I wonder too if they purposely picked Barnacle and Dime for that last counter pick before bracket reset, knowing full well that they were going to go into Barnacle and Dime zones again if the bracket was reset. So that's kind of a good way to sandwich those wins together, I think. So that's got to feel good. So they probably were thinking that maybe going Splat Zones Barnacle was going to be potentially a free win for them, just because they probably were feeling really good last time. They were like, well, if we can just repeat what we did again, that's feeling pretty good. So now again, you have Poem Panic on the back foot doing the counter pick, and I mean, are we going to see a repeat of last bracket? Is it just going to be all zones? Do they feel comfortable with that? Obviously, tower control really worked out for them, so that's maybe a pocket choice. I mean, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't really know. It's hard to think what's going to be, kind of a thought process going forward. We do have a $10 donation from Jacob, so thank you, Jacob, getting us closer to that 3K goal. Again, we are just $120 away from that 3K, so you still have some time to get that in. How do I feel about the concept of a bracket reset? Bring it on, Hoenn. As long as Saf and I aren't late to our CCA set that we have to commentate, that's completely fine with me. But, I'm not a TO. I don't know how that works. I don't know how you can reset a reset, but I'll leave that to you guys, the people working very hard behind the scenes. But in a classic fashion, we are sticking with zones here, going to Umani Ruins, and we already saw Umani Ruins here. That's where Poem Panic got a good win here. A little bit of behind the scenes. Apparently, one of the producers will donate $50 if they choose Rainmaker. So we need you guys to tell the players, like, hey, choose Rainmaker. We need to see
the
Rainmaker.
Players.
Give
the
that,
players.
It's for charity. It's all for charity. These are results, but more importantly, we're trying to get close to that 3K goal. So we want to see Rainmaker. But hey, let's start with zones here in game 2. We will see if Poem Panic can get a win to tie it up 1-1, or if the winning team here, if they're going to be able to hold on. And again, we're not going to be seeing any changes here. Yeah, Rotzlöffel is still going to be sticking with the comps that they have now.
Yeah, I think the bubble on the zone thing has been really helpful for them, and they've been really turning it around with that. I mean, it's not that they've been really struggling on zones to begin with, considering that last bracket. But I do appreciate the bubble usage just because it can be such a great defensive tool and also extend as an offensive tool as well, depending on how you like to use it. But opening statements being made here, the first point's going to be taken, of course, by Rotzlöffel. However, Poem Panic, I think, really quick to follow up here, losing the zone, but then taking back control again, to in turn taking the lead, again losing control, but taking it back again. This is kind of the type of back and forth behavior we have been seeing when these folks have been playing zones. It seems like when Rotzlöffel takes the zone, they can hold on to it for a pretty decent amount of time before losing it, and then when Poem Panic comes in, it seems like they struggle to maintain it. However, once they are able to finally get at least one good foothold and maybe get a couple picks in, then they can get themselves down to this 55 mark like they have been, and pushing people to try to jump out as well. But finally here, you can see Rotzlöffel trying to get into the zone, but finally, actually, we're seeing Poem Panic give them a really hard time for the first time as like an opening part of the game.
Yeah, they are still doing exactly what they did in the last few games, and Rotzlöffel has been having a hard time trying to counteract it, but Poem Panic waiting, Atomic barely surviving from that auto bomb, and again, just how quickly some of these players can just take over the map control with a lot of their ink output is absolutely astonishing to me. And Rotzlöffel in control once again, and starting a proper lockout this time. They're in position to get past this 53 mark, and it looks like they will, so they are able to push down quite some, and they're in a position that they can really hold on to this. They have strikes at the ready, and strikes are going to be used here from Poem Panic. Zuko's going to be coming out from Synapse here. He's going to be getting one pick, looking for another, but they have a lot of ground to make up, and Rotzlöffel still holding on strong. They are going to be losing this left side of the zone, but two players are now going to be going down. Yoshel going to be doing some tap shots, and it's just going to be the pencil on the side of Poem Panic who's going to be alive. So this is where Rotzlöffel is really going to be able to hold on, and it looks like they are going to be taking this up maybe to a 2-0 lead, and they will. So that was, yeah, they are putting in work here. They are hungry for this victory, Seth.
They're so good at recovering from a lockout. And they're so good at it. It's like they know where they need to be. They know how to re-enter. They utilize their re-entry specials so well. And it's been really difficult and challenging for teams to try to contest that, because it's like if you feel like, because like once you get yourself in a lockout situation, you are the team on the offensive. Like there really is like a flow of battle that you need to follow in order for you to like maintain your offensive posturing. And it just seems like Rotzlöffel is so quick to re-enter and regain access to the map that other teams have a problem with trying to maintain that and hold strong to prevent them from doing that. And so again, they are doing it twice in the bracket reset with spot zones, and so you have to ask yourself, as a repeat of last time, is Poem Panic going to still stick with spot zones and breaking out into splat zones, or do they want to try to stray away? Not just because of playing Rainmaker for $50 by one of our production staff, okay? I'm talking about just in general. Do you want to try to stray away from what hasn't really been as advantageous for you?
You know, I could see if both of these teams are in the mindset of like, you know what, like we are in Zone's brain right now. They don't even want to think about like changing up the mode. I could see that they're just getting very comfortable with this specific mode. And I mean, let's be real, Zones is the most popular mode that a lot of people like to play. And I think people always, try to leverage that and use that towards their advantage too. And I think, I don't think they're going to be straying away from it. That's just my thought. It wasn't until game 5 that we did see a tower control match, and of course that was Rotzlöffel pick, but they're not in control of the counter picks right now. It's still Poem Panic who's in control of the counter picks, and we have yet to see them choose anything besides zones, even when they kept losing in them, because they're confident that that's what they want to play.
Okay, so just based on what you've seen today, what would you say has been the best zones map to watch, but also Falco, I need you to know that $70 has just been donated by Squidodle to be putting the pressure on to choose Rainmaker. So not even by our TO staff. This is just
and it wasn't even chosen yet, but the pressure to do it, saying, "Hey, yeah." So Squidodle, thank you so much for the $70 donation.
You.
But yeah, we. Just to see a mode that we haven't seen. Did they when Jem and Devi were on the mic, did they play Rainmaker at all? Well, they couldn't. I don't know if they had counter picks the whole time. So if they didn't, they probably they were on the whole time. Okay, okay. So that answers that. But I think we're going to be in for a surprise, staff.
Okay,
I think we're going to be in for a surprise.
And we reached our 3K goal at the same time. So we're playing Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. Finally, we're taking a break from the routine, the Splat Zones machine, and playing Rainmaker down at Scorch Gorge. So thank you so much also for that $40 donation, whoever you are. I'm not sure what your name is, but I did see our little counter go up to 3,000. And a Ninjaneer, thank you so much.
Yes.
We really appreciate it. So we are just 1,000 away from seeing the 9-hole grains as a cat, as a feline. So if that strikes your fancy, 1,000 more to 4K to get that hold of that. But finally, this is one of the moments where peer pressure is great, Falco, because we get to play Rainmaker.
We do, and hey, we hit the 3K goal, which is very impressive. So thank you all for the donations so far for the Gamers Outreach, and the donations don't stop there. You guys can keep donating. Up until the end of the broadcast, and even then after as well, for a great charity. So again, this has been so fun so far, but we know we're not done yet, and I'm glad we're going to see Rainmaker just for kind of a little bit of a change of pace too, staff. But with Rotzlöffel up 2-0 right now, they're hoping to really clean it up here, go up 3-0, and Poe and Panic, they got to take it one game at a time. They have beaten Rotzlöffel in the best of 5 in the winners semis. Let's see if they can take a game off of them here.
Yeah, and thank you, Inkfair, for your 50, and they are the ones saying greetings from the Rainmaker lobby, so we appreciate you, Inky, getting pressured into the playing Rainmaker and donating for Rainmaker. So we love you, Rainmaker. You have made us $120 so far for Gamers Outreach, so we appreciate you. But here we go. The shield has been popped. We are seeing the firefight take place in mid here, and we're playing a whole new game finally. Cooler has been out. There is a man advantage to be had on the side of Rotzlöffel. No surprises there, and they are going to be the first ones to pick up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, they're going to be going down pretty quickly and not having a lot of players to support. So Atomic is already setting up, hey, I'm going to get over here, I'm going to bubble right next to the checkpoint. There's a curling bond path. Take it up, get the easy dunk, and that's exactly what Poe and Panic is going to be doing. So textbook plays there by the team that has the roller to just know where to put your players, knowing how many players are alive in the other team just to get that checkpoint. That's going to be pretty big. But Rotzlöffel is hoping to just counter it and do it themselves as well. Yoshel's holding on to the Rainmaker, going to be getting the trade there against Atomic, and Nav is trying to stay alive using this bucket, throwing it over the ledge. The pop is going to go to Rotzlöffel, who's going to be trying to avoid some of these Zuka shots. But Nav I thought they were going to get hit. That was a very good evasion for their team and for them to stay alive. But I think the Rainmaker's now going to be resetting, and Rotzlöffel didn't quite push it to where they wanted it to, but that just goes to show how much pressure Poe and Panic is able to put on the offensive and defensive side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, too, that Poe and Panic is still having so much map control, especially in mid. Rotzlöffel has not felt any sort of comfortability at all to approach the Rainmaker. Even it took them until the wipeout, Falco, to feel confident to actually approach the Rainmaker and feel like that there was something that they could try to change. So that first checkpoint has now been broken, and Rotzlöffel is full-fledged and present in the pit area of Poe and Panic as we speak. Poe and Panic still trying to struggle to find their footing to break out. The lead has been changed. HP was just going to take full advantage of what they could with the space that they had, and allowing some time for Nav to jump out. So hard reset for Rotzlöffel now as they make their way back into mid, and as Poe and Panic is going to be meeting them there on the ramp.
Yeah, and I think this is where, Poem Panic is really going to want to try and push some of these players up, especially Atomic with the bubble. They don't have the checkpoint they have to get through, and this is really where the choke point is. You definitely want to avoid those Zukas. We're going to see a trade on the screen as well, but for Poem Panic, can they extend their lead anymore? No, or their push anymore? I don't think they can, and 3-player is going to be down, so that is going to be it for that push, and Rotzlöffel is going to be just trying to counteract this. Once again, now they do have more control in mid than they had before, but they're not in a good position to just try and pick up the Rainmaker and bring it to mid. They're probably going to let it reset, and it does, and just kind of wait it out from here, worry about your 1v1s in mid, and then pick up the Rainmaker and strike.
Yeah, but I think this is where Rotzlöffel really shines, though, Falcos, because once they are able to get the advantage, this is where they start to take risks and go in for trades and be more, I guess, mindful of the types of trades that they want to take, because we've seen it time and time again. They get really confident. I mean, look at that jumping from Yoshel to get out of a really sticky situation there and survive the killer whale for just long enough for Nav to come in and maybe help out and take one pick with them. But again, assessing the damage and seeing where you can take your trades and how that can benefit you. So I think Rotzlöffel is not going to be any stranger to that. They're going to try to take full advantage and go in for trades because they're not afraid, and especially when you go to this, because Palu is the only one alive with the Rainmaker, and that's exactly who the last person alive should be if you are Rotzlöffel.
Yeah, and Rotzlöffel, they have this lead. Again, this is such a close game. Like, the points here really don't matter that much, but in a way they do, because the point difference is at that choke point, kind of right after that first checkpoint. So you can't get comfortable with that 56 lead that you have. You want to try and extend it to make it more difficult, which is exactly what Yoshel's trying to do to push forward. I think they will have a better chance here. They're going to have to avoid some of these bombs that are going to be throwing, and 2 players down. This is where, the curling bomb, no! Oh! There was so much potential for them to push up their lead, and it did not work, but now they finally do it, pushing it to 44, giving them a little bit more breathing room, knowing that Poem Panic will probably be picking it up here. I don't know if they're going to have enough time for it to actually reset. They will get the reset, but now they're going to be picking it up. So this is probably going to be the last push here for Poem Panic. Going to be juiced up as well, and you just have to be so careful at this moment. There's just like lurking bombs that players can just hide around the corner. So this is where we'll, where it all comes down to essentially 2 specials online, the strikes and bazooka, so we'll have to be aware of where those are thrown. And Pelu just is really having a hard time pushing forward, Saf. There is no room for them to push forward.
It's hard for them to push, but they're being really patient, and look at them backing up when they need to. And Manjiro going down, unfortunately, but allowed some time for HP to break in through and take them out. I have to say, Pelu played that really well. They played it really patiently. They were good at assessing whether or not it was time for them to be pushed forward or not. I'm sure their teammates were probably also trying to guide them as best as they can and be their eyes, but just not quite feeling safe enough to go. And I think that they made the right call in shuffling back when Manjiro was trying to gun them down. But unfortunately, I think just with the nature of the beast that Rotzlöffel has been giving today, you can guarantee that somebody is going to be there to try to pick up the pieces no matter what.
Yeah, and now Rotzlöffel is only 1 game away from winning our tournament today, HP for Heroes, and coming back from enforcing a bracket reset, making their losers bracket run that they did. They played in 3 losers rounds and then a winners final, or then a grand finals and a bracket reset. So they've been on the grind. They've been in a situation where they've won 4 sets in a row, and if they would have lost any of those sets, they would be out of the tournament. Because they've been so impressive with this losers run. So this is, they might be tired. I know that, it is getting a little later, especially in Europe. We are, well past the midnight mark for a lot of people too who could be playing. So it could be getting pretty late, but we are going to be moving on to our counter pick here. It's going to be Tower Control Hagglefish. So, Saf, we talked about how Rotzlöffel's been really harping on this map mode because they've been doing it so well.
Yeah, but they were until Poem Panic came in, and I believe Poem Panic was able to win it last time. or they gave them a pretty tough fight on it at the bare minimum. So I mean, but Rotzlöffel has been really successful on this map mode. I think just this map in general, they do tend to do really well on zones here too, which they proved in the bracket before the reset. So I do think this is a good counter pick to be coming out from Poem Panic. I think this will be a hard one to try to win for Rotzlöffel, with it being the final game for them technically, but to be a continuation of the bracket for Poem Panic. So only time will tell, and only, I think, proper components will tell. But so look at that. So Atomic is actually going to be changing back to the Squeezer for this final game here, and the 96 Deco coming out from Synapse. So in the final hours of where Rotzlöffel is going to try to put the last nail in the coffin, we do see changes coming from Poem Panic. Can they turn it around?
Yeah, they're going back to the Squeezer as well, ditching the roller. So, you know, two major weapon changes that we have seen so far. And yeah, we will see if it pays off for them. And a few picks here on the side of Poem Panic against Rotzlöffel, getting a few of the key players out and identifying more. So this is really where they're going to want to turn up the heat. And they have already at the beginning of this game. Zuka and Crab are on the line, going to be using both of them. A nice pick there for Atomic on HP. PX getting that pick. And now in a 2v2 situation, Yoshell over here on the right canopy, getting one pick and just pushing this tower just a little bit, making sure that it can go back to neutral state for them to try and push up. So a lot less stalematy at the beginning of this match than what we had seen in the prior sets. And Synapse using this Kraken as a nice little flanking Kraken too, getting in the nitty-gritty of it, but jumped out just in time on the side of Rotzlöffel. So unfortunately not the pick that they were hoping for. But that was, you know, gutsy decisions were made by both teams. I like it.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate that. And again, it's the assessment in the moment by both sides. They were able to disperse themselves, but then also Nav was like, no, instead of running, I need to jump. This is my time where I need to jump. And so that was really great that they were able to do that. Poem Panic grazed the first checkpoint the first time. They are gonna graze it for a second time. Again, Rotzlöffel just so good at getting back into the fight and not staying down for long and responding with really good special usage. That was a awesome Trizuka usage there to take down that flank entirely and to shut it down. So now, finally, Rotzlöffel is going to be the ones to get to first checkpoint and have their chance at taking the lead, and that's going to happen right there as the cooler comes out. But unfortunately, it's going to be short-lived of a push, as now they are in a delayed wipe scenario, and immediately Poem Panic is responding. But they go do two down as well. I think they were just a little bit quick to go forward there, and two members going down, probably suspending their push, or the idea of what they wanted their push to be there, as again, Rotzlöffel is just as quick to respond back out into the map. I think it seems like Poem Panic is going to try to take one from their playbook and see how fast that they can try to respond, as Rotzlöffel's doing.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of, like, Zuka jump scares in this game.
Yeah.
People just keep dying to them over and over again. But again, Rotzlöffel's lead, the 66, not, like, the lead to win the game by any means. You don't have any checkpoint advantage right now. You didn't get past that first checkpoint. And now Poem Panic is trying to do it. They're still in control of the... Well, they were in control of the tower. And... I don't know. This is a much more stalemate second half of the match. And a nice double there by Yukari, taking down two players on Rotzlöffel, but then going to go down themselves. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for Poem Panic, they weren't pushing the tower at that time, couldn't keep up the momentum. But Poem Panic does have a lot of ink on the map. They do have a lot of map control. Here they're at the first checkpoint. Will it be enough for them to take the lead? And it is. And we're going to see Synapse come up with the Kraken, surviving through these just trying to take down one of the members of Rotzlöffel, and not able to do so quite yet. But this is the push you wanted if you're Poem Panic. This is the push that you need to keep your set alive.
Yeah, they are causing a lot of panic here, especially with that tower being stagnant at the second checkpoint and not quite moving back. They just need to keep tapping it with one foot to just keep it in place. And if they can just continue to do that and allow for their players to jump back in to maintain the pressure, then they are going to be extending this lead just a little bit more. From the 44 now down to the 38 with 3 members going down. There is still one person left alive, and with Synapse to come in and to help try to clean up the mess while everybody comes back. This This is exactly what Poe and Panic needs to do for the last 45 seconds here if they just want to keep the tower on to Rotzlöffel's side of the map. And they also just need to prevent anybody from Rotzlöffel from coming down from the platform here, which, I mean, these sharks are doing just that and are very telling to how patient that Poe and Panic is willing to be for these last 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Rotzlöffel just based on the map control from Poe Panic and how well they're doing. And, you know, Poe Panic's not really making gutsy decisions, and that's wise. You don't want a team wipe. You don't want Rotzlöffel to get too comfortable. But they're just going to be trying to hold control of mid, making sure that they're giving enough space when they need to, not trying anything super gutsy. Manjiro is going to be able to take down one. Can they get two? Okay, here's the final push here from Rotzlöffel. If they can keep it alive, they have one player down, two player. Okay, 3v3 situation, but pay attention to the specials from the side of Poe and Panic. You have the Kraken that's going to be coming out. You also had Suzuka's, but can the Kraken get on the tower? And no, the Kraken falls off. They're still on the tower, so Rotzlöffel's still on, but no. Too many players are going to go down from Rotzlöffel and Poe and Panic. Kraken did such a good job not falling in the water, number one. And then number two, being able to go back up onto the tower to stay alive and to just hop on and get the win. So they're keeping the set alive. Poe and Panic not done yet. They did win their first game of the set. And remember, they lost the reset. They were the winners finals going into this. This is a long set between these two teams, and you know, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. They're keeping us on our toes, and I don't know. It was a different pace of game than what I feel like we had seen from the prior matches, Saf, where. Again, the beginning of the match was a little bit more aggressive than the second half. And then you just had all these Zuka, one Zuka here, one Zuka there, one Zuka there, just like all back and forth, and teams couldn't really do much. But then Poe and Panic turned it up in those last few moments when they saw they had a 3-player advantage and were like, hey, we're gonna get this lead, we're gonna get a good lead, and we're gonna be able to hold on to it. And that's what happened. And hey, now they're in a position, they get the win, but of course Rotzlöffel in control of the counter picks for the remainder of this set. So that's kind of what they're sacrificing at this moment, but they have no other option. They need to get these next 3 wins.
All I'm saying is if that Kraken went differently with Synapse, I think Rotzlöffel could have won that.
I think so too.
I think Rotzlöffel could have totally won that because had the Synapse done those button inputs differently to get that Kraken back up the wall and on that tower, I think, yeah, there was nobody else to contest it except for Synapse. They were the only one alive to contest that push. And they were there right before the jump was able to get there.
Right, and even though, even though Rotzlöffel had, or Poe and Panic had like the strikes and the Zuka, it's not a GG's when you use it. It's more of a GG's when you use it and you have somebody on your team who can hop on the tower. So it's really hard. It's a two-part, yeah, the two-parter, exactly. But speaking of not a two-parter, but probably a 10th-parter, we're going back to Splat Zones for these 2 sets here. Macomart will be our next map here, and of course, you know, this is Rotzlöffel's counter pick, their first counter pick of this set. If they win, they are champions, with Poe and Panic hoping that they can at least win one more to progress this even further.
Yeah, I like that Rotzlöffel has still been saving at least like a zone map for their counter pick, because they've been showing such dominance on zones throughout this entire time. So this is a really good position for them to put themselves in to try to be the champions here. But I mean, just based on the gameplay that Poe and Panic was giving last time, they're not going to make it easy, and they don't want to go down without a fight. So Palu is actually going to be switching off of that pencil, which I believe they did last time, and opting in for the end zap. So a little bit faster movement, and a little bit more firepower and drops per second to be had for Poe and Panic, which I think will be helpful, and I think will give them a lot more ink to be working with here. Not to say that the pencil wasn't doing it, but I think making that shift to allow Synapse on that 96 gal was a really, really good option here. As we see Synapse come through with that Kraken Royale, looking in for their next victim, causing it to be Manjiro to jump off the map versus giving Synapse the pleasure of taking the splat.
Says, I'm not gonna get splatted to you. I am taking this into my own hands. You are not going to get credit for me going down, yeah. Or they just had nowhere else to go and accidentally fell off. But either way, Poem Panic in control of the zone here. 65, still trying to get it down, and I think they will. They're in a good position to do so. They keep getting these picks on Rotzlöffel, so they will be trying to push this up, but now Poem Panic, 2 players down, trying to control this right stack. Pelu is being forced to back up just a little bit here, but still trying to paint the zone. Gonna have to avoid this even more with that wave breaker coming in, and Rotzlöffel in control now. Let's see how well they can push up, and a lot of action over here on the left side, where Pelu pretty much had an easy escape route. And speaking of escape route, that was a really nice jump out from one of the members of Rotzlöffel, and I think they might be in a position to take the... Oh, no, I don't know, the Zuka's coming out. I was gonna say they could take the lead here, but they're not going to. So Poem Panic able to hold on to it, giving 32 penalty points to Rotzlöffel, and again, just this back and forth, the tug and pull whenever the lead could change. The team who's winning just seems to do everything they can to hold on to maintain the lead, and I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they time it perfectly. You just gotta wait to strike, and I guess that's what both of these teams are doing now. But yeah, Rotzlöffel, they're having a harder time now. Synapse spots one of the jump-ins, gets another. 3 players down. Yeah, just the pencil who's alive, and we'll see if Poem Panic can take control of this once again. They do, giving some penalty points over to Rotzlöffel, but they are looking very strong in this game, Saf.
Yeah, this change with Synapse on the Kraken Royale has been really huge from Poem Panic, and I'm wondering if this was kind of a secret weapon type pick that they were waiting for when they kind of got in a more dire situation. And especially too, I think Pelu switching over to this end zap too has been a really major shift in how Poem Panic has been showing up to the games. But still, I don't think that Rotzlöffel has really been trying to stray away from what they've already been doing. I don't think they want to let it rattle them too much. But I do think that it has been putting a little bit of a hindrance on their offensive pressure, because consistently it seems like that it's been broken in comparison to what they've been doing before. I mean, of course, that penalty is gone, but again, they can't keep the penalty gone for very long because Poem Panic is already there to respond even when they don't have a painting special in their hands. But finally there, look at Nav trying to push up on this right stack. 2 really awesome splats, trying to go in for the third, not quite able to find it there, with Yukari to try to pull up the rear over on the left-hand side here, pulling out the Trizuka. So, I mean, Rotzlöffel now looking to see if they can switch the lead here. However, it has not been easy for them to do this. It has not been a really smooth road for them to get to their destination here. However, I still think Poem Panic is going to try to do their best to break out.
Yeah, but they don't have much time to do so. They're down to the last, 12 units here. There's a lot of map control on the side towards the zone. You're going to have one last Zuka try and come out. Will this be enough? No, it's not. Rotzlöffel able to survive and hold on, winning HP for Heroes, surviving the bracket reset, and pushing this all the way in making an amazing losers bracket run to win our tournament.
Yeah, that was a really awesome run for Rotzlöffel. That's got to feel really, really special and good to get a really awesome losers bracket run and then make it all the way to the reset and all the way finally to the championship. But also congratulations to Poem Panic for getting second place and making it just as far too. And also getting to contend and bout with Rotzlöffel again and allowing Rotzlöffel the chance to try to redeem themselves. I mean, absolutely huge and good day if you are on Team Rotzlöffel right now.
Yeah, take a look at these players from both of these teams. It's such a great job, and just a lot of Splatoon today. A lot of great competitive Splatoon. Of course, all for charity. We reached that 3K mark. You guys can still get your last few donations here on the stream if you feel so inclined to. We greatly appreciate it. Reaching that 3K, that extra 50 as well, always feels really good. And this has been a lot of fun, Saf, and I'm really happy that number one, we could be on the mic for this lovely event, and number two, we could work with a lovely charity like Gamers Outreach, and number three, a lot of coordination between IPL and Dapple Productions to provide the quality streams that you have seen today on both of these broadcasts.
Yeah, and we appreciate you so much for asking us to be here and to celebrate this really awesome charity. And we appreciate you, the viewers, for donating to it, which this is actually a charity event, I believe, that's going on like across different streams on Twitch. Like just us here in the Splatoon community are not the only ones doing it. However, with where we're at right now in comparison, I believe we are the 4th highest grossing stream that has raised money for this event, which is really awesome. So thank you, Splatoon community, because we are contending into the top 5 of people that are raising money for this event. So that is really, really cool to put ourselves out there, and for people to see that we really care about this stuff and to show that Splatoon shows up. We show up.
Yeah, and of course this wouldn't be possible without all the players who are playing in the tournament to make you guys want to watch it and to have us commentate it too. So thank you so much all the players who participated. No matter how far you made it into the run, you guys definitely made the experience much more better. But take a look here at the final alpha bracket here, and again the amazing losers run. I'm still not over it, from Rotzlöffel, that, you know, just going down all the way earlier on in the semis, and then, you know, having to play in round 4 onward, essentially, to make their run to win the tournament. Even more impressive. You know, it's not often that the losers bracket team wins the bracket reset. You know, you might not have the momentum on your favor, or you might have the momentum in your favor, but it's just a lot of playing that you guys have to do. But yeah, Saf, that's going to be it for us today, and that's going to be it for our broadcast here on IPL as well. So thank you guys so much. We appreciate you guys all, again, for all the donations, for watching, for playing, for everything that you guys have been doing. $3,050 from Dapple Productions and Inkling Performance Labs is really incredible. But Steph, we have to go. We have to eat fast. I have to walk my dog, and then we're casting CCA sets in 44 minutes. So we'll sign off here pretty quickly. Steph, where can we find you?
You can find me on Blue Sky or on Twitter at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's. Or you can find me roaming the streets of Austin, Texas soon with the Falco Flyer at Low Tide City. So if any of you are going to be at LTC in May, please come and say hello to us, and we will see you there.
You can find me Falco Flyer on Twitch, Falco Flyer 11 on Twitter, and like I said, we'll be casting CCA matches, a Div 2 on Splatoon Tourney, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific. That's going to be us for here today. Inkfair was our lovely broadcaster who is working with us in the production crew, and thank you to all the IPL and Dapple production TOs as well. We will see you next time. Have a wonderful evening.